Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our council meeting. I'm going to call the meeting to order, and we'll start. Well, first we'll do just a quick roll call for the council. We have with us in the community hall today, Councillor Janice Bray, myself, Mayor George Comrie, and Councillor Joe Lamb. We have participating by Zoom today, Councillor Brian Woods, and Councillor Scott Nash is not available to join us today. And he might come later, he says, but and we have our staff with us in the room today. We have our CAO clerk, Michelle Hendry. Sure. And our deputy clerk, Wendy Schroeder. And we do have some guests this morning that I'll introduce when they come up on the agenda, and we have a few folks that are participating via Zoom in the meeting. So thank you all for joining us. Let's start the meeting with the playing of our national anthem. Thank you. The municipality of Whitestone recognizes that all of Canada resides on traditional, unceded, and/or treaty lands of the Indigenous people of Turtle Island. We recognize our municipality on the Robinson-Huron Treaty Territory is home to many past, present, and future Indigenous families. This acknowledgement of the land is a declaration of our commitment and collective responsibility to reconcile the past and to honor and value the culture, history, and relationships we have with one another. Next, I'll ask if any of the councillors have a pecuniary interest to declare in today's proceedings.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I have a declaring for 9.5. Item 9.5.
Okay, appointment of Community Emergency Management Program Committee Chairperson.
You get paid for it?
And council member.
Oh, sorry. Just saying, do you get paid for that? I didn't know.
Sorry?
Okay.
Well, it doesn't matter. You're being appointed by the council. No. Oh, it's, I see. All right. Okay. Yes. Okay. Thank you. Sorry. Yeah. If you were being appointed, then you're excluded right under the MCIA. But yeah, if it's your husband, yes, okay, I understand. All right, sorry.
Yeah, so we'll go over it when we get there, but Councillor Bray will be automatically appointed as she's the safety officer in her role as the deputy fire chief, but it's her husband that's being appointed as the chairperson.
Okay, I understand. Sorry, just. Yeah, okay. Thank you very much. Are there any other pecuniary interests. All right. So noted. Our next motion then is a motion to approve the agenda as circulated.
I can move that,
Seconded
Mr. Mayor.
By Councillor Lamb.
I can second, Mr. Mayor. Counselor Woods, if you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you. Thanks. And we will accept your seconding of the motion, Councillor Woods. Any discussion? All, Councillor Lamb?
Yeah, I want to add two items for discussion under business matters. One of them is I've come to find out that the letter that we wanted to send out.
Could you, sorry, could you speak closer to the mic?
Okay,
please?
maybe I should turn this one on there.
Oh,
Is that one?
oh, yeah.
We were giving,
Can you bump this up a little bit or not?
we can.
Because it sounds low to me.
Yeah, well,
Is
can people hear me now? Or I can use that one again. Hello, hello?
Are you
Maybe
sure
I-
it's turned on? That it's not muted? There's a mute switch on
No,
the
I
top
don't
of the
think
box.
it's muted. Where is it?
I can hear okay online, Mr. Mayor. I can hear Joe pretty decent.
Hello?
Thank you, Councillor. Wood.
Okay, well, fine. Carry on then. Sorry, I thought
yeah,
it wasn't
sorry.
picking up.
Well, I'll
No.
start.
Go ahead.
Number one, I came to find out that we wanted letters sent out to Bolger and to Wawashkash residents. And last week, when we were reviewing the agenda, I came to find out that each registered letter is about $10. And to send it to the Wawashkash people alone is something like $3,600. And I think we should discuss that. I really personally don't feel that we should be paying that kind of money to send a letter out for 10 trailers or so that are up in the parking lot, when we can send it by regular mail for $300 or $400. So I'd like to discuss that, number one.
Is that not already on the agenda? Madam CAO, I thought we had it.
No, it's not. It's not an agenda item. Mayor Comrie.
Oh, okay.
And the second item I'd like added is the newsletter for a general discussion of the communication policy and related matters with respect to that. So those are my two amendments. Again, both under business matters.
So can I ask our clerk where those would go?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the request to discuss the Bolger Wabakesh letter would be item 11.8.
Just get to it.
And the discussion on the newsletter would be 11.9 in both in business matters.
All right, so I'm just gonna add this to the. Of items. 11.8, which is, these are letters to Wawashkash residents, is that what it is?
That's correct.
Residents. And 11.9 is communication policy. So the motion that I have then is as follows. I'll read it. Whereas the members of council have been presented with an agenda for the February 20th, 2024 meeting, be it resolved that the agenda for the meeting be adopted as presented with the addition of items 11.8, letter to Oshkosh residents, and 11.9, communication policy. Any discussion on this? Okay, we'll call the question and all those in
Yeah,
favor.
yeah, Mr. Mayor, just, not to be difficult, but just so I learn in terms of proper decorum. So if I have an amendment like that, I'm okay with it, obviously. Wouldn't you ask the seconder whether he's okay with it? And do you have a vote on the amendment or not? I mean,
Sure.
sometimes we do, sometimes we don't, and then you
Well,
go to the main.
strictly
vote.
speaking, that is what we should do, I would say, but, and
I mean,
if
it doesn't
you,
matter to me as long as.
if you wish, I'm I'm simply trying to simplify that.
Well, let's
No,
simplify.
I think you're correct. We had discussed this previously with the new procedure policy. So let's do an amendment to the resolution to adopt the agenda as presented. So our first resolution is we need an amendment, a mover and seconder. We'll vote on the amendment. And then we'll vote on the approval of the agenda, which would include the amendment, assuming everyone is agreeable. So we have,
All right, well. So you are also moving, you were the
I'll
mover of the
move the
original
amendment.
motion, but you're moving an amendment. Is there a seconder for the amendment then? Counselor Woods is seconding, okay? So the amendment is the council add items 11.8 and 11.9 to the agenda. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Well, I have I have a comment about it. I'm going to support the motion because 11.8 I thought was going to be on the agenda. And there's perhaps an argument that we should deal with it today. That's the letter to Oshkosh. The discussion of communication policy, I think, is not something that would normally be added at the last minute to an agenda. Normally, we would have a briefing note from staff talking about what the existing policy is, and the counselors would be prepared for this discussion. But I point out that our procedure bylaw provides that there can't be any motions specifically made related to that. To those items unless we suspend the procedure bylaw, which so I'm supporting the motion to allow there to be some discussion, but I think procedurally this is irregular. So anyway, that's my comment. We'll let's if there are no other comments, we'll call the question and then we'll have an agenda hopefully, and then we can vote on the agenda as amended if the amendment carries. All those in favor of the amendment to add the items to
Counselor Woods, yes.
that motion is carried. Thank you. So next we need to have a motion. Sorry, next we need to vote on the motion as amended. The one that I just read to you. So all those in favor, please indicate.
Counselor Woods, yes.
Thank you, Councillor Woods. That motion is carried. We have an agenda. Thank you. Okay, next on our agenda, we have a couple of presentations. The first one is from the West Perry Sound District Museum. And we have with us this morning Nadine Hammond, who is the curator and manager of the museum on Tower Hill. And there is, for those of you who are following along, there is material in your package on the museum. So welcome, Nadine, and I'll give you the floor. It might not be turned on the back. We will get it so that the people on Zoom can hear you.
Nadine, while you're getting set up there, our deputy clerk is going to move your PowerPoint along. So if you could just let us know when you want us to move to the next page. All right, thank you.
Coming on Zoom.
Thank you for your time and consideration. I am here today to present the West Perry Sound District's Museum's annual report, as well as follow up on our 2024 request for funding. Next slide. Before I get to our funding request, though, I want to answer why you should invest in us. According to the OMA's 2014 Museums Profile, community museums support economic development, attracting not only visitors, but skilled workers. Tourism growth, local education, museums provide support to our schools, as well as provide a forum for continuous education. Promotion of community pride, as well as providing programming and activities for community members. This list is not exhaustive, but it does highlight some of the most relevant contributions. Next slide. Over the last year, the West Perry Sound District has demonstrated these qualities. We played host to Science North Traveling Exhibition, Indigenous Ingenuity. Our back deck was refurbished and officially reopened this summer, and staff are looking into ways to utilize it. The Eroy Smith Gallery and the model train continues to delight visitors with the help of our wonderful volunteers. Our YouTube channel has been active for over a year, and we are still producing content, and we are discussing ways to expand this project. Next slide. All of this is possible thanks to our board of volunteer directors. And next slide, of course, our staff. We currently have 3 full-time staff members. New to the team is a communications intern who will help with social media content, marketing, coordinating volunteers, and expanding our membership. Our collection supervisor is currently on leave, and our acting collection supervisor has stepped up to manage documenting new artifacts, archival donations, conduct research requests, as well as reincorporating artifacts from the barn back into our collection. And then there is myself. My job is primarily administrative, budget management, revenue generation, human resources, facility management, as well as curatorial activities. Which brings me to my request for 2024. Next slide. Last year, when I was presenting, I was asked by most, if not all municipalities, how we determined how much to ask for. My answer then was it was based on last year's contribution. This year, we examined what each municipality gives and what our basic operational budget is. We defined our basic operational budget as enough funds to employ 1 full-time employee, cover the utilities, communication services, and any other services required to keep the building open to the public, and a little extra that may be used to maintain our capital assets. From this basic funding, staff and board would leverage more funding to expand programming and create a museum that our communities can be proud of. Over the last few years, we have received anywhere from 0% to 0.7% of contributing municipalities' property taxes. If we ask for 0.4% of property taxes, we will have that base budget to leverage. That concludes this current presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nadine. Uh, If you'd like to stay there for a sec, we'll see if there are any questions from councilors. Councilor Lamb?
Yeah, thank you for coming today. I'm just looking over some of the ask here. Of course, we're giving $1,000 now, and $12,000, which is your end goal, is a significant percentage increase. But I'm concerned as to how you came up with that. So just a couple of questions. Do all the 7 municipalities currently give, including McKellar?
No. As I said, over the last 10 years, we've received anywhere from 0%, so nothing, to 0.7%, which is quite a bit. This calculation came about as us trying to find a way to be fair, to be asking for a similar amount from every single municipality. This calculation was something that was easy, that everybody could understand. And we are open to discussion, because if it doesn't work for every municipality within our catchment, it doesn't work. It's not fair.
But is McKellar the only one that doesn't give, or all the others do?
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
you're welcome.
Secondly, you're asking, when I added all these up,
Mhm.
for $172,175, if I have it correct. So what would, like, you didn't include your financials in here. What did you receive last year from the other in total?
I believe it was about 150,000.
About 150,
Yeah.
okay. So you're going up 22,000, which is, I don't know, 30% or something? Your budget, is that 30, like 22 over 150? What's that? I guess that's not, that's less than that, about 18%.
Sorry, I need to do the math. I need to sit down with
What's a
calculators.
significant percentage increase? So explain it to us, please, regardless of who pays what. Why
Yeah.
do you need 18% more?
The theory is what we're looking for is to get a basic budget that we can move forward comfortably each year, being assured of. As I said, right now we have 3 staff members, but having that 170,000 would ensure that we'd be able to pay our hydro, that we'd be able to have at least 1 staff member always on staff, pay for internet, telephone services, be able to set aside enough money to save towards capital repairs. We have an elevator that does require some maintenance, our roof, all of that type of stuff. So what we're looking for is a basic budget, and we opted for percentage rather than a hard and fast number, because as I'm sure you're all aware, inflation, things are always going to go up. So the idea is if we can have that core budget, and then we can expand upon it. We can do additional programming, try to find new ways of doing self-revenue, generating revenue, doing some of the more capital projects, because what we're asking for is not going to be enough to redo that or do the upgrades to the elevator. So the idea is to have
Yeah, no, I know.
that budget that
They're going to 12.
that does cover those core costs of just maintaining the museum.
Okay, just a couple more questions.
Mhm.
What have you put your revenue up for in 2024?
Because during the pandemic, there was no admission costs. There was very few rentals. The reason we put up the revenue in 2024 is because we have,
I'm not, excuse me, maybe I misphrased it. I just want the percentage of what you put your revenues up from 2023 to 2024.
like, total revenues.
Yeah, like you're asking us to give more.
Mhm.
And being out of the business world, I always think not just of giving more, I think of you have another line called revenues,
Mhm.
right? And the more you balance that, more revenues you get, the less you need from municipalities. So my question is, I saw that your revenues went up last year.
Yeah.
Or you stated it somewhere in here. what is your projected revenue increase this year?
If you want a percentage on that, that is something, do you mind if I go and actually take a look at the numbers and come back
Well,
to
you
you?
could get
Yeah.
back to me on
Yeah.
that, right? Because we're not gonna solve this today anyway. And the final question I have is, when I look at the total request, something seems astray to me. You're asking us for $2,000, but yet you're asking McKellar for $14,000, which would say to me that they're based on a 0.4%, goal, that they're 7 times what we are, which they're not. So I don't get that, and I'm misreading it.
You're not misreading it. The reason we did that is we just decided since McKellar traditionally gives 0, we're just going to ask for the whole amount. Whereas, yeah, whereas you guys have been contributing, and rather than just blindside you, because we don't want to give the impression that your contribution is not enough. Your contribution over the last few years has been greatly appreciated. The idea, and we've done this with everybody, the final numbers you see are not representative of 0.04%. One of them is 0.7%. Some of them are over 0.4. What we're planning on doing is saying, okay, well, we are going to ask for increasing amounts up until we get to 0.4%, and then we're not going to be asking for anything.
But all the
greater than
percentages you're
0.4%.
asking for now in here are not
No,
based on,
They're
they're
not.
just, you really
They're-
think that the strategy, I'm not on McKellar Council, is to ask for the whole thing and to try and incentivize them to start giving to the, I guess you've done it now, but it seems strange that we're going to ask for the whole thing, right?
well, as I have been trying to make clear to every single council that I have gone to, it is a contribution. This is not something that's not like a levy that you have to provide you.
Absolutely. it is, yeah.
This is a request.
Yeah.
Really, we do hope to open up lines of communication. We would love it if you guys would appoint somebody to sit on our board. The idea is that this 0.4, really, we can ask for it, but whether we get it, that is completely up to you. Therefore, do you think it's fair? Do you think we should discuss it? Take a look at it that way. This is an idea we came up with. Most of the councillors that have municipal reps on our board thought it was a great idea. Whitestone doesn't have a municipal rep on our board. As I said, we would love to have one, in which case we can have those further discussions. What is fair?
Well, again, thank you very much for coming. I'm finished with my questions now, so.
Counselor Bray.
Yes, thank you for your presentation, and I've enjoyed your your museum over several years because whenever we have company, we try to make sure we have a trip into town to tour the museum. And the area is lovely too for events and things like that. It truly is beautiful. Are you putting your admissions up? And have you talked about, you're looking at more events and rentals and things like that? Are you adding, the costs of your renovations and things like that? Have you considered also adding on to your, or increasing those fees?
That's what
We
I-
have, we don't plan on it right now. We're always kind of debating because we get contributions from municipalities. How much do we charge? We want to make the museum as accessible as possible. We also want to make it as sustainable as possible. So right now it's $5 for adults, $3 for seniors and children. And if you are a member, all of your guests are $2. We have been in discussions about raising it, but there's a real, I don't want to say, there's just, some people would really like to make the museum free because then it's even more accessible to everybody. And then there's the argument for raising our costs to cover more of our costs. So we're really balancing are we a community center where we try and get as much as the population and try to serve as much as the population for an affordable amount as possible? Or are we trying to come up with a tourist business model where we are self-sustaining? Traditionally, most museums don't have a self-sustaining business model. They do require quite heavily on donations.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Woods, did you have any questions or
I do, Mr. Mayor.
go ahead, please?
Thanks through you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks very much for the presentation. I do have a question. How many other municipalities have you presented this package with?
I've presented to all 7 at this point.
Okay. And is everybody all in at the 0.4%? They're okay with that type of formula? It's just us and
I
the Keller from
wouldn't
what I
say
heard?
that we're not getting pushback. Which is why I say we want to have that conversation to figure out what everybody thinks is fair, because unless everybody is on board with this being an agreeable, it's just an ask. So I would say that the majority of them are, but there's a few municipalities that do not like the calculation.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thanks. I guess, and I'm sorry that that we're spending all of our time talking about the dollars here, but looking at that table, did you calculate what 4% of Whitestone's tax base actually was? It's not $2,000, it's some other number. What is the number?
Again, because I did that calculation about 3-4 months ago based on 2021 financial statements. I will get back to you with that number because I do not remember.
I
it
think
off the top
Councilor
of my
Bray
head.
knows what it
It's
is.
actually in the letter
Yeah,
that is
it's
in our package.
12,675.
Okay, sorry, I was looking at the table and I didn't.
Yeah.
I
Their
didn't
goal
see
is to
it,
go to
but-
12,675.
So, okay, thank you. That's all. Just so you probably already know this, but the way we do these, we have requests like this is that we have we lump the requests of this sort that we get a number of them and consider them as a group when we're doing our budget, and that will come up at our next council meeting that deals strictly with the budget, which will be in March. But so we will take this under advisement and you will get an answer, but not today because
Yeah.
We
Thank you so very much.
we consider all requests like this together when we're doing our budget.
Yeah, and
discussions.
when you are considering, please do, if you do contribute, please consider also appointing a counselor. We would love to have your input at a board level.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very
Really
much.
Appreciate it. Okay, then our next item under presentations and delegations is the Jordan Nordic Outdoor Activity Center. And we have, get my notes here. We do have a representative, and I wrote down your name, which I don't know what I did with.
Mr. Mayor.
Okay, sorry, Greg Mason, right?
Yes. If I may interject just for a
Yeah.
minute, Greg, do you want us to share our screen so you can manage the PowerPoint?
I'm not late, but sure, I've got my presentation up here ready to go.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. You will share the screen so you can manage the PowerPoint. Was that a yes?
Yes, yep.
Okay. Well, we'll do that now. Okay, you should be able to share your screen now, Greg.
Okay, thanks. With us on Zoom is Greg Mason from the Georgian Nordic Outdoor Activity Center, and your presentation, please, Greg.
Yeah, are you able to see Georgian Nordic right now, or? That's not, sorry.
We had it for a minute there.
We did. Is that working then?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. Sorry about that. Good morning, everybody, and thanks so much for taking the time to hear from me. I am the president of the Georgian Nordic Outdoor Activity Center, and I have been for a number of years, but I've also been a volunteer pretty much my entire life. I started out as a skier at the club, and then was a ski coach for many years, and now find myself in this role. Today, the purpose of the conversation today is really to introduce to you what it is that we're doing at the Georgian Nordic Outdoor Activity Center. And as part of that is to make a financial request of council towards our Future Fund campaign.
I'm going to interject just a minute here, Greg. You may be a little bit close to your microphone. We're getting quite an echo here.
Okay.
Give that a try.
How is that?
I think that's a little bit better. We can hear you and it's not quite as echoey. Thank you, Greg.
Yeah, thank you. Rebecca, to the next slide. Are you seeing the next slide now?
Yes.
Okay, good. Sorry. So we see ourselves as a facility and we have rebranded ourselves from what we're primarily known as a cross-country ski facility in the last couple of years to be a facility for all ages and all seasons. And this has been through a change to introduce hiking and mountain biking, but also expand and dog walking in the summer and spring and fall seasons, and then expand on that in even our winter uses beyond cross-country skiing into fat biking and snowshoeing. Registered as a charity back as far as 1984, we were originally a Georgian Lake Ski and Canoe Club. And that meant building 40 kilometers of a trail network on 800 acres in McDougall Township. And we currently see about 20,000 visitors per year and have roughly on average 700 members. That peaked during COVID, and there's been sort of a small decline since the COVID season. As mentioned, we host a number of activities. We've tried to expand on the activities that we offer so that we can be a regional trails asset and an outdoor activity center for the region. And this includes being a host to a number of youth training and competitive events in all seasons. We also have a group of volunteers that continue the paddling tradition, introducing canoeing and kayaking, both recreational, but also competitively in the region. One of our flagship programs really is our Jackrabbit Youth Ski Program. This is for ages 4 to 14. It runs January to March, and we routinely see 80 to 120 youth come out every Saturday to learn how to ski. Building on that, in this past couple of years, what we've done is we've actually gone and sponsored schools to be able to come to the facility during a day. And this year it was 10 different schools have accessed our facility for a whole day of snowshoeing, skiing, broom bowl, and fun outdoor activities. This is an entirely volunteer-based program, and we actually mentor youth into becoming coaches. So our high school racers and our high school skiers will come in on a Saturday and get mentorship and coaching experience that they can use for volunteer hours, but also just to hopefully grow them into adult coaches in the future. We have a really large focus on youth, as I mentioned, with school visits and snowshoe programs, after school ski programs, but also sponsoring a junior ski team. Some of whom just actually returned from Ontario Winter Games in Thunder Bay. Well, I guess Sunday was their last day of their races. We also extend out into community events. We have our traditional Sounder ski tour that brings in folks from all over the southern Ontario and up to North Bay and Sudbury. We routinely see 250 to 300 racers every year at that. Women on skis, adult ski lessons. And we also partner with outdoor groups, other competitive groups like Challenge the Shield that host orienteering races and adventure races using our facility as a base. We are a not-for-profit. We have a board of directors. We have an annual budget of $110,000. This is made up from memberships, day passes, donations, and equipment rentals like ski and snowshoe and fat bike rentals. In the last 15 years, we've managed to, I think, successfully run the organization without any requests of municipalities or other groups. And we've developed a reserve fund for both our equipment to make sure that we're replacing our equipment in a timely fashion, but also ensure that we have funds to support the repair and maintenance of our facilities. And that has topped out recently as $50,000. So we have a focus on prudent financial management. In the last year, we developed a Trails Master Plan and also a Facilities Management Plan, which is what we're here to talk to you about today a little bit. This is a volunteer-based club. We do have paid staff that are there in the wintertime at our facility to rent out equipment, but much of the rest of it is, including gaming, is done primarily by volunteers, and all the coaching is done by volunteers. And we have about 100 volunteers that commit to the club and different activities throughout the year. It's a pretty vibrant center, and it's a lot of fun too. Some of the recent improvements that we've made is during COVID is we actually brought in a digital payment kiosk. This has allowed us to capture revenues mainly in the shorter seasons, but also when the chalet or the Jackhammer Burrow there is closed. It's what we close it 1 day a week. And in the first year of that digital kiosk being there, we were able to actually capture about $8,000 of revenues from daily fees. We also were able to expand on our trail systems, adding some new mountain bike trails. We've been recently expanding on our cross-country ski trails into a property we purchased just to the south of the borough in the last year. And then we upgraded our outdoor washrooms away from outhouses to something that smells a little bit less bad. Currently on a trails focus, what we're looking at trying to do is actually just respond to these weird winters that we've been getting in the last couple of years, plus more rain that we're receiving in the winter months by kind of improving the grade of our trails so that we can groom sooner. When we have a flat trail like the one on the lower left, we can groom that with as little as 10 to 15 centimeters of snow, which, given a winter like we've had this year where we have not had the snow, being able to get folks out and skiing earlier with less snow has become a primary focus. And we're trying to expand that a little bit and get that trail bed kind of feel on a range of different trails so that we have a few more options for grooming. This corresponds with also trying to address drainage issues so that we can better evacuate water from the trail bed. It allows for frost to get in there better, and just in general allows us to maintain the trails better. Again, this is largely a volunteer effort. And what we're looking at is some slightly larger equipment, mini excavators, to enable us to do this a little bit better. As part of this fund, what we're looking at this new campaign, our 40th anniversary future fund, we are looking at $1 million capital campaign. We started out this campaign with a very generous anonymous donation of $150,000. We have applied for 2 grants from the federal and the provincial government for $650,000, and that's leaving us with trying to generate the last $200,000. We are quite hopeful. We've been receiving positive signs about the government grants, and we'll actually hear from them in the next 2 months. What we're looking to do with that is to expand on our roofed facilities with a new picnic pavilion. It can be enclosed in the wintertime with garage doors, but in the summertime, we're able to leave that open as a picnic shelter that people can just go mountain bike or hike and then come back and have a picnic. It will basically be heated through solar thermal inflow heating. It will connect into rooftop solar exchangers on both the roof of this one and the garage, which you'll see next. And then our 30-year-old septic along in this $1 million campaign needs to be upgraded at the same time. Our garage facility there on the left has become woefully undersized. And in order to maintain our equipment and just to kind of reduce the amount of time that we as volunteers have to spend getting equipment ready, we want to basically triple the size of the area under a roof that we can store our equipment under. This is mainly, it's partly security, but I would say it's mostly about just ensuring we can melt snow off our equipment, and that'll in turn sort of extend the lifespan of the equipment. So that's, you can see there a picture of the new garage that's proposed. And then the last bit that we wish to do with this is to expand on the type of equipment that we have available to us, as well as continue our trail work. When we have these freeze thaw activities like we're receiving this week, where we got a whole bunch of snow this weekend, we're going up to 6 degrees, it becomes really, really challenging to grow and maintain our trails with the gravity-based that we have. And so what we're looking to do is get a tractor with a mechanical tiller that can actually break up the snow and reset tracks in pretty much any condition. And that equipment is around $200,000 for the tractor and the tiller device. So all of that contributes up to that $1 million cost that we have. So thanks very much. I have made a request to Whitestone for $2,500 through the donation request form. We have made this request to all municipalities, and as I wanted to say, remind you, is that we have not made requests to municipalities, and I think it's over 15. I think it's over 20 years, and we do not see this as an operational request by any means. We are happy to have any contribution really, but also have that contribution spread out over 3 years. So this campaign and sort of our growth is we're going to be doing starting this year and moving into the next 2 to 3 years. So for your budgeting purposes, it helps to spread that over 3 years. We're happy for that. And beyond that, I just want to thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. Let us know what we're doing, and through that, spread the word as well. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to take that now. Thanks so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Greg. I'll open it up to questions from councillors. Councillor Lamb?
Yeah, thank you, Greg, for coming today. Yeah, this is an ambitious project and good luck with it. I just have 2 questions. One of them is, what grant are you applying for? Is it the Trillium grant or?
It's a rural enhancement fund that Emily Chipsey has. And then the other one is a FedNord tourism fund.
Okay, and we had a little bit hard of hearing in here, so you were saying that within 2 months you should know? Is that what I heard you say?
Yeah, for sure. It's we anticipate hearing back from the provincial government in 2 months, and likely the federal government within a month. Is what they've indicated to us. I mean, regardless, we're committed to this work. If the government grants don't come through, then the pavilion will likely proceed this year. The garage, we will then have to continue our fundraising efforts for that, and then the trail work will continue through donations. So. If the government grants come through, it's a 2 to 3 year process just to secure borders and get all this done. If the government grants don't come through, then it's a longer process, probably more like a 5 to 7 year commitment.
So I guess, and hopefully you'll get it, but if you don't get it, that doesn't negate the rest of the project. The 650, the rest of the money you need regardless, right, of whether you get.
Yeah, it just delays the time frames. I mean, we are pretty much on an annual basis able to put $20,000 to $30,000 into our reserve funds, and it just means that more of that would go in toward being set aside for some of these capital costs. And then there are other grants that we could go after. So there are Ontario Training Foundation capital grants, and there are others that come up from time to time.
So my last question is, again, like the past presenter, how many municipalities have you been to?
We have been to all the municipalities at this point. It was an error on my part. I was supposed to be speaking to you in January. Everybody has received it, and they're going through their budget approvals.
And how many responses have you had?
At this stage, we've heard from Seguin, and they've made a contribution, and the others are still in their budget considerations, as far as I'm aware.
Okay, I didn't understand. Did you say Seguin has given something and the rest are thinking about it? Is that what I heard you say?
Yeah, that's correct.
What does Seguin give?
Seguin provided $2,500.
Okay.
Some of the rationale behind the request is what we've done, because I know the councils are concerned about this. What we've done in terms of looking at the amounts that we ask, or looking at our membership base and trying to evaluate and as best we can around where the different numbers are coming from, and also distance and proximity to the facility. So for Seguin, we actually I think we made a financial request for $3,000, and that's based on the number of residents that we actually have from Seguin accessing the facility is not super high, and primarily that's because of the distance to travel for Seguin as well. They actually have ski trails and hiking trails in Humphrey themselves. For the town of Parry Sound, we had a larger ask, primarily because most of our members, not most, but about 70% of our members come from Parry Sound.
What's the ask from Parry Sound?
$10,000.
10,000, okay. Thank you.
Welcome.
Okay, thanks. Other questions? Councilor Bray or?
Oh, I don't have any questions. Thanks, Greg, for your presentation. I know that my husband and I've used the Georgia Nordic Ski Club long time ago when we were more into cross-country skiing, but now that you have snowshoeing trails, maybe I'll get out for that too. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Councilor Woods, did you have any questions there?
No, I'm okay, Mr. Mayor. Just thanks a lot for the presentation, Greg.
Thank you.
All right, well, I'll simply close with thanks for joining us today, Greg, and we will take your, as I mentioned to the previous presenter, we will take your request under advisement.
Sure. Thanks so much.
Consider our budget.
Have a great day.
All right, thank you. So just to wrap up this section of our agenda, matters arising from presentations. Could I get a mover and seconder, please, that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone thanks the West Parry Sound District Museum for their presentation and receives the presentation for information. Moved by Councilor Bray, seconded by Councilor Lamb. All those in favor, please indicate. Thank you, that's carried. Similar resolution for the second presentation. Mover and seconder that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone thanks Georgian Nordic Outdoor Activity Center for their presentation and receives the presentation for information. Again, Councilor Bray moves. Councilor Lamb seconds. All those in favor?
Councillor Woods, could I ask you to unmute and
I'm in favor, Mr.
I see
Mayor.
your
Say-
hand
say
up,
your name and,
Councilor Woods, so yes, but
okay,
Sorry, I
thank you.
didn't realize
Go
I was
ahead.
on mute
Yeah.
there.
thank you.
These don't have to be recorded votes because of Councilor
No.
Woods being.
That's correct. But the protocol is if you are on Zoom, you indicate your name and indicate your vote.
Okay, thank you.
So I just wanted to remind
Mhm.
Councillor Woods, it may not be comfortable for him to
Yeah, I
talk
know.
right now. but,
I didn't
a whisper will
realize
do.
I was on mute right there, so I apologize. I was answering. I just
Very good. Thank you, Councillor Woods.
Okay, then we have we then have three items, presentation on ice cap and some planning matters which are designated for committee of the whole. So could I get a mover and seconder, please, that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone move into committee of the whole? Councillor Lamb moves. Seconder.
I can second,
I
Mr. Mayor.
see Councillor Woods. Thank you. And it is 10:58 a.m. So once again, all those in favor of going into committee of the whole, please indicate.
Councillor Woods, yes.
Thank you very much. That's carried. So our first item is item 5.1, which is a report from Integrated Community Energy and Climate Action Plans, which is ICECAP for short. And we have with us Benjamin John, and if you'd like to introduce your colleague as well, you can, if you wouldn't mind, go to the podium, and we've got your presentation up already, I see on the screen. So
Mr. Mayor, we actually have the report on the screen. I'm just waiting for the presentation to be sent to me. For some reason, I can't access the server. So if you just give me 1 minute, we have a small technical glitch. And I know that you have an abbreviated PowerPoint that you want to share with everyone. Is that correct?
Correct,
Okay.
yes.
So we'll have
okay,
that.
so do you want to take
Yeah, if
a
we just
short
take,
recess?
just
Okay.
take a short recess. And
Let's
that will
take a
be
short
with us
recess
shortly.
then. Thank you. We'll just while we get that presentation up. Okay, thanks, everybody. We're back, and the presentation that Benjamin's going to give is now on the screen for those of you who are on Zoom, and it is in the package. Go ahead, please. Oh. Okay, it's back.
Wonderful.
Sorry about that. Go ahead, please.
That's all good. Well, good morning, Mayor and members of council. I want to start by thank you for having me here today. Last time I spoke with you was through Zoom, so it's great to see you in person. And hoping you also had a wonderful extended long weekend for Family Day. As you mentioned, Mayor, my name is Benjamin John. I'm the Energy and Climate Programs Manager at the Georgian Bay Biosphere. And joining me as well today is Ethan Schneier, who's recently joined us as our Energy and Projects Coordinator. So Ethan is helping a lot on the ICECAP file. I want to move through these slides really quick because I know that that's quite a comprehensive report that you have in front of you, because I find that having a conversation and answering questions is often the easiest way to kind of go through what's contained within that report. Next slide, please. So again, just as an overview on my purpose for being here today is to discuss that report, which is the Corporate Climate Action Plan, as well as answer any questions that you might have about it. A little bit of background as to where this report is coming from. It's a deliverable as part of the PCP program, which Whitestone joined back in 2022 through way of resolution. And in addition to that, it's also a deliverable to Whitestone as part of your participation in ICECAP, which you joined back in 2021. Next slide, please. Just as a little bit as additional context into the PCP program that I mentioned, that stands for Partners for Climate Protection Program. It's a program that's administered by the Federation of Canadian Municipalities across the country, through which 500 municipalities across Canada have participated or are actively participating in. So it's a tried, tested, and successful process and framework for working through this sort of planning framework. And this framework that you see, there's those 5 milestones on there. It looks at it from 2 different perspectives. One is called corporate, and the other is called community. The corporate side of things, that's looking at municipal operations, and your community side of things is looking at residents, businesses, and all the other aspects that encompass your community. So with respect to this report in particular, it is solely focused on the municipal operations side of things. And if you were to consider adopting it, it would complete milestones 2 and 3 that you see in that framework of that program that you've joined on. Next slide, please. Again, a little bit of context into IceCap as well. Whitestone joined IceCap in 2021, and it's a partnership of municipalities and First Nations within the greater area who have come together to collectively work through the PCP program and other programs, and in doing so, operate through these programs in a more cost-effective way. Next slide, please. And this is just a quick little timeline that I want to share because I've talked about those two, IceCap and PCP independently. But if we see this as a timeline mashed together, we see that in 2021, Whitestone joined IceCap. Then in 2022, you joined the PCP program and completed that first milestone. And then last year in 2023, we've been working with Michelle and Dave on these next milestones in that program that I mentioned. Next slide, please. And, you know, I think it's always important to ask, why is a report like this, why is a plan like this important? And I know that's a big, hitting question. And there's many reasons for that, but I think one that I really want to highlight in particular is that last year, the government of Ontario did a provincial climate impact assessment that looked at all the different regions of Ontario and what the risks were associated with climate on the different areas. And that report found that Northeastern Ontario and Whitestone was grouped within that sub-region category within that report, is the most at-risk location to climate change in Ontario, that sub-region of Northeastern Ontario. And within that report, they're looking at impacts such as, you know, seeing additional infrastructure failures and reduced infrastructure life in the near and long term as well, public health and safety risks, changes to local economies, damage to personal property and insurance implications through things like flooding and other weather-related events and much more as well too. So all of that was grouped into the provincial government's findings in that report. Next slide, please. And that's where these types of reports and plans come into play, because there's really two ways to limit these impacts that the provincial government's report found. One is called mitigation and the other is called adaptation. And we like to actually just call them energy management and risk management because that's the root of what they are. And so that report that you see in front of you is looking at things from that energy management perspective. And again, why does this matter to municipalities? Well, from an energy management perspective, it's energy that produces greenhouse gas emissions, but energy also costs money, right? So through active energy management, not only can you have that, you know, that positive environmental benefit, but there's ways in which you can reduce operating costs through reducing energy expenditures by assessing those different ways and how you're using energy and the types of energy that you're using as well too. Next slide, please. So within the report, that Corporate Climate Action Plan, as I mentioned, it's really focusing on managing energy used by municipal operations. And through those different energy management practices that I'll soon touch on, there's a goal in there to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 10% below 2022 levels by 2034. And if we break that down in a linear process, that ends up being less than 1% a year. But there's no obligation to meet that annual sort of linear progression. There's actions that you may have seen within that report as well. They focus on areas such as buildings and outdoor lighting, fleet, an area that we call municipal leadership. And that just includes actions in the form of education, behaviors, tools, protocols, partnerships, and those sort of things. And of course, there's other actions in there that for consideration that look at capital assets and those types of things as well too. Next slide, please. And this last final slide before I open up to a question period is really, I think, the key piece of this presentation here and the key takeaways that I want to instill within this plan as well. The first is that looking at all of those actions, if you were to consider adopting this plan, all of them don't need to be completed by no means. And we've been very careful to work with Michelle and Dave to create flexibility and how some of those actions can be taken, because there's many different ways actions could be taken. The third is that, I mentioned capital actions as well too. If you do consider capital actions, as I mentioned, all the actions don't need to be taken. But the essence within the plan is that you only would consider them during scheduled replacements in line with your asset management plan. By no means does this report say that you need to start, switching things today, right? You need to, it's, using things to the end of their life, and then considering what are options available once you were going to replace it anyways, from a cost perspective, of course, and from other perspectives too. The other feature is that it's all the other IceCap members are adopting these similar plans too. So by taking similar actions, there's opportunities for, further cost effectiveness through shared purchasing, for example, if that's something that's being considered. There's many different ways in which this cost effective piece can come into play. The sixth is that a report and a plan like this can actually unlock funding opportunities, external funding opportunities to you. There's many funding opportunities through, say, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, in which a report and a plan like this is a prerequisite to being eligible for. Thank you, Ethan. Is a prerequisite to being eligible for some of these external funding opportunities. And finally, the last take-home piece that I want to provide is that, some of these actions, again, as I mentioned, have the ability to reduce annual energy expenditures, and in turn operating costs as well. And that's really the feature that I like to highlight most with all of IceCap, is that, yes, there's this environmental piece, but, through some of these as well, you can really have a strong impact at reducing your energy expenditures. So thank you. I'm happy to take any questions now. And I understand that was a very fast overview on that report as a whole.
Okay, thank you very much, Benjamin. Who wants to start? Any questions? Yep.
No, I'm fine. Am very familiar with this report, and thanks again, Benjamin, for all the work you've done on this and the work that our clerk and our head of public works have done on this to make a report that I see as being certainly doable in the 12 years, certainly something that we can work to achieve. We can it gives us some goals to work towards. Obviously things will happen from year to year, and we may be able to do more one year than another. There may be more grants available one time or another. And the technology that is coming, that is being developed and is available now is so much better in the last year or so as opposed to 10 years ago. So, in 10 years' time, who knows where the technology will be and then how we will be able to work towards this. I want Whitestone to be a municipality that is known for its innovation and its climate adaptability and the ability. And that's by being part of this and having a plan like this, working towards it means that we have something to work towards, and we will be recognized as a municipality that cares for the environment and wishes to make sure that we're working towards reducing our greenhouse gases. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Lamb?
Correct. Yes, yes, each with the exception of McKellar at the moment, and then Shawniga First Nation as well as Moose Deer Point First Nation are members of IceCap as well.
Can't hear Councillor Lamb, Mr. Mayor.
four-year program? Is it a forever program? Should we always be budgeting with 10,000? Because at the end of say, 5, are you going to say to us, well, you need to monitor this every year, and that's us, to give us another chance? That's sort of one question.
I can start with that question. Yeah. The way that the ICECAP budgeting process works is that there's two pieces of the ICECAP budget. There's what we call the membership fee as well as the work plan fee. On the membership fee, it's a smaller portion of, say, that 10,000. It works out to be about 28%, specifically 25 to 28% each year. And the rest is what we call a work plan. And the work plan side of things is, again, it's optional, and that's where we have conversations with each ICECAP member each year as to how much of a deliverable and support they want in working through that PCP program. We have those conversations with our ICECAP staff reps each year. And typically what ends up happening is that there's sort of the initial budget that ICECAP as a whole approves at ICECAP meetings. And then we go back, and then individual ICECAP members and municipalities will say, reduce what that ends up being, to reduce that budget ask. And that's a process that we've done with yourselves in the past to sort of reduce that contribution to ICECAP on the work plan side of things, scale back on deliverables. And because, as you mentioned, right, as you're moving forward, you might be looking towards using, some of those money towards some of those actions in there. And you can still be an ICECAP member without working through the work plan, so to speak, right?
So the 10,000, what's the 10,000, 2 years from now? Or does it have time?
Well, again, that's a question. We can continuously providing support and, monitoring and those types of things, where again, each year the ICECAP budget gets reviewed, gets prepared. The budget ask might be less compared to the year before. It's very dependent on where everyone is at in those individual milestones. That's what's before you at the moment. That report is the plan and it contains a target, but if you wish to adopt that today would be milestone, or in the future would be milestone 2 and 3.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Lamb, Deputy Mayor Lamb, that was actually in the presentation. There was a link that you could, or not the presentation. Was it the presentation or was it the, anyways, it's on our website and it's a full plan. This is just the presentation that you have in front of you.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, in the
Yeah.
agenda, there was a link
Oh, yes, that's
which
right.
would take you to our website, and that's the full report, which is probably about 80 pages.
Yeah, the one we worked, I think.
The one
it's
we
about
worked
50
on, and
now.
I'd also like to give Councillor Bray credit as well, because she
Yes.
was very helpful with that report. So there's a link in the agenda to that, in today's agenda to that report. And what you're seeing before you now with, as part of the actual agenda, is just the presentation that you're hearing right now. So we'll make sure, if you'd like a hard copy of that, we can get that for you.
In the plan, there is an executive summary. Yes. Yep.
So this coming year, we're looking at implementation of the local plan. Is that what it is?
That would be the next step. Yes.
But if we're gonna buy into, you know, I believe in climate change and all those things, don't get me wrong. But if we're gonna buy into this, something this significant, I think we need to put on the agenda. Even they're not, saying yes.
Yeah.
Not a request. Don't necessarily be pages, just put synopsis, put the highlight. So the council can officially buy in, right?
Counselor Lamb, I'm getting a message from Counselor Woods that he cannot hear you. I don't know
Oh, sure.
if your microphone's dropped off or what's happened there, but. Okay, sorry, that would explain why. All right, so if, but anyway, Counselor Bray was gonna, I think wanted to say something.
Yeah, I was just going to say that, yes, I think a discussion on the plan would be fine, would be great. That where we are right now is the plan has, we've developed a plan. And the next milestone, if it was passed, would be then to work towards implementing over the next 12 years, the plan.
Yeah. Can you hear me now, Counselor Woods? I guess so. No, I must be back on.
And hear you loud and clear now.
Thanks.
Okay. So there's, yeah, okay, well, so I would just put the request that at some point it come back to council for approval, I guess. I would think council should approve the targets, et cetera. So thank you. And thank you, Benjamin, for coming and
Counselor Woods, did you have any questions or comments?
No, I don't have any questions, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to thank Benjamin and Councillor Bray and staff for putting the reports together and working on this plan.
Okay, thank you. I guess I would like to just raise a thought or a concern that I've had for a while about my jumping off point is the comment that Councillor Bray made at the outset, which was that it seems to me that we have an opportunity here in Whitestone to, to set an example, but that's not. I mean, I don't think that's the motivation, but I believe that there are some some things that we could do that would have a significant impact, both as a municipality, I'm talking about now, with our own facilities, in terms of energy costs and, of course, greenhouse emissions that are related. And this is going to end up being a question to you, Benjamin, but we're presumably what we need to do is we need to sort of take we need to look at the opportunities that we have to reduce energy consumption and greenhouse gas emissions and try to put them into our asset management plan. Because and we probably can't just turn around and say, well, let's undertake a big project, to do things. But I'll give you an example of what I think is a big project, by the way. We basically have in this municipality 3 sources of energy: of electricity, propane, and wood. And propane and wood are greenhouse gas emitters. In fact, wood is, I'm somebody who burns quite a bit of wood, but wood ends up being down in down, you could lump it down with coal probably in terms of impact on the environment. It is, it's not very efficient and there's a lot of smoke. As much as we love to have fires, right? To sit in front of a fire. Anyway, we don't have any natural gas. We don't have any other options. But we are sitting right beside a lake, and we could we could, and we have all these buildings here that are down and close together. We could have a central heating and cooling plant that is essentially based on ground loop or water loop heat pumps. And that would save us a lot. And so what do we do? Every time we have, we have propane furnaces. Everything around here is heated with propane. Everything in this complex is heated with propane furnaces. Every time something happens to the propane furnace, what do? We go out and get another propane furnace or replace it with that. We just expanded our library and our nursing station across the way here. What did we do? We added propane furnaces to them.
Great question.
And so yeah, I know I am actually coming to the question, but here's the question. Well, first question, I suppose I'll answer it, is why did we do that? Well, we did it because the reality is there is virtually no expertise in the area on how to do these things. And I'm wondering if you're encountering that in the rest of West Parry Sound. I mean, the contractors, you can find contractors who will install, regular kind of gas furnaces, right? But and maybe electric furnaces, except electricity is not a good bargain, right? Price wise for the cost of the energy. But you can't find people who do ground source heat pumps, water source heat pumps. They don't, the engineers don't understand it. The contractors don't understand it. And if you ask them to do it, then the price tag goes through the roof because they're nervous. They don't know what they're doing. That's my assessment. And I am an engineer. So anyway, by the way, our neighbor to the south, their community center complex is in fact a water source heat pump. And I don't know who they got to do it. I wasn't able to find out any technical information about it. They've had it for a while. So it's possible, but we're not taking advantage of these things. So my question to you is, how do we get this? How do we move the bar? And how do we get something into a plan going forward so that we could look at when the appropriate time would be to do this? And I'm suggesting that it probably would, ideally, you would not do it piecemeal. You would not do a separate little system in every, we we did that with our water systems, I got one for this building, one for that building over there, one for the nursing station, and one for the library. We're going to do water treatment, we should do it once, right? If we're going to do heating and cooling, we should do it once if the things are close together, right? You get the equipment all in one place and you get some economies of scale. So do you have any advice about how we might tackle this? And do you have any advice about, is anybody else in West Parry Sound that you're dealing with part of this program doing anything like this or looking at anything like this?
Yeah, a lot to unpack with that question.
Sorry.
I'll start with the asset management piece. You 100% hit the nail on the head. That's exactly what the report suggests, is to basically have this embedded within your asset management plan, right? When does the time come to, and I'll say too, just to look into these types of things, because from an operation perspective, from a cost perspective, some of those options might not make sense, right? And that's why some of those actions have flexibility, because you don't necessarily need to do everything or should do everything, right? So with respect to the language and looking at the asset management plan, when the time comes to replace some of these things anyways, that's sort of that opportunity to assess the different options that are available from a cost perspective, from that emissions perspective, and also see if we can find contractors that do those types of things, right? And that's where the power of IceCap comes in. You mentioned the neighbors to the south having the Lake Loop system in theirs. That's where the essence of IceCap is, to share knowledge across municipalities. If one municipality has done one thing. The idea is that, you know, they can share that information, where to go, tips and tricks to help reduce the costs for their neighboring municipalities as well, right? So I don't have I can't say to you 2031 is the time to do it, but I would say it's, you know, once that time in the asset management plan comes is the time to make that assessment from that perspective. And I don't know if that fully answers all your questions. But is there any other part of that I
Well,
haven't touched on?
I just wondered if any of the other municipalities are
Mm.
looking seriously at doing any, you know, any big projects like of that sort, and if they're, are they having the problem that I described, which is that the technical resources to do it don't seem to be handy, let's say.
For sure.
you know.
Yeah. I mean, Carling has been looking into some similar types of things from what I know of. And they've encountered some issues too, finding some technical resources too, more so on the solar side of things. I know Seguin, they're looking into very similar types of, you know, considering a lake loop being renewable energy. They've looked at similar types of things as well too. So these are all related kind of conversations that other municipalities are having. And if you are looking for technical information, I mean, that's, as an ICECAP member, that's something that you're welcome to, you know, task us with. We're happy to help and, you know, shake the tree and find what we can for you in terms of those organizations that do that type of work. That's the value that we want to provide to all ICECAP members as part of your participation.
Okay, well, thank you. Just one final thing. You did mention on I think your last slide or one of the slides that there are opportunities for funding.
Mhm.
And I'm aware of the opportunities for funding for residential heat pumps, for example. But I have not seen anything with respect to institutional or commercial or that kind of thing. Do you know of, I mean, are there opportunities? Like, you would think that if a municipality wanted to do something like this, we should be able to get funding, probably from the federal government, not from the province, but I mean, do you know, is there anything like that available that we could tap into to perhaps escalate some of these things, or
Fully agree. And
mitigate the financial, impact of them, which I'm suggesting is not inconsequential.
absolutely, yes. There are funding opportunities that look at commercial, institutional, and there are some actually that specifically are focused for municipalities. The Federation of Canadian Municipalities, as I mentioned, they actually just launched their brand new funding streams 3 weeks ago, and included in there is specific funding for municipalities with respect to their buildings and facilities. They've got funding in there with respect to fleet, things within there related to solid waste, as well water management. So a number of you know, the common servicing areas that a municipality operates in. So there is dedicated funding streams for those areas through the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. I can dig some other ones up, but there are some that I've seen at the federal level as well too. So they do exist. And as I mentioned, having a report like this on the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, anyways, for them, typically a report like this is a prerequisite to access that funding that they offer.
Okay, great. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate you coming today, and
Yeah, thank you for having me. Really appreciate your time. Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Right.
Yeah.
Want to stay for the next 4 or 5 hours or no?
Well, I mean, you got enough coffee. I might.
Okay. So, we could now move on to, we have 3 planning matters today. And the first one is a consent application by Julie Strong. There is a memorandum from the Parry Sound Area Planning Board this is a water access application for a consent on Washkesh. We have a report from the planning board, and we have with us Patrick Christie. Welcome, Patrick. Good to see you. Do you want to say anything by way of introduction of this report?
I just wanted to say that B39/2023 is an application by Julie Strong, as you mentioned, to create one water access lot on Wawashkesh. The existing lot has parking at Bennett's, and the proposed new lot would need the same type of mainland parking for access. There is no fish habitat in front of the proposed severed lot. Most of the lot is above the 229.57 elevation, and the severed and retained lots meet the zoning bylaw requirements for frontage and area. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Patrick. Questions from councilors? Councilor Lamb.
Yeah, thank you, Patrick. In looking over this, I really don't have a big problem with it. Couple of things. Councilor Nash, I think if he were here, would be saying, why isn't there an environmental study on consents like this? And that's been his theme over the last year or so since he's been on council. I've always taken the lead of, is there, fish habitat that along the shore that's in trouble or in jeopardy, as opposed to everyone needing a environmental study. In your example, or in your estimation, Patrick, why wouldn't we require an environmental study on something like this? When Mr. Keene, for instance, came forward to create, I don't know what it was, 8 lots or whatever. I guess he was a subdivision, wasn't he? So maybe that was a little different, but sometimes we ask it, sometimes we don't. And so what guidance can you give us? Or do we need to go to our own planner and get some guidance there? Not necessarily on this application, but in future. Anyway.
Through you,
That's
Mayor
that.
Carney, to Councillor Lamb. I looked at it the same as you had said, where without fish habitat to trigger the need for an assessment for the placement of a dock, and without any natural heritage features in the official plan mapping, I didn't see a need to ask the applicant to have an environmental impact assessment done. But if council were to wish to have some policy in place where I need to ask an applicant to have an assessment done, we could certainly look at that by way of resolution from council.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting that. I'm suggesting that we at one point need to discuss that. Quite frankly, I don't know where I would stand on it. I just don't want every time we get a planning file to get the question, why don't we have an environmental study, right? And so we need to put that to rest, I guess. It's only a comment, and it's certainly not going to affect this file today or anything like that. I just think for the future. My second question is, when it comes to the septic, you said the whole lot is above the 229.57. It seems to me on Wawashkesh, we use all kinds of numbers. I've heard the number 224. I've heard the number 227. I've heard 229. I mean, what do we use in terms of a septic condition, for instance? Or is that any of our business, I guess, from a planning standpoint?
The official plan mentions 229.57. And in my report, there's an Ontario-based map that shows 230 is about 30 meters from the shoreline. So in this case, there it looks to be significant area above 229.57. And as far as septic goes, that is something that the North Bay Manawak Conservation Authority will need to confirm for us that there is in fact a septic location for the proposed new lot. And I believe that given the amount of area above that elevation, that there shouldn't be a problem in this case.
And so when we come out of and look at the motion, I haven't looked at it this morning, but does it say that they will get, as a condition, that they'll get mainland parking? Because I think it's got to be in the motion. It is in, okay, our CIO
Yeah.
clerk.
The
says
answer
it
is
in-
yes, it
Yeah,
it does,
okay, good.
Councillor.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have on this.
I'm sorry, I do want to answer Councillor Lamb's questions here because this is there is a very clear distinction between this application and other applications where we have required some sort of an environmental study. Councillor Lamb used the Keene subdivision as an example, where it was required. That subdivision backs onto an environmentally protected area, designated EP area called McCormick's, referred to as McCormick's Pond. And that, and a good part of that kind of peninsula that leads out to where the bulk of the subdivision was, and which was originally proposed to be subdivided, was in fact underwater a good chunk of the year. So these are situations that would trigger, as would fish habitat, if there were, and I'm sure there is some fish habitat perhaps in McCormick's Pond. Those would trigger an environmental study. But in this particular case, of this severance, or application for severance, there is no designated fish habitat. There's no areas adjacent to it that are designated EP, and there is elevation. So that's why we would not require, and I would not support requiring, because I think it's an unnecessary expense that doesn't give us any, would at the end of the day would not give us any reason to deny this or to oppose the severance. And the second question is that
Can I respond to that one?
Yeah.
Yeah, and not to be argumentative, but I don't know. There's more than fish that are on, endangered species. There's, snakes and frogs and all kinds of stuff, right? And historically, we haven't really, asked people to do an environmental study. So again, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying we need one. I'm saying I would like an opinion at some point, maybe from our planner that we just employed, as to, what other people do. Because certainly as I am at the planning board, I see people like Carling, for instance, that, my God, when they have a motion, they have a 3-page motion with 25 conditions, including environmental things and that sort of thing. So I just want to make sure that we don't, go through this kind of discussion every time we have a planning file. That's all I'm saying. And so again, I would ask that at some point we have a discussion on that, just on that point. And again, I see Keene as being a big subdivision and maybe different rules and whatever. I understand the difference between Keene and one lot, but who's to say, there's not some other at-risk species on this property? I don't know. Anyway, so sorry, you had a second point.
Well, yeah, okay, and I understand the point that you're making. The second point, just for clarification again, the requirement that the building have no openings and the septic tank have no openings below the theoretical flood elevation, which happens to be on Wawashkesh 229.57 meters above sea level. That is a requirement in the Ontario Building Code. Neither the municipality of Whitestone, nor the Parry Sound Area Planning Board, nor the Northway Mattawa Conservation Authority has the jurisdiction or the authority to vary that. That is a number that was established by the Ministry of Natural Resources. And they have been consulted about this, and the response that they gave to your former boss, Patrick, the response that they gave to him was, well, if you pressed us on it, we would probably come up with a higher number, given the climate uncertainties. So that number is for Wawashkesh. It's not the same for Whitestone Lake or other lakes that don't have the same fluctuation. It's a flood elevation, but it's established by the MNR. They have the authority to do it, and all of the rest of us are bound by it. So our building official cannot allow somebody to build a building with openings below it, and North Bay Mattawa cannot in fact allow somebody to install a septic tank with openings below it. Whether they may have done so in the past, but they did so if they did, they did so unlawfully. So that's why this number appears here, and I believe that we're obligated to enforce it. Thank you, Councillor Bray.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. Patrick, I have just two questions. No, I think just one question, but anyways, I hope it's just one. I'm looking at one of the surveyors and diagram, and the proposed retained lot is the one that doesn't have the cottage on it. And the other proposed severed lot has the cottage on it. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes. Generally, if you want to sever the smaller lot because it is the severed lot that needs to be surveyed. So in a lot of cases, you call the smaller of the lots severed because that is the lot that needs to be surveyed and appear on the plan. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I always thought that, and this is me not understanding planning and what the whole process. I always thought that the severed or the retained lot is the one that the owner wanted to keep, and the other one was one they were probably going to sell. But that may not be the case.
Logically, through the terminology, it makes sense, but I suppose in reality, it doesn't really matter. I can say that generally the severed lot gets the consent stamp, but it really doesn't matter which is severed.
So I guess I have another question is that, so the proposed retained lot probably didn't have a dock on it or anything like that, but there is lots of area for a dock as well. It's obviously large enough for a building and it's high enough for a septic. Is that correct?
Are you muted, Patrick?
I don't believe so. Yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Councillor.
Yeah, just in response to the second question that you had in the 229. Yeah, I'm not disputing what the provincial government says. I don't know what they say. I take it what you say is true. but maybe I'm crazy, but I thought we approved Keene below 229 something. I don't think it was 229. I think it was 227 or Councilor Bray's shaking
Le-
her head.
Le-
Like that makes no sense to me. If it had to be 229, why did we have all the arguments about 224 and 227 and ultimately came up with the number 227, which I don't know if it's true, goes against what you're saying.
What we did was unlawful.
It was
I'm
unlawful.
sorry to say, and I pointed that out in the meeting, as did the other engineer who was present on the call, right?
Well,
It's not, we
okay.
do not have the authority to override the Building Code Act. It's not,
Okay, so,
not when we in this case is the planning board, because all we're doing is making a recommendation, but it's.
okay, but again, if we're going to get into these kinds of discussions, then we should get an opinion on it or something, right? I mean, from our planner, right? Like, does that legislation exist? Does that mean what we did with Keene is all, might as well throw it up in the air and say it's no good? If we broke the law, like, I mean, come on, like, if you're right, then we shouldn't be sitting here, not on this application, but we shouldn't have passed the Keene one, right? And anyway, that's all I have.
Yeah, I would simply point out that it is still, and again, this is part and parcel of the of the sort of piecemeal planning process that we have, where we have different agencies involved, different jurisdictions involved in different things. But North Bay Manawa issues septic permits, and they could perhaps, if a system were engineered in a particular way, they could provide some sort of a variance. They might still approve because they're the approval authority for septics. So we don't do that. Planning board doesn't do that. They do it.
No, I realize
And
that.
as long as they continue to do it, then they're the ones who are liable for, I guess, for any errors that they might make. But I'm not defending it as a planning process, but strictly speaking, we are not on the hook for something like that, and we're not anyway, if you go back and listen to the recording of that meeting, you will have heard me say these same things at that time.
But all I'm saying is we should verify it. Like, we should verify that fact.
Well, I guess we could get a legal opinion on it. And they
Well,
cost
wouldn't our-
money, but
Wouldn't
whatever.
our
yeah.
planner know that? Wouldn't our planner, our new planner would know that? I would think.
Well,
They don't know what
Our-
elevation, I would think they
Anyway.
would, but anyway.
okay, so.
Again, I'm not doubting you. I just,
Mhm.
if, anyway, okay. It doesn't affect this
Yeah.
file, so.
So Councillor Woods wants to get in here. I see his hand.
Thanks,
Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor. Through you, for just getting back to the comment about Keene. I thought 227, but that was the bed, the leaching bed, not the openings to the tanks. That's what I remember. Maybe I'm wrong. And that's only because they said it might flood for a week or 2 weeks in the beginning of the spring, but then it was above the rest of the time. But getting back to this application, shouldn't we be stating something about the elevation then for the septic in our motion? Just throwing that out there. I mean, if that's the number we know, 229.57, that's the rock solid number now. Are we gonna make it practice that we put it in the motions for every waterfront lot that they're gonna do on Wawashkesh? That way there's no discrepancies. Would that be an idea?
Well,
I'll answer it.
I guess the only concern I have is that we do not Well,
I get it, we don't
I
have the
suppose we,
authority, but
I mean,
if
we could
put it
always
down-
turn around and impose some sort of a higher number, I guess, anyway, that's a question for, maybe it's a question for, whether we're going to do it all the time or not. I don't have an objection to that, but maybe we should get some advice and see
Okay,
whether they
yeah,
think
just-
it's appropriate to put it in, or we need to put it in every motion. I consider it to be basically as I said earlier, it's really a function of what the building code says.
Okay, and
So if it's- oh,
just one more quick one. When I flipped through the paperwork that we have, the yellow sheets in the motion, there's reference to the driveway entrance for this one,
There's reference to what?
a driveway entrance in our motions.
Yeah, on our motion number 4.
Number 4, and I was
says
just
that the
like, this is
location of
water
the
access.
driveway
Why
entrance
would we be
approved
talking
by the
about a driveway?
Municipality's public work manager.
That's a mistake,
But
I'm
that's,
assuming.
isn't that the next one?
no,
No,
No?
No,
no,
no.
that's the one for,
Strong.
Sorry.
that we're looking at right now.
Let me see.
number 4.
I just noticed that too.
So this is 5.2.1.
Number 4.
This is- Right through you, Mayor Comey. My suggestion is when we get to the resolution, just
Right.
strike it and number 5 becomes number 4. That way you don't need amendment. You'll read the resolution without that item.
Okay, I just,
There
I saw
there
that
is
and
no
thought I'd bring it up.
driveway to this property
Oh.
from my knowledge. Would you agree with that, Patrick?
I would, yes.
I figured,
Okay.
okay, thanks, Mr. Mayor, that's all I have.
All right. All right, is there anything else further on this one, or can we move on to the next one? All right, I think we're gonna move on to the next one. The next one is 5.2.2. Sorry, I'm just flipping the pages till we get here. It is an application by Susan Jennings and Tyler Johnson. Another consent. And this was a parcel of land fronting on Walsam Road. Patrick.
Thank you. Yes, this is B 41, 2023, as you mentioned by Susan Jennings and Tyler Johnson, to divide the most of a 100-acre parcel on Balsam Road, on the west side of Balsam Road, or east side, in half. It is a farmland parcel, and the severed and retained much exceeds the requirements of the zoning bylaw. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments on this particular one? Councillor Lamb.
Yeah, Patrick, in the end, it's going to remain rural? Is there a rezone, do you have to rezone to make it rural residential?
Through you, Mayor Comrie, to Councillor Lamb, no, there's not a rezone required. It's a rural parcel.
So could they build a home on it?
Yes,
Yes.
Oh, you can, okay. I thought it had to be designated rural residential on a new lot, but okay. That's the only question I have. Thank you.
Any other questions on this one? Councillor Bray.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Patrick, I just have a question about on the surveyor's report. Again, there's a section on the retained lands that is got dotted lines around it, Plan Part 1. Is that a separate, I don't know what you would say, parcel within that retained lands?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I see it there on the survey. I do not see it anywhere else. So I'm not sure. Perhaps I see Susan Jennings in the audience. Perhaps she knows the answer to that question.
Yes, I know the answer. It's a former lot that the previous owner had subdivided off for his brother to build a home, and the home was later removed. So it's just been back assumed into the whole acreage. But it remains, because it was surveyed, it remains with a PIN number. As far as I understand. but
Okay,
it's-
thank you for that. Any other questions?
That door open.
They should be able to get in.
There's a
No?
ghost in here or something. I just saw the door open.
All right, so if there's nothing further about this one, Councillor Woods, you didn't have anything?
No, Mr. Mayor, I'm okay on this one.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to 5.2.3, which is an application by the Boer Boys, and this one I think we have seen
Yep.
before. Am I correct?
Yep.
Patrick, do you want to go ahead and?
Yeah, this is BO2 2024, an application by Roger and Doris Warboys to create one new rural lot on Shaker Road. And as I think you alluded to, Mr. Warboys has an extensive consent history on this property. And this will be, I believe, the last available lot to be created. The severed and retained lands meet the zoning bylaw, and I'll just note that there's no longer a 1 foot reserve along Shaker Road that would need to be removed. I think it was removed in his previous consent. Thank you.
And this one, if I'm not mistaken, does in fact have a driveway, right? So am I right in saying that? When we get to the 5.2 point.
Mr. Mayor, I believe the Warboys cottage is existing on the property. Okay. Yes, it'd be there's an existing driveway to a cottage on the retained lands.
It says the new lot will need to have driveway location approved by the road superintendent in our briefing note.
Yes, so the severed lot does not have a driveway to my knowledge, and the retained lot has a driveway to the Warboys cottage.
So we should not, I'm asking looking at our CAO here, should that not be,
Part of it.
should that provision about the driveway not be moved from the previous one to this one when we come out?
For you, Mayor Conley, yes, I suspect that is where it was intended. So
Yeah.
you're correct. What was item 4 in 4.2.1 strong should be item 4 in 4.2.3. We can you can read the resolution as such, and
All right.
that will solve that issue.
Okay, well, we'll clean that up when we get to it. Thank you. Are there any other questions about this particular one? Okay, if not, I guess we can now reconvene to a regular meeting, if I could get a mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Bray, seconded by Councillor Woods. That the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone reconvene into the regular meeting at, looks like 12:08 PM. 8 PM. All those in favor, please raise your hand.
Councillor Woods, yes.
Thank you, Councillor Woods. That's carried. Right, so, whoops, let's put that in the wrong place. So let's see if we can wrap up this section. Matters, or before we break for some lunch here, the matters arising from committee of the whole. The first item, of course, was the ice cap presentation. I'll read the suggested motion. Whereas the 2023 Corporate Climate Action Plan report prepared by Georgian Bay Biosphere was presented to the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone on February 20th, 2024. And whereas the Corporate Climate Action Plan recommends corporate greenhouse gas emissions reduction targets for the Municipality of Whitestone. Now therefore be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receives for information the 2023 Corporate Climate Action Plan report prepared by Georgian Bay Biosphere, and that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone adopts the 2023 Corporate Climate Action Plan, and that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone adopts the corporate greenhouse gas emissions reduction target of 10% below 2022 levels by 2034. Is there a mover and seconder for that? Okay, Councillor Bray
move.
moves. Is there a seconder? All right, well, I'll second it for discussion. Discussion, please. Councillor Lamb.
Again, I'm not against this, but again, I think what we need to do is, see the targets, have them come, have a discussion on them, know a little bit more about them before we just sort of pass this. I haven't looked at them, and it's my error, I guess, and not looking at the 80-page report. But I think we should defer this until we can certainly receive their presentation and that sort of thing, but it's when it gets to and approves and all that kind of stuff that I won't be voting for that. So, thank you.
Okay, well, we'll get some more comment, and then I'll see what if we want to amend the motion. Go ahead.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. I understand Deputy Mayor Lamb's concerns, and certainly can see that we could maybe split the motion and reserve the last two for another time. I do wish that, though, that we would try all to make sure that we read the reports ahead of time, because it does mean that it delays process. The report was in the package, it was available. And all of those things could have been, people could, certainly councillors can ask questions. I would have been very happy to answer any questions and concerns. I also just want to relay that this is an action plan that, it has some targets in it, but they're not firm and specific. It's more for us to work towards. And I think that everyone needs to keep in mind that it's not like it's fast and firm that we have to reduce 10% by 2034. It's what we want to work towards. It's what we want to try and achieve. And so I think, again, this is just the corporate side. We haven't even got to talking about the, how we can work with the community to be able to participate somehow in this kind of a plan as well. So I think that, us moving forward, it really, I'd hate to see us wait too long to get going on things, or at least to be able to have the discussions around our asset management plan, and 10 years down the road, exactly how we can incorporate some of the items in the plan. Thanks.
Other comments? Councillor Woods?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I was having a bit of an issue getting off of mute there. I understand what Councillor Lamb was saying right there. And as I look through the package, I know there's supposed to be a link, and maybe I've missed it. And I'm gonna, I'm gonna play devil's advocate here, but if there's an 80-page report, shouldn't that have been included in at least the counselor's agenda packages? In our paper copies? That way there's nobody missed it, like Counselor Lamb says he'd missed the link. I can't see it here. I mean, maybe it's in our digital package. And I could have clicked on it, but we don't have it here. Right?
Okay, the clerk is going to respond.
Where is it? What
Yeah,
page?
through you, Mayor Comrie. The link is highlighted in blue under
What page?
item 5, so it would be page 2 of the agenda.
The link is on page 2 of the agenda?
Right, so under committee, the whole integrated community energy or the ice cap item. Right, the last piece of the item is the link.
Okay,
So we've been following the strategic plan, action plans, which have indicated a need to reduce paper and printing. So if there's ever a link to a report, and you are seeing more and more now because we're getting larger reports and very colorful reports that it's create a lot of paper. If a member of council receives their agenda, and we'll remind council of this when we send the agenda electronically. If you receive your agenda, there's a link to a report and you actually want to copy that, hard copy that report, absolutely no problem. Not all of our members of council do. Some have indicated that they don't want copies of these reports. They just want to view them electronically. But for those who do, please let us know and we'll make sure that there's a hard copy of that report in your agenda package. So hopefully that helps. But if I may, Mr. Mayor, for those that haven't had a chance to read the report or look at it closely, I'm quite agreeable to doing an additional report to council that just focuses on the action plans. And so you can see where there's been recommendations of things we can do either now. Some things are low cost, no cost. Some things will take, 5 to 10 years to accomplish. And as Benjamin John said, at the end of life of certain parts of your assets. So we can go through those action plans with you, and that would be our manager of Public Works, Dave Creaser, myself, and with Assistant Councillor Bray, who also participated in the building of this report. So we're happy to do that for a next. I think the next council meeting we could probably fit that in. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, one quick
Go
one there.
ahead, Councillor Woods.
I apologize for that. I didn't realize that it was in the first cover sheets there of our agenda package and that it was a link. I was looking for it where the presentation was. So I missed that. I apologize.
Okay, thanks. Well, I think I see the situation. I guess in my own mind, I did glance quickly through the report. I'd have to say, I didn't, I didn't think that probably we were going to discuss what I'd call the nitty gritty of it, and I really feel that we should discuss the nitty gritty of it. I didn't think we were going to do that today. So what I see as this motion is simply kind of, setting the aspirational goals that are contained in the report. And I don't have a problem doing that. I suppose we could defer that to another meeting, and at the other meeting, then we could get into perhaps a little bit more detail about, some specific things that some other specific targets that we or ideas that we might want to try to try to figure out when we would like to see them addressed and that kind of thing. So I guess I'm okay either way. If, however, what we want to do to move on for today is to get, it sounds like Councillor Lamb, you're suggesting that we would remove the last two that's in the motion, which
Yeah.
are the ones that have the word adopts the
yeah,
corporate goals, if you would like to move that, we can test that and then we'll remove them from the motion if that's.
Yeah, I would.
So
take
this is
out-
an amendment to.
So
to the
you're
motion.
making an
yeah.
amendment to the motion that has.
Yeah,
been
it's
moved
just
and
that
seconded.
we would take out that the council of the municipality of Whitestone adopts the 2023 corporate climate action plan and that the council of the municipality of Whitestone adopts the corporate GHG emission reduction target of 10% below 2022 levels by 2034. So I would take those two out. And again, I don't know that we need this in the motion, but I agree with the CAO clerk that it come back with a report and we look at it and get into some of the nitty gritty at least, and then we can finalize that. So that's what I would propose.
Okay, thank you. I'm just trying to capture this, that adopt.
And again, I did not see the link. I tend to very quickly go over the agenda, then get into the other 200 pages or something, right? And when I was reading the report from IceCap, I made the question. Obviously, I didn't see the first, or I wouldn't have had the question I asked, right?
Uh,
And
thank
I
you.
personally like paper. I mean, I would like to see that 80 pages versus I'm a more of a visual person in paper than I am necessarily on the computer.
Thank you. As the mayor is writing that amendment, when we send the agenda, we'll make a point of listing any of the, if there's a link, so then you know when you receive the agenda electronically,
Right,
you also know that there's links,
good.
one or two, or
And then you
I
can
don't
say
think-
if you want a hard copy, let us know.
that's correct.
Okay,
If
that's
if
a
it's
good-
interest to you, then you can absolutely have a hard copy.
That's a
and,
great idea.
That way we'll bring
Yep.
it to your attention.
So here's what Councillor Lamb has moved, I think, that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone remove the last two parts of the motion that adopt the corporate climate action plan and the corporate greenhouse gas emissions reduction targets. And this is 5.1. Is there a seconder for that motion? To remove those?
I'll second, Mr. Mayor, Councillor
It's
Woods.
seconded by Councillor Woods. Any further discussion? Okay, can we call the question on the amendment then? Those in favor of the amendment?
Yes,
Sounds
Councillor
like
Woods.
it's carried. All right, thank you. That's carried. So now I will put the motion as amended, which has the last two items. I'll just make a note here, removed by amendment. So the operational part of the motion says, now therefore be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receives for information the 2023 Corporate Climate Action Plan Report prepared by Georgian Bay Biosphere. Period. That was moved then by Councillor Bray, seconded by yours truly. Call that question, please. All those in favor, please indicate.
Councillor Woods in favor, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And that will come back then in March for further discussion. Okay, so now we have our planning matters. And I have, oh yeah, sorry, 5.2.1. I'll read the suggested motion. Whereas Patrick Christie, CPT, has prepared a report for the Parry Sound Area Planning Board regarding consent application B39/2023 Whitestone. The applicant is Julie Strong and provided a copy to the municipality of Whitestone. Now therefore be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receives this report for information and that the council of the municipality of Whitestone recommends this consent application for approval in principle, subject to the following conditions. Condition number 1, that payment of a parkland dedication fee be made in accordance with the current municipal fees and charges bylaw. And 2, that the newly created lots receive 911 addressing from the municipality. 3, that the new water access lot must include a dedicated mainland access and parking area registered with the lot. Number 4 is going to be omitted because that's the one that refers to the driveway, so we won't put that. So number 4 will be that all applicable planning fees be paid to the municipality of Whitestone. So there's 4 conditions. Could I get a mover and seconder for this, please? Moved by Councillor Lamb.
I'll
Seconded
second, Mr.
by
Mayor.
Councillor Bray. Any discussion? Councillor Lamb.
I just, being a little nitpicky here, number 2, that the newly created lots receive 911 addressing from the municipality. Wouldn't it be the newly created lot?
Oh, so you want to take the S off lot?
I don't think there is.
Yeah, there's
it's
only one newly,
isn't there?
there is only one newly created lot. You
Yeah.
are correct.
Okay,
We'll just amend that.
yeah,
That's the
that's
typo.
friendly amendment.
Yes, well,
Whatever that is.
all right. Anything else? Okay, can I call the question on this one, please? Sorry, what did I? Oh, not too many papers in front here. All right, so I just put the mover and seconder on the wrong piece of paper, but that's okay. We can fix that. It's moved by Councillor Lamb, seconded by Councillor Bray. All those in favor? Or do we
Councillor.
take a recorded
Recorded
vote
vote
on?
on
We take a
planning.
recorded vote on
Planning matters.
planning matters. I'm sorry.
We do.
I'll ask the clerk to go ahead and read the roll.
Yes, thank you for reminding me. One moment, I'm just going to,
I think I started it first.
Councillor Woods,
Yes.
Councillor Bray,
Yes.
Councillor Lamb,
Yes,
Mayor Comrie.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion carries.
All right, thank you very much. That's carried. So. All right, so we've got that one. That brings us to 5.2.2. So again, I'll read the suggested motion. Whereas Patrick Christie CPT has prepared a report for the Prairie Sound Area Planning Board regarding consent application B41/2023 Whitestone. The applicants are Susan Jennings and Tyler Johnson, and provided a copy to the municipality of Whitestone. Now therefore be it resolved that the council of the municipality of Whitestone receives this report as information, and that the council of the municipality of Whitestone recommends this consent application for approval in principle, subject to the following conditions. 1, that payment of a parkland dedication fee be made in accordance with the current municipal fees and charges by law. 2, that the newly created lots receive 911
It's lot.
addressing.
again, it's.
It
lot.
should be lot,
Yeah,
yes,
it's the
okay.
same-
I'm
same
gonna
thing.
Take it out. Save you time. Sorry, that number 2 is that the newly created lot receive 911 addressing from the municipality. 3, that the location of the driveway entrance be approved by the municipality's public works manager. And 4, that all applicable planning fees be paid to the municipality of Whitestone.
I'll move, Mr. Mayor.
All right, so this is Moved by Counselor Wood, seconded by Counselor Lamb. Okay, any discussion on this one? No? That's Woods? No? All right. We'll call the question again, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Counselor Bray,
Yes.
Counselor Lamb,
Yes.
Counselor Woods,
Yes.
Mayor Comrie.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion carries.
Okay, thank you. That's carried. Got it all? Yep. And finally, 5.2.3. We have, this is the War Boys consent application. Whereas Patrick Christie, CPT, has prepared a report for the Prairie Sound Area Planning Board regarding consent application B02/2023 Whitestone. The applicants are Roger and Doris Warboys, and provided a copy to the municipality of Whitestone. Now therefore be it resolved that the council of the municipality of Whitestone receives this report as information, and that the council of the municipality of Whitestone recommends this consent application for approval in principle, subject to the following conditions. 1, that payment of a parkland dedication fee be made in accordance with the current municipal fees and charges bylaw. 2, that the newly created lots receive 911 addressing from the municipality. 3, that all applicable planning fees be paid to the municipality of Whitestone. And is there a road one needs, the driveway one? Do you
Yes,
wanna-
if you could read from
First one.
the first one, the one that we've crossed off.
We'll go back and get it, yes. And that is that this is number 4, that the location of the driveway entrance be approved by the municipality's public works manager. Municipalities. Public works manager. So that's the 4th condition. Mover and seconder for this one. Okay, I see Councillor Lamb moves and Councillor Bray seconds. Any discussion on it? Good. Okay, I guess we can call the question then.
Thank you. Counselor Lamb,
Yes.
Counselor Woods,
Yes.
Counselor Bray,
Yes.
Mayor Comrie.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion carries.
Okay, we are now at just past 12:30, so I'm going to suggest that at this point we call a recess for lunch for approximately half an hour.
Yep.
And Madam Clerk, you can stop the recording and okay, thanks. We're going to resume our meeting after the recess. Councillor Woods, are you there? Yes, I can see you. Thanks. Just wanted to make sure you were You had rejoined. So we're at item 6 on the agenda. And item 6 is a public meeting for the purpose of approving our revised fees and changes bylaw.
Test.
Um, So to kick this off, I need a motion to move into a public meeting, please. Mover and seconder. Councillor Woods moves, seconded by Councillor Lamb. Thank you. That the council of the municipality move into the public meeting at, it looks like 1:14 PM. All those in favor, please indicate. Thank you. I see your hand, Councillor Woods.
Councillor Woods, if I could just ask you to unmute and verbally indicate.
You're still muted by
We
the
are
sound
not,
of it.
we are not hearing you.
Or you're not, maybe not muted, but
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
We can hear you now.
Oh.
So if you state your name and. indicate.
Councillor Woods, yes, sorry about that.
Thank
There's a
you so much.
control on my headset that I didn't realize I touched.
All right, so it is a public meeting. I think we have one member of the public on the. So I'll just say that the members of the public are entitled to speak, but if you do, you please indicate by since you're on Zoom. There aren't any members of the public in the room here, so, but anyway, if you want to speak, just turn your camera on or wave to me or whatever. So the first thing I would do is just ask our CAO clerk if she has received any comments. Tell us about the notice of the meeting and whether you received any comments.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Do you have a copy of the agenda, the public meeting agenda? We maybe want to start from the top. I will give you,
Would it be,
I will give you my copy here.
sorry, I don't think I do, but
Okay, here's my copy. If you
all
could
right.
start at the top.
Okay, I'll call the meeting to order and introduce the council and staff. We have with us today Councillor Bray, Councillor Lamb, and in person, and myself, Mayor Comrie, in person, and we have Councillor Woods is participating via Zoom. So, and we have in the room here with us today our CAO clerk, Michelle Henry, and our deputy clerk, Wendy Schroeder. And I believe our fire chief, Bob Whitman, is actually on Zoom. But anyway. And our planning assistant, Paula Mackey, looks like she's on too, on Zoom. Anyway.
That's all the people on Zoom, yeah.
Yeah, that's all that we have. Councillor Nash is not with us at this point in time. Is there any area interest in to disclose? And he's in charge of bylaw. I don't see how there could be, but okay. So I did ask you to address any comments through the chair. So now, sorry about that. Now it is time for the clerk to tell us about the notice and to tell us if she's received any correspondence.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The notice was posted on the municipal website and on the public bulletin board at the municipal office on January 19th, 2024, and posted with Metroland online newspaper on January 23rd, 2004. No correspondence has been received in respect to this matter.
Okay, thank you. So do you have any introductory remarks, Madam Clerk, about the fees and charges bylaw?
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Conry. I can just reiterate what I've got in my memorandum, that this was discussed by council on January 16th, and they, council recommended the approval of the amendments to the fees and charges bylaws presented in report admin 202315. And the reason that's a 2023 report is that it came to council in December and it was deferred to the January meeting. And at that January meeting, council requested that we proceed to create a bylaw, and that we need to have a public meeting to do so. And the public meeting was scheduled for today as noted. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, are there any questions or comments on the fees and charges bylaw? Councillor Woods.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple quick ones. The Schedule B, I brought this up last time, and maybe there was the reason for it that I missed. Under the yard waste, leaves, and brush, the second column where it says description, pickup truck or trailer load, note 3. And note 3 references the 45-gallon drum measurement. I know I brought that up. I just maybe because note 2 fits, I think, because that describes the size of the truck and trailer load, right?
If I may, through you, Mr. Mayor,
ahead.
you're correct. That should have been corrected on Schedule B,
Okay.
and we'll make note of that as an amendment to as simply a correction as noted.
Okay.
That should be note 3 instead of note 2.
No,
Next,
it says note 3. You're looking at yard waste / leaves brush?
Yeah.
Oh, the
Yeah.
first one. Then it says note 4. Pickup and trailer load, note 3. So what's changing? So number 4 or 3?
the note 3 should be note 2.
In the second column, under description,
I think that's what he's saying.
it should be note 2 instead of note 3, and we
Correct.
will make that correction. Thank you. Councillor Woods.
I'm sorry, which,
We're on Schedule B, Mayor Comrie,
yes, I've got. that.
under yard waste and leaves, yard waste / leaves / brush, which is described in note 4, but in the second column, it says pickup truck or trailer load, note 3, and it really should say note
Note 2.
2.
All right, sorry, it is. All right,
Just on that. The free load, we're still doing that? And that goes out with the newsletter and the fax bill and that kind of stuff?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, the free load coupon typically goes out in the second newsletter
Okay,
of the
okay.
month, of the year.
But
As
we're still having that. So this would be if they wanted leaves on a second load.
That's correct.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
And it's, yes.
If I could, Mr. Mayor.
go ahead, Councillor Woods.
There was the one other one, and I don't remember what the answer was, so correct me if you have to, please, Michelle. The styrofoam and the plastic containers, we were charging because we were dumping that material in the bins. And now we're no longer allowed to put it in the bins that get shipped to McDougall. We're just dumping it over the hill. So should we still be charging for a garbage can full?
So that's styrofoam and other plastic foams. I actually don't have an answer to that question. I wish our public works manager was here. I didn't think we needed him today, and he was just back from vacation, so he was busy with some other commitments.
I know on the landfill task
Could I,
force.
could I
that-
ask you to speak up, Counselor Woods? We're just not hearing you well.
Oh, sorry about that. I didn't really, can you hear me okay now?
That's better. Thank you very much.
I know on the landfill committee that we had, that we specifically put that in, and, you know, they had to pay because it was going into the bins and it was gonna cost us money. That's the only reason I'm bringing it up now, because we got told that we can't put it in the bins anymore. McDougall didn't want to accept it. And we're just dumping over the hill. So should we still be charging people is all I was thinking.
I'm sorry, I
So-
can't answer that question today.
Okay, yeah, no, I just thought I'd bring it up. Another one, Schedule C, the very top, the consultation fee with the municipal planning consultant. I thought we were said that would be that's optional, right? Like they don't have to take that.
Yeah.
Right, could we maybe
Yes,
just
through you, Mr. Mayor,
note
our
that there?
planning assistant, after the agenda was printed, realized that she hadn't printed the page that we had written optional in there.
Oh, okay,
But the page that council received didn't say optional, and I indicated I would make note of that at today's meeting. But the intent is that the pre-consultation is an optional service, should the applicant wish to utilize that service. So that is added in now. You just don't see it on this copy.
So all you need to do is put bracketed optional at the end of consultant, right?
That's correct, and that's
Yeah.
what we have done, yes.
Thank you. I also had that one on my list.
Which schedule is that?
C,
Schedule C.
Oh, yes, of course, yeah.
the very top.
Yeah, no, I see it, yes, right. All right.
nothing further from me, Mr. Mayor. I'm good. Thank you very much.
Okay. Councilor Bray, anything? On the subject of styrofoam, I guess that since it came up and I understand the situation, but I'm not sure that putting it in landfill is a desirable thing. Is there any chance that this is covered under the producer responsibility? Or do you know?
Uh,
I'm not looking at our clerk.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't know.
Good
Our
question.
Public Works Manager would know that, and that's actually a report and possibly an agreement that's coming to council in March.
I guess I'm asking because I do recall that McDougall didn't want to accept it anymore, but there are
Yeah.
some municipalities that do accept it and they sell it to somebody and somebody does something with it, recycles it in some way or other is my understanding. So I don't know what. I guess it might be worth looking at, trying to figure out what that is, unless there is a plan with the new producer responsibility regime to take it off our hands that way, then I think we should we would see what a possibility is of saving it up and getting someone else to accept it rather than putting it in landfill. I mean, it does degrade, it breaks up and crumbles and everything over time, but
Yeah.
it doesn't go away anytime soon. And
What page is
you
it
may
on?
be aware that the province introduced some, it passed legislation. Sorry about that. I guess I've got to turn that thing off. Passed legislation about a year ago now. I guess it was a private member's bill sponsored by our former Parry Sound Muskoka MPP, to prohibit the use of unenclosed styrofoam as a flotation in docks, because so much of it was ending up in the water and on the shore and everything. And so now if you do use styrofoam to inflate it, to float a dock, you have to enclose it with something so it can't get out and the animals can't chew on it and all that kind of thing. So anyway, just a thought. I don't think we can resolve it today, but so, any other comments or questions about this? Any questions from the public? If not, what we will do, I guess, is
Yeah.
we, oh, sorry.
Just a general question. I assume all these fees cover our costs. Is that a true statement or not?
Can you answer that,
Yeah.
Madam CIO?
Because
City
this is
of
one of the
America.
few things that we have as revenue, right? You know,
I would, through you, Mayor Conway, I would say, I know for sure in part, for instance, you know, if we photocopy or, we do a tax certificate, we know approximately how long that takes. We know our building fees typically, cover the costs of our building department. We have a reserve, for, when it doesn't. You know, the annual dog tags and, you know, some of the incidentals, and in terms of our landfill, I would say not. If you looked at the cost of managing our landfill, and then if you looked at the cost of the revenue that we get, I would say there's an imbalance, and I don't think we've ever looked at it that closely, but we've tried to align over the years. I think Whitestone has tried to align those types of fees with neighboring municipalities, and a balance between making sure people actually take their garbage to the landfill as opposed to dump it at the side of the road for fear of the costs. So I don't think that's an easy question to answer, I'm afraid.
okay, thank you.
All right, and are there any other questions or comments about this? If not, what will happen is we will reconvene into our regular meeting. And later on, I guess in bylaws, is
Yes.
that right? In
That's correct.
bylaws, we will pass a bylaw to enact these fees. Presumably as with those amendments that were mentioned. So if there's nothing further, I will entertain a motion to adjourn the public meeting and reconvene into a regular meeting. Councillor Bray. Seconded by Councillor Lamb. All those in favor?
Councillor Woods, yes.
Okay, thank you. So we are now back in a regular meeting at 1:31 p.m. So. Next on our agenda is the consent agenda. Whereas the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone has reviewed the consent agenda consisting of council and committee meeting minutes. First, the regular council meeting minutes of January 16th, 2024. And second, the regular council meeting minutes of the budget meeting on January 30th, 2024. And finally, the unfinished business listed on pages 6 to 10 of the agenda package. Now therefore be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone hereby approves the following council and committee meeting minutes. Regular council meeting minutes of January 16th, 2023, and regular council meeting minutes of the budget meeting for the budget meeting on January 30th, 2024. Sorry, that should be January 16th, 2024.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Conway.
Not 2023. And that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receives for information the unfinished business listed on pages 6 to 10 of the February 20th agenda. Could I get a mover and seconder for that, please? Moved by Counselor Gray, seconded by,
I'll second Counselor Woods.
thank you, Counselor Woods. Any discussion on these minutes or their items? If not, we'll call the question then. Madam Clerk?
Are you asking for a recorded vote?
No, I wasn't.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know why I don't know why I'm looking at you. We can raise our hands and approve that. Sorry.
Counselor Woods, yes.
Thank you, Counselor Woods. Counselor Lamb Sand is up. Okay, so that motion is carried. We are, we have that, consent agenda done. Item 8, accounts payable. Can I get a mover and seconder, please, that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receive for information the accounts payable listing in the amount of $226,144.71 for the period ending February 8th, 2024. We'll move. Councillor Lamb moves.
I can second
Seconded
Counselor
by
Woods.
Councillor Woods, thank you. Any discussion on payables? Councillor Lamb.
Yeah, thank you. I have 4 or 5, I think, here, but just bear with me. On the first page, 91 of 264, Heather M. Law, this wildlife compensation, I realize it's for, wolves killing lambs and sheep and cows and stuff like that. Do we get that back?
Through you, Mayor Conlon, we do get a component of it back. I'm just not sure how much. It flows through the municipality. I can certainly dig into that and get you an answer.
This is, yeah, because this is provincial legislation, isn't it?
Yes, it's
Yeah, it
managed by
is.
the province.
Okay. Well, again, not, don't have to rush back today, but I'd like to know how much of that we get back. On page 93 of 264, RHH Engineering for $24,000. I know we had the building study done by Steinhoff. This is a separate one. Can you explain the 24,000? This was for what, roads and bridges or something? Or what is this, I guess? Exactly.
Through you, Mayor Conlon. So the first item is asset management plan facilities. So RHH Engineering is Bob Hughes. He looked at our boat launches. He also looked at the Wawakesh Dam, and that was for the purposes of the next stage of our asset management plan. So we needed those assessments done, and that will fold into the asset management plan work that needs to be done as of July 1st of this year. So we asked him to do that in 2023, similar to the Steinhoff. Steinhoff did facilities, buildings, and RHH Engineering, known as Bob Hughes, he did docks and the Wawakesh Dam. The next piece is, I would think our public works manager knows more about this than I do, but this was the Alds Road Bridge. I believe it was, he's prepared drawings in an effort to be prepared for moving forward with this project, should council wish to do that, because it's part of our asset management plan. And finally, the last item, which is the 85-7105, is the work that Mr. Hughes was hired to do in preparation for the sidewalk that council had requested on the north side of Highway 124 from Moore Drive to Marina Drive. So our students could walk to the library should they need to, and other pedestrians. So that work has been a couple of years in coming, and council may recall that we've about to enter into an agreement for some funding for that sidewalk. And that funding has to be spent by 2025. So this is the preparation so that we could get with confidence, a cost of what we needed to do to build that sidewalk and the costs associated with it. So those are the three items.
Okay, somehow I thought Bob Hughes had retired. I'm wrong, obviously.
No, not yet. Not his partner retired,
Oh,
but not Bob, not Mr. Hughes.
okay. So on the sidewalk part, will we get that back as part of our grant, these costs, or no? Do they form part of the,
Yeah, I don't,
130.
you know what, I'll have to check. We've just got approval. Well, we received approval from council to sign the agreement. We just received approval from the federal government that we can physically sign it and they're in agreement with. So I need to check to see whether that money is eligible for
okay,
part of the grant.
page 97 out of 264. Number to Russell Christie near the bottom. $2,840 for the Keene subdivision. Is that charged back to Mr. Keene?
That is recoverable.
It
Yes,
is
yeah.
recoverable. Okay, that's good. I think I have one more. Just bear with me as I go through here. Wait, what's all this? Page 100 of 264. Quad Bridge Inc. $3,000. There's Samsung and Hubs and Logitech and Elite Book and credit memos. I don't understand what this is. So.
Correct. Through you, Mayor Conley. So Quadbridge is the company that we utilize to make our purchases for computers and computer-related infrastructure. There was, maybe I'll start at the bottom. So we had a credit memo from 2021, and that was utilized by providing a new laptop. That new laptop has come to me, and then my current laptop, which you see sitting here, will go to staff who will work from home from time to time. It's still pretty good shape. This was actually the former mayor's laptop. And we had a credit memo at the end of the year, and it was, time was running out on that. So we utilized that money for that. The remainder of the items are some upgrades that were necessary to accommodate our new deputy clerk and moving our deputy treasurer at the time to a new office space. So all of that is tied into our,
So it's all computer.
it's all
based.
computer
Okay,
related, if
okay,
that is helpful to you.
Okay, and I think that's it. Thank you very much.
Okay, other questions? Councilor
Mr.
Woods,
Mayor.
did you have a question?
I do. Can you hear
Go
me
ahead.
okay?
Yeah.
Let me just get to it here. First one would be page 92. Towards the bottom of the page, item or payment 1984 to Bob Mark New Holland for the new excavator. Was that, I was just wondering what it was for. Was it like a maintenance thing?
I'm sorry, Councillor Woods, could you give me that page again?
Page 92. And then it's towards the bottom, the second one from the bottom, item or payment number 1984. It's for the Hyundai excavator, $3,604.36.
Oh, sorry, I've got my pages a little bit messed up here. I don't know, but I will ask our public works manager for that.
Okay.
information and get back to you.
It's probably going to be the same answer for the rest of them, I would think. So the next one would be on the next page. Item 1987 for Gincor. It's the Freightliner. I think I might know the answer, but I thought I would ask in case it's not the answer. I was just wondering if that was for the the one dump truck we had the issue with the belt. And I think David told us about that during the budget meeting, but I wasn't 100% certain if this was the same thing.
The best I can do is get back to council once I speak to the public works manager, just so I'm sure that I've got the information correct.
Okay, thank you. Next one would be 1990. And same question. Just everything with the equipment, usually I ask. And then the next one, which would be the last one, would be on page 94, item 2000, closer to the bottom of the page, Gincor again, for the Freightliner. And then there's one for the 2007 International. And I was just inquiring about what those were for, that's all. And that's fine. If David can get back to me with even an email answer, Michelle, that'd be perfect. Thank you. That's all.
Any other questions on payables? Councillor Bray.
Yeah, no, I don't have any more questions. They were, some of them were the same ones as the other, Councillor Woods and, Deputy Mayor Lamb. So, but I would like, if I could also be included on that one about the Freightliner, that was the one the 15,000, thanks.
That is to you, Mr. Mayor. The, typically when members of council ask these questions, we do an information email to everyone at the end of the week. Make sure everyone has the same information.
Okay, if there's nothing else, I guess we can call the question on this one.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes?
I just noticed if you look on the screen, I think Councillor Nash might be on the call. I see Scott. I'm assuming it's him, unless I'm wrong.
Okay,
I just saw it. Thought I'd let you.
all right. Councillor Nash, is that you? Are you there?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I've just joined, so I didn't hear any of the discussion. I literally joined about 30 seconds ago.
Okay, we are just, we've just gone through the payables. We're about to approve them. Or about to receive them, I guess is what we're really doing. There were some questions about them that have been taken by staff to get back on. Mostly related to expenses associated with the large vehicles. Anyway, I was just in the process of calling for a vote to approve payables. Do you have anything you need to raise before we do that?
No, I do not.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor of receiving payables, please. Payables listing.
Councillor Woods, yes.
And,
Councillor Nash abstain.
oh, all right. Okay, that's carried. All right, just making a note here. Okay, so the next one, we have staff reports. A number of them. And the first one has to do with planning services. It's a report, number PLN 2024-01. For information, these are, some statistics on items that have been, planning items that have been dealt with. Any comments on the report from our staff first, or?
All right.
Well, I guess actually what we should do is we should have a motion to receive it first, to get it on the floor. I'm sorry. Can I get a mover and seconder, please, that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receives for information report PLN 2024-01, which are the planning services statistics for Q4 of 2023.
I can move that,
Coun-
Mr. Mayor.
Councillor
Scott.
Bray moves, and did you second, Councillor Nash, was it? Or-
Yep, that's fine. I'll second that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Now you can ask questions if you have. Councillor Lamb.
Yeah, is our planning assistant on the line?
Yes, she
Yes,
is
I
with
am.
us.
Oh, okay. Just have a couple of questions. One of them is right down near the bottom. It says general consult 59784, miscellaneous phone calls and emails with staff, and then it says Sinky. What's a Sinky? I never heard
that-
that fun.
I'm sorry, that was a ratepayer, the last name Sinky. And we had a general consult with our previous planner in regards to a matter.
And so a taxpayer can call and use our planner for $600, and we just, I guess, we don't charge them?
So what happened was, the ratepayer submitted a minor variance application. We submitted it to our planner for a report, and we found out that, we didn't need, that the ratepayer did not need to apply for a minor variance. Our previous planner, prepared a report, and so we did not, charge our ratepayer for that report.
So I guess under our new fees and charges bylaw, they'd be charged $250 for that in the future, I guess, eh?
Correct.
Okay, okay. But $250, if again, I'm thinking out loud here, $600 for a consult on a minor variance, and we're charging $250, and we know that the rates of our new planner are substantially more than Mr. Jackson. I really question whether $250 is the right amount. If this one was $600, that's a substantial amount, and I don't know why or anyone else as a taxpayer should be paying that, but anyway, it's just a comment. I guess it's fixed or partially fixed, at least in the new bylaw. Okay. When is the point in the new fees bylaw that it's not $250, it's $500 or $1,000? If, a consult could be, I call you every day for 2 weeks, right? And have another question, and the total bill's $1,500, $2,000, and we're charging $250. Shouldn't it be $250 or actual time? Or something to that effect?
Through you, Mayor Conway, if I may, the intent of the pre-consultation meeting with our new planners, the $250, is typically related to someone hasn't put an application in yet. They have an idea, they want to rezone, or they want to do some sort of a planning matter. So they would consult with the planner. The planner will give them a sense of what needs to be done for them to proceed, whether they think they'll be successful, what the requirements will typically be. So that's the pre-consultation. Once the application has been received, then the clock starts ticking on the actual fees. So the pre-consultation is really just, you're kicking the tires to understand whether you really want to go forward with that particular planning matter or not.
So Mrs. or Mr. Sinky, put an application in and we took a fee for a minor variance, and then we found out that he or she didn't need a minor variance, so we refunded them the fee. Is that kind of, am I following that or no?
Correct.
I'll let Paula answer that. She knows more about it than I do.
Wow.
Correct. That's what happened.
But, so what was the, excuse me, Samara, what was the fee that they paid for the minor variance?
He was. Non-refundable admit fee of 500 and security deposit was $1,000.
So we
But-
kept the $500, right? Because it's non-refundable. So.
Did
the-
we, I guess?
So,
is-
so we really only paid 597, we really only paid $97.84. Is that correct? We
I-
got 500 plus 1,000. We gave them back the 5,000 because they didn't need to,
1,000.
or the 1,000, I'm sorry. But so we got in 1,500, we gave them back 1,000, but we still have got $500 to apply against this $597.84 bill that we got from John Jackson, right?
I will look into that matter.
I think the answer is we probably gave the whole thing back. Would I be incorrect in stating that?
Correct. I believe we did give back the $1,500.
The whole thing.
Yes.
So that's, I guess, what we're getting at. I didn't know what we were getting in when I asked the question, quite frankly, but I don't, again, I'm not trying to criticize you, Paul. You do a great job, but I just wonder why we would give the whole feedback and the rest of the taxpayers pay $600 for the whole thing. If it says non-refundable, it should be non-refundable. But anyway, that's just my feeling.
Through you, Mayor Conway, I'm going to dig into this with Paula and we'll see if there was some exceptional
Yeah.
circumstances that.
Yeah, I don't like, I'm not
that,
criticizing staff, really. I'm just,
No, it's a good question. We'll,
Yeah.
we'll look into it
Yeah,
and
okay.
we'll report back to
my
council.
next question, and it's my last, is WPSGN membership. 90, well, it's some fraction of 9,200. Do you know what that is, Paula? What
What-
it costs us to join that? Or I know we're in it every year, but what's the cost?
Cost is. Believe it was $8,500.
Okay. So on this geographic network, I know that all of us, the public can go into it and I guess look at, sort of where their pins are and their property, that kind of thing. But in paying this, doesn't the planner and maybe even the building official get more information? Don't they have, isn't there a second level of this? And I see the mayor nodding his head, so I guess there is. My question is, why can't council have access to that second level? Like we get calls on files and that sort of thing. Why don't we get, or can we get access, I guess is the question, to that second level by a password or a whatever? Or do we have to look into that? Like, I see no reason council couldn't have that sort of information.
Through you, Mayor Conway, I'll just jump in. I don't know if Paula knows. We will check into that. But there may be some MFIPA related reasons where there's personal and private information that's over and above what the public would normally have access to, but let me look
Why
into
would the
that.
planners have access to it, but yet councils, I don't mean it the way it sounds, council's not trusted.
No, I wouldn't say that. I don't know if our planner has access to the Westbury Sound Geographic Network. They do? Okay. So good question. Why don't we park it there and we'll look into that.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you. And thank you for the report, Paula.
You're welcome.
Okay, is there anything else related to this one?
If I might, through you, Mr. Mayor, it's Councillor Nash.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I guess, Paula, thanks for the report. If I'm reading the report correct, what I understand in the summary at the end is that for the entire 2023 municipal fiscal year, I'll call it, the amount of planning services that we received invoicing from was just under $35,000, if I'm correct. And out of that, 20,000 was non-recoverable. Am I correct?
Correct.
Okay. And basically, the next number there is just under 19,000 is what we received back from applicants when we passed on the planning fees on to them. Am I correct?
Correct.
Okay, perfect. No, thanks, Paula. That helps summarize it. And I'm glad that we're doing these on a quarterly basis. I think it really helps council keep tracking an eye on where those numbers and billings are going. So I appreciate you doing that. And I might have missed something from earlier on, so I'll ask it here under this report to council. So mind me if it's already been spoken to more than previously today. But I know I missed a couple planning files, and I know that obviously where we are in the agenda, they've already been voted on and everything like that. But where my question is when we do or when we don't get our new planning consultant involved in a job, and I'm just hoping that we can have something come back to council, but really before it comes back to council, have our planner attend a meeting so that that council may ask questions about, what reports should be included, when they should be included, so that we can ask the consultant questions about when those reports may or may not be included and get their take, and then hopefully come up with some type of policy or a checklist on what we can tell applicants when they're coming in. So I'm not sure if that was discussed as of yet. I know we have a new planner, but I know none of the new files that I saw had any work done from our new planner or reports that I had seen. So I'm not sure if we might be able to speak to that briefly, Mr. Mayor, on what council's thoughts are on that.
So the short answer is we did not discuss the general question that you're asking at this point, but our CAO has an answer, I think.
Yeah, well,
I was just going to jump in and say that the 3 planning items were Prairie Sound Planning Board matters. They weren't specifically. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, Councillor Nash, I did bring up during the first file the whole idea of when an environmental study would be required and when it wouldn't be required. And we had a discussion on that. And I was inferring at that point that we get maybe our planner to address us by Zoom at a meeting, whereby we could ask them that. Are we competitive? Are we not? Are we asking for reports that we shouldn't, or vice versa, et cetera? So I was sort of asking for a meeting anyway, and maybe what you're saying could be kind of piggybacked while we have a planner, on the line, so to speak. So I don't know whether that helps you a bit. So
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I think it does. I think we're kind of saying the same thing in a little bit different ways, but yeah, the same thing. So yeah, maybe I'd like to see our planner at a meeting. I'm just stating it, that we can ask them questions and come up with a policy for it. As to when we get them involved or not. And I know the 3 items that were on the agenda today were all planning board related, but very often in the past, we've had John Jackson in the past, who we all know is now retired, do work for us, and that's shown in some of the recoverables we received just on the report that the planning assistant put together. There's fees there of some items for a subdivision agreement and other things. So I think our planners do get involved sometimes on files, but we I think as a municipality and on council need to decide when they get involved and when they don't get involved. Anyway, so yeah, that might be something that I'll ask in an email that comes back to council in a meeting that we as council can speak to the planning consultants on to get a handle on when we're going to be asking for their services and when we're not, because I think that's important to treat everybody, as I say many times, treat everybody the same. So if one consent application needs something, they all need it, kind of thing. So anyways, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Did we?
You approve this for information, did we?
Yes, we need to approve it here. All those in favor, please indicate.
Counselor Woods, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Nash, yes.
Okay, we've got everybody. 9.3, the annual report of our bylaw enforcement officer. I'm sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. Nine.
Building first, isn't it?
Yeah, building services. 9.2, building services is next. So we have a report from our CBO here. I guess the next thing we should do is receive it, that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receives for information report BLDG 2024-01, building services update and building permanent activity for Q4 of 2023. I would like to move that. Councilor Ray moves, seconded by Councilor Lamb.
Aye.
Okay. We have the item moved on the floor. Any questions or comments about this one? Councilor Lamb.
Yeah, I guess Jamie's not here and I'm sure there's a good reason, but when these reports come forward, I think the author of the reports should be here to ask questions. Otherwise, we rely on our CEO clerk who may know some of the answers, but anyway, on this report, what I'm always interested in are 2 things. Outstanding building permits by year. We had we've been chasing this for years and years and years, and I know Jamie tries to do what he can, but there are, we used to have a whole list of here's the building files and here's what's outstanding from 2018, 2019, 2020, etc. And what we were doing to chase those down, because there's a whole lot, or there were a whole lot of outstanding building permits. And so I, again, would like to see that chart or have it come to council as to how many, not who they are, but how many building permits are outstanding by year, because I know we have that list. I also am very interested in what we do, and I keep asking this, what we do in a progressive way to find out about illegal buildings and docks and sheds and gazebos or other things that are built that they never have a building permit. And, you know, it used to be they could use boats to tour places and whatever, but I would have liked to ask Jamie, you know, what the plan is, right? I even brought the subject up at one point, could we have a student do something under Jamie to assist in these sorts of things? Because there's a lot of revenue that is out there that, and quite frankly, the rest of us are paying for people that have buildings that haven't paid proper fees and stuff. So it's just a bugaboo of mine. So that's a lot. I don't know what I'm asking, but I think the clerk as CEO clerk has listened to what I have to say on those two items. So other than that, it's a real good report. And I guess we're down a bit this year, but maybe we'll be up a bit this year. Who knows? Thank you.
Any other questions or comments on this report? Okay, if not, can I get a show of hands, please, to receive it?
Counselor Woods, yes.
Counselor Nash, yes.
Thank you very much. That's carried. So now we get to 9.3. The 9.3. Sorry, 9.3 is our report of our bylaw enforcement officer. Could I get a mover and seconder, please, that Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receive for information the 2023 annual report of the bylaw enforcement officer?
I'll move, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Woods.
And I can second that, Mr. Mayor. Counselor Nash.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Councillor Nash. Moved and seconded. You have the report in front of you. Our bylaw enforcement officer is not on the phone to answer any questions, so but if you have questions or comments, now's the time.
If I may, I have some questions unless Counselor Woods as a mover would like to go first.
I had one, but if Paul's not here, you can't answer, so I can ask the question anyways.
Do you want to tell us what it is? Since
Sure. Yeah, no. The only question I had was, I mean, he's got it broken down pretty well about what he responds to and what he hasn't responded to. And I just had one specific question actually, was, has the bylaw officer in the past year, the 2023 year, has he responded to any domesticated farm animal calls in the municipality?
I'm sorry, you want it? I didn't really catch the
Domesticated farm
question,
animal.
Councillor Woods.
Any domesticated farm animal calls within the municipality in the past year? Any issues?
Any issues? Okay.
You know, like
No, yeah, okay.
animals at large, kind of, you know, someone's horse went missing or lost a turkey or a goat or chicken.
It's an interesting question.
And if I might, through you, Mr. Mayor, I guess it's unfortunate that Paul Rossiter, the bylaw enforcement officer, can't be here. I think I echo what Councillor Lamb said in the report before. I think it'd be great if, when we have these reports, if, for example, the bylaw officer could be present so we could ask him questions. Maybe on the next report we see. But I guess I have a number of questions, and my first one is, I'm not sure, maybe staff might know this, even if it's a ballpark would be fine. I see that in the report it said that recovery cost on bylaw matters or required my involvement and impute included. And I see dog tags, dog kennel licenses, and it's a total of $6,185. So am I understanding this right? That I think our dog tags are $25. So am I understanding correctly that our bylaw officer was involved in that many dog tag complaints or whatever? Or is this the amount? I believe that the 6,185 is the amount that the municipality collected for bylaw fees, be it a rental bylaw, parking permits, dog kennel, or dog tags. Am I correct on that? I don't know if staff can answer that.
It's through you, Mayor Conway. Yes, that's correct. Those are that's cold hard cash. That's money that the municipality has received related to those items listed in the report.
Okay, thanks, Michelle. And the next question would be, I know there was 262 hours of time spent, but we've collected $6,185. But do we know how much our bylaw officer cost us for the year? I noticed that's not in here, which I'd say is a fairly important item. Do you know roughly how much it was?
We budget about, through you, Mayor Conway, we budget about $24,000 a year. And that includes a monthly standby fee, the hourly rate, and mileage paid.
Okay. And I see here it says that there's just under 4,000 left in the budget. So that would mean that it must be about $20,000 then. Okay, perfect. And then I guess one of my main questions is, I guess, when is the next, is this an ongoing contract? Is it a renewing contract? When is the bylaw officer contract up for renewal, for rebidding or reaward from the municipality? And is that something that staff needs to look into and get on our procurement list for this year? Just wondering when the contract runs out.
I believe, through you, Mayor Conway, I believe this is the third year of a 3-year contract that starts in January of each year.
Okay, perfect. And I guess all I'd ask that based on that, when we come to vote on this, I might suggest that we add a little amendment to the motion if the Councillor Woods who first the motion, that maybe we ask that staff review the contract and prepare a report back to council on retendering for the bylaw officer. I guess it would probably be in Q3 or Q4 of this year, so we can have something in place for January of next year. I don't know what Councillor Woods you'd think of that.
Sorry, it doesn't matter what he thinks about it. You would have to amend them or make a separate motion. I think it's not even an amendment, but
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
I don't know. I would say as a normal matter, of course, if the contract expires, what you're suggesting is going to happen anyway. It would have to of necessity, I think. So am I not right, Madam CAO? Do we really need a motion for this?
Through you, Mayor Conway, I just need to think about this. So as a matter of course, I believe the gentleman that's been our bylaw officer has been with the municipality for maybe 18 years. About that long, I'm not sure exactly how long. And Whitestone has simply renewed the contract on a 3-year basis. I don't believe it's ever gone out for, that I'm aware of, it's never gone out for bid or tender. And would typically, you wouldn't typically do that. It would be a different process. But I would agree that the resolution is to receive the report for information. And if there's something else that council wants, then that can be test. Oh, sorry. Something funny happened there. That should be a separate motion for the next meeting. That's how I'm seeing it, because they're entirely different matters. So we're simply taking a report that's provided. And if you're looking for something different, that really wasn't as part of the agenda, that's substantial, that wasn't part of the agenda, that needs to be an item on a future agenda. That's what I'm interpreting.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments on this report? Councillor Lamb.
Yeah, I guess my view on this is that, yeah, there were several questions that I wanted to ask of the bylaw officer. We don't see them that often. You know, there's been questions of, you know, will you go up to Bolger? Does he not go up to Bolger? You know, will he go up to Bolger? All that kind of stuff. It also, I think, bothered me, and I think some others on council, about warnings when people were in handicap accessible spots up at Wawashkesh versus perhaps ticketing them, and I wanted an understanding on that from him. And now we have, you know, Paul's been with us for 18 years, and you know, I think it's fair to say the contract is coming due. Is he even thinking about retirement, or would he be participating in because, you know, we go out to bid, would he be participating in that, or is he retiring, right? Now, if the answer is I'm retiring and I don't intend to bid, then I think that puts a greater urgency on this. And I think that's perhaps a little bit what Councillor Nash is getting at, that we should be putting proper people in place maybe by the summer, so that, you know, there's some sort of backup or transition or whatever. So I think that conversation has to take place, and maybe he has to show up at the next council meeting or something for 10 minutes, and we can ask a couple of these questions, right? It's difficult to get the answer when he's not here. So thank you.
Through you, Mayor Comrie, I apologize. I had intended to let the bylaw officer know about the meeting today, and I neglected to do that. I was off for a couple of days last week, so that's my fault that he's not here. So, you know, one of the things you could do is just simply park this report. Those are good questions. Simply, certainly, the question about retirement is more of a confidential nature that would be addressed maybe in a different manner. But the questions you asked about Bolger and some of the other matters, I think they're fair questions, and I'd like to invite Mr. Rossiter to the next council meeting to answer those questions. And in the meantime, I will have a discussion with him on the other item that, as I said, is probably more confidential in nature.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks. Anything else on this report? Okay, can we have a show of hands to receive it, please?
Councillor
you.
Woods, yes.
Councillor Nash, yes.
Okay, thank you. That brings us to item 9.4, which is the annual report of our fire and rescue service. And I can advise you that our fire chief, Bob Whitman, has joined us in the community hall. So if you have questions for him, he can go to the microphone and answer them, presumably. But first, could we get a mover and seconder, please, that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receive for information the 2023 Annual Report, Fire and Rescue Services? Who's going to move that? Councillor
move.
Bray is going to move that.
I can second, Mr. Mayor.
Seconded by Councillor Woods. Thank you very much. So, you have the report in front of you. I don't know, Bob, if you want to highlight anything in your report, or if I just open it for questions.
Just keep it under 10 minutes, Bob, would you please?
You just tell me how to turn this.
Yeah, so basically I'm here to answer any questions that you have and go from there. I think it's pretty straightforward. We had a busy year, not as busy as last year, but comes and goes, so, if you have any questions, I can hopefully answer them. If not,
Well, that was under 10 minutes.
Yeah, that's right.
Councillor Lyman, go ahead, please.
Well, I'd be remiss if I didn't compliment the fire department on all the hard work and dedication that you all have to keep our community safe. And so again, thank you. And I sincerely mean that. Bob, at one point, there was discussion about, and I don't even know what the word is, but some sort of certification by the Ontario Fire Marshal or someone, right? And there was a year that it was done. I don't know whether it was 16 or 18 or whatever. And then it was coming up again some date. Can you fill me in a little bit on that, or?
yeah, sure. So, through the OFM, there's this new program. It's called the 1001 NFPA standards. Our new firefighters are completed that now. They did it for the last year. We're just setting up testing with the OFM now, and they'll come and test those new firefighters, and then they'll get their certificates. Hopefully, we're getting that done within the next couple of months, the testing, but they've done all the book work, all the practical, and been signed off. So that's been completed. So we're right up to date other than for them to do the testing.
But I thought maybe, again, maybe I have it wrong. I thought there was some sort of audit, if you will, that comes in, that they audit your practices, and not yours, but our department, and I don't know. Councillor Bray has her hand up. So.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Deputy Mayor Lamb, are you thinking about the shuttle, the water shuttle thing that we had talked about in the report from Steinhoff?
No, I know Bob's working on that.
Okay,
on that
thanks.
program.
I just wondered if
I
that
just
was.
thought there was some.
No, that's included in the 1001 program. So part of the fire marshal's critique when they come in is to audit our paperwork, audit our training and our training schedule and what we've done and all of our documents.
And give you sort of the stamp of.
Yeah, they'll give
approval.
us the stamp that we did what we were required to do and.
So that's all part of what, this year or last year?
Well, like I say, we've completed that now. We're just waiting for the testing phase. And
Okay.
because it's new to everybody, testing's taking like sometimes once you submit the paperwork up to 3-4 months
Okay,
before they come and actually audit us and do all the testing.
okay,
So we're hoping before September, but I'm not really sure.
okay, thank you, Bob.
Other questions or comments?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if I might, it's Councillor
ahead.
Walsh. Thank you. I guess, first off, Bob, thank you for the report and for your hard work, and also Councillor Bray, thank you for your hard work in being the deputy chief. So I'm just wondering, were there any retirements or upcoming retirements and any new recruits that we might be having in 2024, just as a brief little council FYI?
Council approved one new recruit, I think at the last council meeting. I haven't received that paperwork yet, but I'm assuming he was approved. And we have one more female looking to come on. And so far, we only have 2 looking to come on this year. We have nobody retiring this year as far as I know. But that can change pretty much month to month, day to day.
Okay. And my next question, I know it might be a little early for this question, but I know at one of the budget meetings I talked about an insurance for the forest fires, and I didn't know if you were looking into that at all, about possibly increasing and what cost might be to go from, I think it was 3 million to 5 million. Just wondering if that's something that you'll be possibly looking at.
Yeah, I did take your comment into consideration. I passed that on to Manish to see what it would cost to up our our fire liability. He sent me an email, said he sent it out to the insurance company. We've not touched base since, so I'm not really sure where he is on that or how much it'll cost. So hopefully for the next budget meeting, I would have those numbers.
Okay, great. And my final question is, I just wanted to make sure, just brief little update if you can, just wanted to make sure that everything over at the helipad has been sorted out for making sure it gets cleared for the remainder of this year and everything, just making sure there's no issues there outstanding.
Well, we're still working on that. We've put some feelers out to other contractors to see about plowing the helipad, cleaning around the pylons. So we're still working on that.
Okay, thank you, Bob.
Okay, thanks. Anything else for our fire chief? If not, can we get a show of hands to receive this report, please? I see
Councillor
3
Woods,
hands up
yes.
here. Yes.
Councillor Woods, yes.
Councillor Nash, yes.
Thank you very much. That's carried. Now we have item 9.5, appointment of a Community Emergency Management Program Committee Chairperson and Council Member Representative, and this is the item for which Councillor Bray declared the conflict of interest, so. All right, I think this would, oh, sorry. The report, oh, sorry. I keep doing this in order, I guess. I'm going to read you the motion first so we can get started. That the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone received for information report admin 2024-03, appointment of Community Emergency Management Program Committee, Chairperson and Council Member Representative, and that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone appoint John Stuthers, Chairperson of the Community Emergency Management Program Committee, and that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone appoint Mayor Comrie as Council Member Representative of the Community Emergency Management Program Committee. Could I get a mover and seconder for that motion, please?
I'll move, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Woods, seconded by
I'll second.
Councillor Lamb. Okay, the item is on the floor. The report was provided by our CAO, so I will ask her if she has anything she wants to say by way of introduction.
Thank you, Mayor Comrie. This resolution came as a result of the newly created emergency plan that was worked on by our CEMC, Kathy Whitman. And part of the legislation, other than the requirement for having an emergency plan and various other items related, there's a requirement for a Community Emergency Management Program Committee. And council has to appoint that committee. They have to appoint the chairperson, and there should be an appointment for a council representative. So the idea of this particular committee, which is separate from the emergency management group training that we do on a yearly basis, is to have a look collectively at the emergency plan, make recommendations, review it, make sure everyone understands their role. And you can see there's a list of roles here as opposed to persons. For instance, I mentioned earlier that Councillor Bray is our safety officer. So if for some reason she was not the safety officer and someone else was in that place, then you're just simply replacing the person as opposed to the role. So we've somewhat established that this committee would meet twice a year. It's not an onerous task because the newly created emergency plan is in good shape. I understand from Kathy Whitman, there's a few changes that may be coming, but they're not extensive, and she works closely with, I'd like to say EMO. Is it EMO now? Thank you. As opposed to the fire marshal's office. So she'll make that determination if the emergency plan needs to be updated. So really, this is just appointing the committee, which is a requirement of the legislation, appointing a chairperson, and John Struthers, who is the alternate CEMC, has agreed to be the chairperson. And this is very much going to help out Kathy, because Kathy Whitman has a full-time job. So they'll work together on this. And there should be an appointment, a member of council. And I simply wrote in Mayor Comrie because he has been part of the emergency planning process all along. So he's probably the one that's more familiar with the emergency planning process. So in short, it's really to adhere to very specific legislation when it comes to emergency planning. And there'll be a report that comes to council in November on any expected changes to the emergency plan and any other work that the CEMC or the alternate has undertaken. So hopefully that helps. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Are there any questions or comments on this report from members of council? If not, are you ready for the question then? Have we received the report?
Councillor Woods, yes.
Councillor Nash?
Sorry, I was muted there, Mr. Mayor. Yes, Councillor Nash, yes.
Okay, thank you. I'll just write a note. Councillor Ray abstained.
Go get her.
Aye.
At least she's in the sun.
All right, thank you. That's carried. And the last one that we have is the 5-year plan for AODA. I'm just going to wait for Councillor Bray to resume her seat. We need a mover and seconder that Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receive for information report admin-2024-04, Accessibility for Ontarians with Disabilities Act, multi-year plan, and that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone adopts the Municipality of Whitestone's multi-year accessibility plan for the years 2023 to 2028. And that in order to finalize compliance with the plan and the associated legislation, AODA and human rights training or retraining, if the initial training is older than 5 years, be completed within the next 3 months by staff, volunteers, paid or unpaid, full-time, part-time, and contract positions and members of council. That's the motion. Is there a mover and seconder for that? Anybody?
I can make the motion, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Nash.
Okay, I've got Councillor Nash and I've got Councillor Lamb seconding. Thank you. We have the motion on the floor. Oh, now questions or comments about this? The ODA. Councillor Lamb.
Oh,
Sorry. Sorry, did you want to comment? Madam CAO?
Yeah, if you don't mind, I won't
Please,
take
go
long.
ahead.
I just wanted to remind council that this report was before council, or the multi-year accessibility plan was before council on September 19th, 2023. After which we undertook a request for public input. The draft also went to the AODA folks at the Ministry of Seniors and Accessibility, I believe it is. Ministry for Seniors and Accessibility, yes. And they also provided some comments. And those comments are reflected in the updated multi-year accessibility plan. You can see those comments in red. They had more comments than others. So I just wanted to let you know that's what you're looking at now. And the intent would be to approve the multi-year accessibility plan with the amendments and simply move forward on some of the initiatives that are within the plan to ensure compliance. Thank you. Mayor Comrie.
Okay, thanks for that. Now are there questions? Who's going first? Councilor Lamb.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, and again, we've been talking about this for years. It's been coming at us, and now suddenly it's kind of here, I guess. And but have we looked, or do you know the budget implications of this document? Because it doesn't talk about monies, right? And so what are we looking at in 2024, 25, 26, or Ken? You know, what are we approving in terms of dollars here?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the Public Works Manager, of course, has helped me with this because the improvements are related to our facilities. Anything that's indicated to be done in 2024 is already part of our current budget that council's been looking at. And then the works that will be done in 2025 will be accommodated in that budget. If you want specific numbers, I don't have them here in front of me, but
No,
they are part of the 2024 budget the council's working on. Some of them are, I wouldn't say no cost, but some of them are low cost. Installing grab bars in bathroom stalls and that kind of thing. That kind of work is done by our staff, and the cost is the purchase of the equipment that's required.
I don't know whether I read it in here or somewhere else about the handicap accessible. Oh, here it is here. Anyway, about the washrooms, and I wanted to make sure the library was included in that. The buttons and stuff on. You can go inside here, but if you're on a walker or something, you can't get out of the washrooms, right? You need a button to get out. So is that in the plan somewhere? I know we're doing stuff in here. I just want to make sure when we do the stuff in here, while the people are here, we do it over there too, right?
Yes, so 2024 Whitestone Library improvements, the entrance stairs, there's some treads, the ramp improvements, and the tactile indicator. So that's for 2024. 2025 are now I'm stumped to see where we are with the Whitestone Library and Technology Center. So I think I'm gonna have to check on that. I think what we built in here is what we actually need for compliance. I'm not sure that the 2024. I'm not sure that Whitestone Library required it, but it was a want as opposed to a need, because the washrooms are already in compliance.
So the washroom here is in compliance?
The women's washroom here is not in compliance because of the frame of the door and the width of the door.
So when you're handicapped, don't you need a button on either side? You just need a button to get in? How do you get out?
If we can take a small break, I will ask.
Yeah,
those are good
and
questions.
the only other question I had in here was how the heck I've traveled the recreational trail at Whitestone, mind you, it was 6 years ago or so. But how in God's name are you going to make the recreational trails handicap accessible? And why are we doing it if it's in here? Like why it's on page 8 of 17. There's no way you're making those trails handicap accessible. So why commit to that? I guess it's Ontario regulation as amended, right? Regulation applicable to public spaces such as recreational trails. And I thought, I don't know.
So our recreational trail that's down by the waterfront I'm
talking the Nesbitt Trail and the Whitestone Lake Trail.
right. They're considered accessible, even though they're gravel, because you could actually, if you wanted to, you could push a wheelchair on there. So there's no stairs to climb.
On the Whitestone Trail?
Not on either of them, not.
Not on either.
Not
Not in
even
this world
close.
or the next.
Oh, okay.
Not even close.
No,
They wouldn't get 200 yards up the
no,
trail.
no, you'd get,
So this would, this would include newly constructed trails. So if you,
Oh, okay.
if you built a new trail, which this one was
Okay.
new, after 216, we had to make it accessible.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I know it is down.
But the existing trails, if they're not accessible, I understand there's some accessibility there, but, I haven't been on the trails.
but I
Yeah.
don't believe that all trails have to be accessible. If you look at, if you go on the All Trails app, which lists all of the, you can get a free app you can put on your cell phone that lists all of the various trails that there are, nature trails in Canada. You will see some of them are listed as being rigorous trails that you have to be in really great physical shape to make, because you literally have to clamber up parts of them.
Yeah.
And if you didn't have proper hiking gear and you weren't fit, you would never be able to attempt those trails. So it's not, I think if you designate a trail as accessible, then you have to, then it has to be accessible. But if you don't designate it as accessible, I don't know how they could.
Yeah.
Councillor Gray, do you have?
Yeah, I was a little worried about that too, because as in the Environmental Stewardship Committee, we talked about the trails and they need some work right now, just as
Yeah.
trails. And there's part of a trail, so I'm a little bit concerned when you're saying if we do any new trails or anything, I'm worried that if we want to relocate one trail a little bit off of that ATV trail that is so full of ruts and it's not walkable.
Yeah.
Does that mean we have to make it accessible? That would be my concern.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I know a little bit about this, and depending on what the trail is called, it's in the definition of the title of what you call a trail. In certain instances, it doesn't need to meet OADA. That could be if you have an incline that's over 8%, if it's just dirt or roots, as our two trails are. It's all in how you define the trail on drawings or on advertisements. So I think staff should be able to find that. If not, I might be able to assist. And it's just in the title of what the trails are called. So there is, I don't know what the words are, but I'll say if it's called a hiking trail, it doesn't need to be OADA accessible. Whereas if it's called a recreational trail, it does. So there's just on the heading of the trails. So we might need to change names on some trails, Councillor Bray, but we wouldn't need to make Nesbitt or Whitestone Trail accessible. Now, with that said, I don't know if the grant's still out there, but we might remember last year, I think we were approved for a large grant. And part of the reason why the government had these large grants out was to allow municipalities to create and upgrade trails to be more accessible based on OADA accessibility. So we might be able to make parts of trails accessible if we wanted a future date with funding from the government for some of it.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Nash. Our Public Works Manager is going to be joining us very shortly, and he can answer some of those questions that you asked. He put together the information on the potential improvements. So we'll just take maybe a brief moment here, and we'll wait
Well,
for.
do you wish to take a break then? Is that, or no? Or do you just want to wait until he joins and we'll finish this section?
Well, here's Mr. Creaser now.
Okay, all right. Let's try and get through since this is the last one we have in this section, I think. Am I right? Yeah. Okay. David, welcome. Thank you. David Creaser, our Manager of Public Works, has joined us. The questions that are being asked are about the report that is under 9.6, the multi-year plan for AODA. And I guess if I can just try and summarize what was being asked before you joined us. there was a question about the, whether the improvements that would involve push buttons to open washroom doors in both the community center and the library, if there is anything in the works for those, because it's not clear from the report that we have that work is included. The items that are mentioned don't say anything about washroom doors. So that was the first question. You're muted, David.
Yes, thank you very much, through you, Mr. Mayor. In the works for 2024 is the push button repair of the push button door at the front door of the community center and the Dundome washroom. For 2025, it is the bathrooms in the community center, those two bathrooms, as well as one of the doors in the library as well. Those are the plans.
That's the question. That's the answer to your question.
Well, yeah, but my question, David, is when you say handicap buttons, like there's no button in here now, but when you say button, is there going to be a button on the outside to get in and a button on the inside to get out?
Yes.
Yes.
Sorry, yes, there will be a full mechanism. So there is a motor that goes above the door. You may notice in the doors going into the community center now, there's two motors on each of the doors. Those are the secondary doors in the community center. There's a motor above the primary door, the first entrance door in the community center, and that is not a proper motor. I'm not sure where that was purchased from, but from what I'm told from the door installers, that was not a commercial grade, and it wasn't ever intended to be attached to buttons. So the work being done will be a full comprehensive with a motor and a push button on the inside and outside of each door.
Okay. And I thought the buttons were being done in 2024, but budget wise, I guess it's being done in 2025. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's being spread over 2 years. I believe there's 5 in total, with 2 being done this year and 3 being done next year, to allow for budgetary concerns, just to spread over the work. None of the work is required to be done at the moment, except for the repair of the community center front door push buttons. That's the only one that's required to be repaired at the moment.
But when I look on page 14 of this report, when it looks at the library and technology center and Dunchurch Community Center, but particularly the library, it doesn't say anything about washroom push buttons. Oh, that's 2024. I guess we don't outline the 2020. Oh, here's it. Like
Yep.
the library doesn't say anything about 2025.
Through Mayor Comrie, I'm seeing that when we put the report together, Dave, that got missed. So 2025 for the Whitestone Library is the push button washroom for one of the washrooms. So
Yeah.
so the idea was they would both be
So that'll now be
units
put
at
into the
swap.
report.
So that will be put into the
Okay,
report
good.
for the
What
washroom.
about
as
the
well.
nurses station?
The nursing
we
station
own-
washrooms are compliant.
They are compliant.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they have a button on either side, I guess?
Yeah, if there's a button on one side, there's the mechanism requires that there be a button on both sides.
Okay,
Yeah.
good. Okay, and the community center, it says install door opener on the washroom door. Oh, is that's what it is? Install automatic door opener on washroom door in 2025? Is that what we're talking about here? Yeah,
Yes, that's correct.
okay.
And as well, the women's washroom door, the door and the frame need to be upgraded as well
Okay.
because of the width.
And we're doing nothing at Maple Island. And when we do something at Maple Island, if it's substantive, then we have to be compliant, which is probably fiscally not viable. Is that sort of a correct statement?
That's correct. If you wanted to make that particular facility AODA compliant, it would be a major renovation simply because of the size of the building and how it's built.
Okay, even though we're not using it, what about where the twist used to be? We own that building. Do we have to do anything with that? I mean, other than, I know Steinhoff's recommendation, but if we
Right.
keep the building, do we have to make that handicap compliant?
It's not a public building right now, so the answer is no. But if you
Okay,
made
then-
it a public building, we'd have to look closely at the accommodations that might be required.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, Councillor Bray.
Yes, I just wanted to confirm through you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Creaser, did you say that the Dundome washroom, the accessible washroom, will also have push button on the inside and out this year, or is it next year?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, for this year, 2024, the Dundome washroom will have a full mechanism with the push button on the inside and the outside of the accessible washroom.
Okay, thank you very much. That's not in the report, so I just
Yes,
want to
I'm
double
just
check.
I'm just
Thanks.
writing that in now. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Woods, you had a comment? Or question?
No, that's what Councillor Bray had just asked was exactly my question, Mr. Mayor. I always get worried about that one because the washrooms are open for anybody to go use, right?
Yeah.
That one, and it, open at night when nobody's around. If somebody ever fell, hurt themselves, couldn't get in or out for whatever reason, that washroom, that's just a liability thing. So I'm glad we're doing that one. Thanks very much, Dave.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything else then?
Yeah, if I might through you, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to make sure, I know we have on page 11 of 17, it notes an increase in accessible parking spaces at several public lake access points, boat launches in concert with appropriate signage. And I don't know, I guess, I just want to make sure that all our, and maybe this is something, David, you can look at after the meeting and just make sure we hopefully, or see if there's room in the budget. I just want to make sure that at all our boat launches that are municipally owned or controlled, we do have handicap parking spaces, at least one or two of them, whatever the requirements would be. I know we do have them at some locations. Indian Narrows, I think, is a great location, or that I think we have some accessible parking, but I think another example of where we don't would be the Bolger Landing. I don't think there's any signage out there. So I think it's really important that we can ensure there's a couple spots that are dedicated to it at each boat launch, and that we can put the signs up this year to ensure that that's taking place. And lastly, in the timing, it noted about 2025 for the washrooms at the community center, and if possible, I'd like to see if, I guess, do an amendment, but see if we can put the men's and women's washroom for the widening of the doors and the moving of the toilet and the urinal in this year's budget. I think that's a really important building, which gets used by many elderly people and people with accessibility issues or handicap. I'd like to see that moved up into this year's budget if possible, and just get it done with at the same time you're doing the grab bars and stuff. So I might ask, if possible, through you, Mr. Mayor, that if it could maybe be an amendment that the 2025 improvements for those two areas get included in 2024.
Sorry, that's really for a budget discussion at our next budget meeting on March 5th, Councillor Nash.
Okay, but then we can't put 2025 improvements on the report then. Maybe it should say to be determined later, right? And the same
Well, I
about,
think there are already amendments to the report that have been noted. We're just receiving it for information, and we so
okay.
yeah, we're not approving it or just receiving it?
Well, the idea was initially to approve it so that it can go to the ministry. But what I might suggest is if there's going to be further discussion about maneuvering certain improvements from 2025 to 2024, yes, that discussion will be
Oh.
on March 5th. And what we can do is we can just hold off on this report until there's some clarity on when some of those improvements are going to be done. I know the ministry would like to see our multi-year plan finalized, but it might as well be absolutely correct, or as correct as it possibly can be before we finalize it. And we can simply hold off on approving it at this time. And we'll bring it back at another meeting once there's clarity on those budget items. I'm sure that'll be fine.
So procedurally, are we looking for an amendment to strike the adopts the plan? I'm sorry, I had forgotten that we were adopting the plan. That middle paragraph, do we need to amend the motion, or are you suggesting that we defer the whole report, or what?
Well, the third that is important, and that is
Yeah.
in terms of the training we want to move forward with, and the deputy clerk and I are already looking at the list of folks that need the training or need the retraining. So my suggestion is, if you'd like to have a suggestion, that you amend the resolution to remove the second that, so it's not approved. You're receiving it for information at this point. We'll move forward with, see, how does that read? That in order to finalize compliance with the plan and the associated legislation. Let's see, it all fits together as one resolution. My suggestion would be to simply defer this particular motion. The training has to proceed anyway, and we'll do that. We'll reach out to folks. I don't think we need a council resolution to actually confirm that. We'll start working on that right away. And then to finalize the plan, I think we're better off having the plan complete with an understanding of the budget items. That's probably the simplest process.
All right, so what do you want procedurally then? Do you want to remove do you want to have a motion to defer? Then?
Yeah, we have a resolution on the
Yeah.
table, so you'll need
So-
another motion to defer.
Okay, just a sec. So that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone defer. Motions.
And
9.6. All right.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, just when you're writing that up, I don't know if maybe I think I've said it, but David, maybe for when it does come back, if there's a way that staff could look into how many handicap parking spots are needed per regular or accessible parking spot per regular parking spot are needed, and that might help us at the boat launches to know how many spots we might need.
Okay.
Noted.
Thanks a lot.
Okay, thank you. So the motion, and then can I get a mover and seconder, please, to defer these motions? Councillor Lamb moves,
I'll second, Mr. Mayor.
seconded by Councillor Woods. All those in favor, please indicate.
Councillor Nash, yes.
Councillor Woods, yes.
I just have one more question, Mr. Mayor, through you, to David, while we've got him on the line.
Okay, thank you.
David, I know down here at where we are here, the dock area is handicap accessible. The ramp, for instance, has rails on either side so people can get down with a wheelchair and get on, say, a pontoon boat or whatever if they want to. Are our other docks the same way? So if I took a wheelchair to Gooseneck Lake, for instance, and wanted to get up on the dock to fish, Can I even push my wheelchair up the first part of the dock, or is there a requirement there, or? So I'm questioning the handicap accessibility of all our docks, not just Whitestone, which I think is handicap accessible, because I can take a wheelchair right down to the end and as I say, get on a boat. What about our other boat launches where we have docks specifically?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll have to look into the dates and to see what are the requirements for the dates of installation, but I'm fairly confident that they're not. A Bolger's got a step in there. Wabash, Bennett's Landing, I believe, has a step in there, and I believe that Indian Narrows does as well, and Gooseneck is the same. I'll have to look, and last time I checked when we were doing the work at Church Street is 1 to 12 as a tolerance, and then they have to have a 2-inch kind of a curb. I believe maybe it's not 2-inch. I'll have to confirm that. It could be 2 or 3-inch curb at the end of it, so they can't go over the end of the dock. There's a
But I
few
think if we
requirements.
don't
I'll
have
have to
our
look
boat
into that.
launches accessible, then we're missing a component of the plan, are we not? We can't just ignore our boat launches and.
I'll have to look into that.
That's another good reason to defer it.
Yeah, and I think through you, Mr. Mayor, I think staff did a great job when they did install the Gooseneck Lake dock and ramp. It was made that you can go right from the gravel surface onto the ramp, which is great. But I don't know, like you said, Councilor Lamb, I don't know if that addresses a tripping hazard or whatever it might be on the dock itself. But there is definitely a lot of work put into trying to make it compliance at the time that they did the dock out at Gooseneck.
Good.
Okay, thank you. So we are done with this item. Next, we have the fees and charges bylaw. Well, two bylaws, actually. Do you want to do those first and then break, or do you want to keep going? Do the bylaw, I'm hearing. Okay, so we'll do the bylaw. That's number 10.1. The suggested motion is that bylaw number 08-2024, being a bylaw to establish fees and charges for services provided by the municipality of Whitestone, and to repeal bylaw numbers 09-2022 and 40-2023, is hereby passed this 20th day of February 2024. And I'm wondering, Madam CAO, should we say as with the corrections noted previously or something like that to capture that? So
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct. You could say with the administrative corrections noted per council discussion. So
all
there
right,
is.
thank you. Just to save us a little time and having more amendments. So with the administrative what do you call them? Changes or
Amendments?
amendments?
Corrections probably is more the better word. Yeah.
Correction.
It's not an
Amendments
amendment.
/
it's a correction.
corrections. Actions noted in previous council discussion. All right. All right, so there's again, it's that bylaw number 08-2024 being a bylaw to establish fees and charges for services provided by the municipality of Whitestone, and to repeal bylaw numbers 09-2022 and number 40-2023 is hereby passed this 20th day of February 2024 with the administrative amendments / corrections noted in previous council discussion. Who will move that and second it, please?
I can move that, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Nash.
Okay, all right, thank you. And I see Councillor Lamb's hand is up, so Councillor Lamb, you're the seconder. It's open for any further discussion.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. The first item is on Schedule C of the bylaw, where it speaks to the $250 fee for planning consultant initial consult. Just wanted to make sure that you might have already addressed it there.
Yeah, we have.
Yeah,
We have,
We put in optional.
it says
after the end
optional,
of it.
yeah. So what
Okay,
you're
yeah.
gonna say?
yeah, because I didn't see it here.
Yeah.
It was added.
Okay.
It's
Perfect.
one of the administrative amendments that we're talking about.
Yeah, no, and I missed that part of the meeting, so it's already there. Great. No other questions. Thank you.
Yeah, just for you, Mayor Conroy. So Councillor Nash, we did make note of it, and for some reason, the amended Schedule C didn't become part of the agenda package. So our apologies. It is noted as optional. So thank you for noting that.
Perfect, thanks.
Any other questions or comments about the bylaw? Well, if not, we will call the question, and I think because it's fees and charges by law, Madam CAO will call the roll for the vote.
Thank you, Councillor Woods,
Yes.
Councillor Bray,
Yes.
Councillor Lamb,
Yes.
Councillor Nash,
No.
Mayor Comrie.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion is carried.
All right, thank you. Okay, so the second bylaw is the bylaw to appoint a deputy clerk and to repeal bylaw number 13-2020. So. Can I get a mover and seconder, please, that bylaw number 09-2024 being a bylaw to appoint a deputy clerk and to repeal bylaw number 13-2020 is hereby passed this 20th day of February 2024. Mover and seconder, moved by Councillor Lamb, seconded by Councillor Bray. Any discussion?
Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Councillor Lamb.
Welcome, Wendy. I'm very pleased to make this motion, and I can tell you that any interaction that I've had with you has been very professional and well done, and I think we've made a really good hire, so welcome aboard.
Any other comments? Are you ready then for the question? Recorded vote from our clerk.
Thank you. Councillor Bray,
Yes.
Councillor Lamb,
Yes.
Councillor Nash,
Yes. Yes.
Councillor Woods,
Yes.
and Mayor Comrie.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion is carried.
Yes, thank you. You're welcome, Wendy. So we have a number of business items. Do you wish a break or do you want to keep going? 5-minute break, 5-minute recess. Oh, I know it. Sorry to be a slave driver, but I'd rather do it now than at 6 o'clock. Yeah, well, we're going to pretend it's at 5. All right, thank you, folks. We're now back in action. So I will call the meeting back to order, and we are on item 11. Business matters. 11.1 is our CAO's attempt to capture the discussion that we had previously about council priorities at our January 16th meeting. So to get that on the floor, could I get a mover and seconder that please, that council receive for information the memorandum regarding 2024 council priorities and timelines from CAO Clerk Hendry. That memorandum dated February 20th, 2024. You got a mover and seconder? Councillor Bray moves. Seconded by Councillor Lamb. Thank you. It's on the floor. Do you want to introduce your report, Madam CAO?
Thank you. Sorry for the delay. I just got my microphone turned on. Thank you, Mayor Comrie. Yes, I did try to capture in the chart form the discussions. I did revisit the audio and listen to what was being said, and there was some collective agreement on a number of items, and there was some individual items. So I believe I've got them all listed, and I've tried to put some timelines to them as best I can. Some of them are to be determined because there's some still some timelines to work out, but they haven't been forgotten. So I have it before council for information, which is really just gives us a roadmap on going forward with some of these priorities. I think they're all doable. I don't think there's anything too onerous here. It's just a matter of especially with the bylaws. We want to make sure the bylaws are written in a manner that they're enforceable. Some of our current bylaws aren't. So that takes a little bit of time and effort and probably some legal review in the end. But I think these timelines are doable, and we'll make sure that we do our best to get this out to council within the time stated. Thank you, Mayor Comrie.
Okay, thanks. Are there any comments or questions on this report? Councillor Lamb?
Oh,
Councillor Nash, Councillor Lamb is deferring to you at this point. Go ahead.
okay. Thank you. Sorry about that. I didn't hear him. There's 2 or 3 points that I just wanted to ask and maybe get a bit of clarification on. One of them was 3.6, or it says bylaw policy 3.6. And it's the parking bylaw to include boat docking and shore road allowance. And I know it's in progress, which is great. We just have a timeline of Q2/Q3. I think we just need to be cognizant as a municipality if we need to act upon that bylaw in August. We should probably make sure to have it done and possibly in Q2 instead of still working through it in Q3. That would be my comment on that one. And then where was the next one? Just 5.5, which is on page 3 of 3. And it said boat launch, Bolger Lake in progress again, which is great. But there was just one item under the note. And it says removal of docks and shore dockers to be arranged after August 6, 2024 as deemed necessary. So I just wasn't sure what the as deemed necessary was referring to.
And so many boats.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Comrie, I can see, I know what I was thinking and when I wrote that, and I can see there might be misunderstanding. So as deemed necessary, if the docks and shore dockers are there, then they'll be removed. That was my intent of that
Okay.
comment.
Perfect. Thanks, Michelle. So yeah, maybe just so others understand it, maybe it can just be updated a little bit for the next meeting. And then just above that, I know because I've spoken to some ratepayers that have received some of the letters, but I notice here it says staff working on sending letters to Wawashkesh property owners. Just wondering, I guess they didn't go out at the same time as the Bolger and Cachagaba, sorry.
That's correct. I think I've provided a couple of updates to council. So the Bolger Cachagaba letters have gone out. There was a much smaller number. There's almost, now I don't know the numbers by heart, but well over 200 for Wawakesh property owners. And there is an item that's been added to the agenda just for discussion today. No resolution, of course, because it was just added during the approval of the agenda with regard to the letters for Wawakesh. So I know Councillor Lamb wants to speak to that, but that due to the sheer number of letters required and, you know, some of the other staff priorities that hasn't been accomplished yet.
Okay, I didn't know it was on the agenda today. Sorry about that.
It was an addition, Councillor Nash.
Are you turned on?
I should be. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you perfectly fine, Councillor Lamb.
Oh,
Okay.
it does work, yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, anything else about, thank you. Are there any other things about this report? Councillor Lamb.
Yeah, 8.1 on page 2 of 3, the official plan. We have to make steps this year. There's two things here. One is suggesting we meet with our planners for a discussion on this. Or alternatively, we issue an RFP for the project. I guess the way, and then it says council has to decide over to this, not that I want to decide right now, but our new planner is just one possibility to do our official plan, right? There could be other, like our planner doesn't necessarily mean go directly to do our official plan. So we have to do an RFP in my mind at some point, and it could include other companies. It could, quite frankly, it could include John Jackson, who knows an awful lot about the area and lakes and things like that. And I would expect that he would be invited to at least bid at this point too. So I don't know when we're going to decide that. It's sort of up in the air here. So again, I'm not requesting a decision right now, but we should address that sooner than later, because I see us starting it probably no later than, you know, Q3, I guess, of this year, right? Something should be on. I think we have to make positive steps this year in order to show people we're proceeding with this, right? So anyway, that's just a comment. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Any other questions or comments? Well, if not, can we receive the report for information then, please? All those.
Yeah.
Councillor Woods, yes.
Councillor Nash, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Hmm. 11.2 is a report on the nursing station building expansion. Mover and seconder, please, that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receive for information the nurse practitioner building expansion report of Marcella Scholdes, Chair, Whitestone and Area Nursing Station Community Advisory Committee, and Michelle Hendry, CAO Clerk, Municipality of Whitestone.
I'll move,
Would like
Mr.
to
Mayor.
Move that. Councillor Woods is moving, seconded by Councillor Lamb. Thank you. Okay, did you want to comment, or did you want to introduce it, Madam CAO?
Thank you, Mayor Comrie. I don't think it needs much introduction, but you know, it's just more good news about something that Whitestone can be very proud about. Whitestone's very lucky to have the area nurse practitioner-led clinic, and the fact that they keep increasing services, they're adding staff as need be, and it's all because Whitestone was able to do an expansion to the building. So it's really just a good news story that I know Marcella is proud to be able to share with council. And I'm not sure why my name is there. I only added a few comments. It was mostly written by Marcella. But this is good news for Whitestone. It's a well-received and well-run clinic.
There is.
I would just add to this for people's information that there has been a stream of announcements by the provincial government related to investment in healthcare, but and the ones that I'm thinking of that are significant are first of all, one that's West Parry Sound was designated as the latest Ontario Health Team back a few weeks ago. Minister Jones came to to the Stocky Center and made an announcement, and Councillor Bray was there, so Councillor Bray could take it on. When we get to councillor items, if you want, you can perhaps tell us something about that announcement. But it basically centers around the West Parry Sound Health Center, and I think that's significant because it sort of eliminates some confusion about where West Parry Sound sits in the health team, overall health team organization. And if you're watching if you're watching the press for East Parry Sound, you will notice that the controversy with respect to how this plays out in East Parry Sound is still getting some public debate. But anyway, the other thing is that the province announced a significant investment in the training of new nurse practitioners, and I think that's really significant for our situation because they are starting to see something that some of us have recognized for a long time, which is that this is really a way of the future for delivery of primary health care and a very important component. And so we are in a leadership position in Whitestone, and we are I think well positioned to take advantage of this kind of development as I believe it will continue to grow. And I think I think the community owes a vote of thanks to all the people who have worked hard to make the nurse practitioner led clinic expansion go. So anyway, enough on that for me, but I think it's I think this is certainly a significant development for us, and we're well positioned for the future. So anybody else want to, Councillor Bray, did you want to make any comments about it, or anyone else?
Although, through you, Mr. Mayor, the only thing I've ever asked for 17 years now is to have it open on a Saturday in the summer for 8 weeks or whatever, right? Which seems to be an impossible thing. And I know when they were looking for the money and before we did the expansion, I kept saying about it, right? But I don't know how that'll ever happen. But certainly when our population explodes in the summer, which is what it does. You know, the alternative, or the only other alternative is to go to the emergency ward. And so anyway, I don't know. I'm not suggesting we do anything. I've asked enough, I guess. So who's on the nurses committee? Is it Councillor Bray or?
No, that's me, Counselor Woods.
That's Councillor Wood.
Good. We'll ask them for summer hours next time they meet, Brian. Right? Well, you didn't meet last
We'll
year?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, well, when you meet this year, tell them we want someone on Saturday.
I'll do my best.
Thank you.
I would, and I think that's not an unreasonable ask either. But the problem at the moment that they face is that there is literally a shortage of staff. And the hospital itself has a shortage of nurses, you know, and has to, you know, pay agency people and do various other things in order to keep their emergency open. But this training program that I alluded to, that the provincial government is investing a fair chunk of money in, is going to generate more positions for training of nurse practitioners. And, you know, again, this is a supply, this goes all the way back in the supply chain. You have to have, if you want to be a nurse practitioner, you gotta get a place in school, and there are not that many. So, you know, but I think it's a, you know, it's an attractive position for people to have, and so there'll be more. And how that can help us is that there will, once you get an increase in this, in the stream of graduates coming out of those programs, then we have an opportunity to have people here on a locum, right? Which means that they're, you know, that we can, without having to pay a lot of extra money, and without the hospital having to pay, because the hospital pays them, we can get some extra people. So maybe I wouldn't hold your breath for it this summer, but I can see in years ahead, we may be able to have, we might be in a position or the hospital might be in a position to expand the hours that it operates.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, don't forget when they did the nurses expansion, there's a bedroom there. One of the rooms was a bedroom specifically.
That's what that's there for. Yeah,
That's what it's
exactly.
there for. So,
Yep.
so Councillor Woods, when you meet with them, tell them you got a bedroom for sale this summer or something. I'll leave it in your capable hands.
Okay, so anybody else, did you want to say anything, Councillor Woods, or?
No, I was
No?
just giggling at Counselor Lamb. I'll be sure and pass the information along.
You got your marching orders, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so,
I agree with Councillor Lamb. I think we need to have expanded hours at some times, and I think an evening wouldn't hurt either. For
Oh,
people
yeah.
who can't make
Yeah.
it during the day. So if we're able to get that, I certainly would be all for it, because I think that our community serves a lot of people, and there's a real need for that kind of service.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, should we write a letter in the next couple of months to them asking that for an hours in the summer and evenings, or some sort of plea to the hospital? Because I don't think just
We can.
Brian,
Yeah,
facetiously, I don't think Brian just bringing it up at a nurses advisory committee is gonna go very far.
Oh, I don't know.
I think the decision makers aren't the advisory committee. The decision maker is ultimately Donald Sanderson, right? So maybe we should put on the docket, you know, something to say, prepare a letter or bring it back to us or something, right? Not going to happen unless we do.
And there's still people who have difficulty getting appointments.
yeah.
So
Yeah.
again, the number of hours and, you know, I mean, again, there's only so many hours in the day that this can happen, but any expansion that we can have will certainly help, and especially in the summertime when we have so many people. From May to October is busy.
At the opening of the expanded nursing station, I said to Mr. Sanderson, I said, okay, so you know, we built it with the understanding that if we build it, they will come, and they means staff, which of course, and I got a big smile back from him. I know if we'd had a longer discussion about it, he would have enlightened me on some of the problems that I know he has with respect to staffing in general. But I would support us writing a letter, and I may be happy to draft something, and I'm happy to raise it with him too, for that matter, and see, you know, try to get on the list.
I know what
Oh.
they did through you, Mr. Mayor, in Seguin. They did, I think it was Seguin, they did put it on, but they had to come up with the money, right? They said, great, it costs 10 grand to do this on Saturdays for 8 Saturdays, so you come up with the 10 grand and we'll come up with the person. There was some community, I don't know whether it was Seguin or whatever, so.
Through you, Mayor Kami, yes, it was Seguin at the Ruth Dare Clinic in Rosso.
Yeah.
What I think I'm hearing is we can, if there's sort of a general council agreement and I get something in writing, we can put a resolution on the next council agenda that speaks to
Very good.
these items that you want. And from there, that will expand into a letter to the West Perry Sound Health Center.
I know we're pressed for time, but through you, Mr. Mayor, the person that I'll say started quite a firestorm in the last year over not having access to the nurses station. And I actually got involved with the nurses station people to put out a communication that clarified, because they were saying, if you're local, you got to go into town to the hospital or to your doctor, but if you're seasonal, you get into the clinic, right? And that wasn't true, and they put out a communication, and the very person that had written that just recently got admitted to the nurses station, right? So they're getting care, right? And again, some of these things go off like firecrackers in the community, and there was quite a lot of negative publicity because of that, and uncalled for, really. So anyway, I think it's settled down a bit now. So.
Okay, thanks. Well, anyway, can we call the question? Well, it's not call the question. We don't need, can I get a show of hands if there's nothing further that will receive this report, please?
Councillor Woods, yes.
Councillor Nash, yes.
Okay, thank you. That's carried. Where are we now? 11.3. And I think, okay. Okay, there's 11.3 and 11.4. Let me look at the resolutions for these, if you don't mind. Well, I say they both have to do with Wawash-Kesh Conservation Association, and I do know that the president of the association, Rob Slyquist, is on Zoom. He's been patiently there since we started this morning, and so if you have questions, he may be able to respond to them. But we'll start with 11.3. They sent two separate letters to us, which you have here. 11.3 is regarding the transfer of the ownership of the docks and related structures at the Bennett's Bay Landing and the Indian Narrows Landing. And so here's the motion that the draft motion that we have. Whereas the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone passed resolution number 2023-172 on April 4th of 2023, requesting staff to arrange on a go-forward basis for the maintenance of the public docks at the Wawash-Kesh landings. And Whereas the resolution number 2023-172 assumed the maintenance costs only, leaving the dock ownership with the Lake Powashish Conservation Association. Now therefore be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receive for information the letter of Rob Slyquist, President of Powashish Conservation Association, dated January 29th, 2024, and that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone hereby acknowledges the Municipality of Whitestone will assume full ownership of the docks and associated structures at Bennett's Bay Landing and Indian Narrows, having assumed maintenance of these assets by resolution number 2023-172 on April 4th, 2023, and that the ownership of these assets be transferred to the Municipality of Whitestone effective February 20th, 2024, that's today, and that as provided in the above referenced letter from Rob Slyquist, the net book value of the docks is $9,422, which is net of accumulated amortization at 10% per year. And that during 2024 budget discussions, the municipality give consideration to financial compensation to the association to mitigate this loss in whole or in part. Would someone move this?
I can move that through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Nash.
Okay, so Councillor Nash has moved. Is there a seconder?
I'll second.
Councillor Lamb seconds. Okay, it's available for discussion.
As the mover, I can start, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
First off, I appreciate that the association has submitted the letter, and I think they made a good. They pointed out something very, very good, that when we did do the motion last year, I guess the motion never spoke to taking on the ownership of the dock, even though I think it was meant to, but it didn't. So I do think personally that is something that we as a municipality should do, take ownership of that structure. I'm not sure as to if it would come into effect today or come into effect when there's some paperwork signed to say that the association is turning those docks over. I would think that we'd have to amend it to say once ownership documents have been signed. The only thing on that motion I really question is us paying $10,000 for the dock. I think when I remember council speaking to this, I'm going to say a year ago, give or take, that we said would take over the maintenance. I don't think we ever assumed that we'd be taking over purchasing the old docks, and I would see it as the association would give us the docks at no charge, and we'd continue to maintain them, whereas turning them over and paying for it, I don't see that would be in the municipality's best interest to do that, given the age of the docks and stuff. No problem taking them over, no problem taking ownership of them, no problem doing maintenance on them. And then of course we're going to have to replace them at a cost whenever they need to be replaced down the road. That would be what I think on that topic itself. I think the municipality over the years has spent a lot of money at Indian Narrows, proportionate or over proportionate to many other landings in the municipality. So I think that given all the work and the modifications and improvements that have been done at the parking area, the docks, I know there's money donated before for the docks, that I wouldn't be in support of giving of purchasing the docks off the association. Would assume that they'd be donated to us. So those are my comments on it.
So just with respect to your comment about the timing of this transfer, I think Councillor Nash perhaps has a point, and it seems to me there has to be an agreement between us and the association to cover this. I don't think we can just, we can't unilaterally assume the ownership of somebody else's property, without their consent. I'm looking at our CAO clerk as I say this, but, so I'm wondering if that isn't.
Well, and through you, Mr. Mayor, that really can't be done until after the March 5th budget meeting, because this motion says we're
Yeah.
gonna kick it to there and discuss compensation for the dock at that point. So it can't be done until after that, unless today you're going to decide, or we're going to decide on the compensation part. So,
And
how are you?
if you don't mind, Mr. Mayor, just through you, I think Councillor Woods, or sorry, Councillor
That's
Bland,
Robert.
what you just
That's
said,
Robert.
I hadn't said it, but what I was kind of alluding to is those last two that's that as provided in the above reference letter from Rob Steinhaus, the net book value of the 9422, and that during the 2022 budget discussions, I'd recommend that those two items be amended by being removed from here. So I'd recommend.
Robert's in the room, by the way.
Okay, yeah, I wasn't sure. I saw him on the phone call. I guess he's arrived.
He was out in the parking lot.
Oh, there we go. Very nice. So that's what I might recommend after everybody else has spoken, to amend the movement or to amend the motion. Sorry to take over there. Sorry.
All right, well, yeah. Others may wish to speak on this.
Mr. Mayor, if I could ask a quick question.
Councillor Woods.
How old are the docks? Like when was the dock built? Or do you have any idea?
Well,
The age of
there are
them?
two separate docks, but
The one
I-
at Bennett's and then
I-
the one
I-
over at Indian Narrows, correct?
I'm I don't trust my memory, but perhaps Mr. Slykus is here in the meeting, and I will ask him, Rob, can you recall when
Can
they
you go
were?
to the microphone? Mr.
Yeah, if you're going to
Speaker?
answer, please use the mic that's over there at the, yeah. Yeah, we got to turn it on first. It sounds like it's on.
Hello? Yeah, I wasn't on the board at the time, but it's gonna say roughly 5 years. It's a 10% amortization. It was just over 20,000. There's 9,400 left. So roughly, I think 5-6 years is probably the right number on that.
You know what? It's now coming back to me. Okay, and I'll tell you how I know. The dock at Indian Narrows was replaced in 2018. No, that's wrong. The dock at Bennett's Bay was replaced in 2018, and that was the dock. The association asked the municipality for a grant of $3,000. Remember
I
that?
remember
That was
that.
in April. That request came in the spring of 2018. So this is the spring of 2024. So the dock in Bennett's Bay is 6 years old. The dock in Indian Narrows was replaced. Oh gosh, I'm trying to remember because I remember taking the old one away. The old dock. I remember them taking
I
it
think it's
away.
Still in the 5-6 year range.
It's probably in the same, about the same time range, I would say. So that gives you a rough idea of how, and they were you know, for bookkeeping purposes, if you have these assets on, you know, by normal accounting rules, you depreciate them just for the sake of the balance sheet. But keep in mind that those, other than the $3,000 that the municipality paid for one dock, the association paid for those docks, and they paid for them out of the revenue that they received from voluntary parking permits at the landings. That's where the money for for that, where most of that money would have come from. And of course, they don't have that revenue anymore. So that's, anyway.
Can I comment on the remarks from Councillor Nash?
Not sure, go ahead.
Yeah, I think the first thing is the residual book value. If we're disposing of an asset, if the municipality was disposing of an asset, they would do the same thing. They would put it to auction for the value that's left on the books. We wouldn't just write it off. You would get what you could for it. And in our case, we're trying to get some money back on what we spent. You also made the comment about the amount of money the municipality has spent on the landing. Really, I was on the board before. I took a few years off, and I know in the last 15 years that I've been involved, we spent tens of thousands of dollars on the improvements of Indian Narrows, Bennett's, and all of that. And again, as Mayor Comrie noted, this is through revenue we got from the parking, which we don't have anymore. So that's why the transfer came about. So respectfully, I would ask that we should be reimbursed for at least the residual value. I also put in the letter that we had the $3,000 grant. We hadn't applied against it. So if we took the residual value less the $3,000, that would maybe be the amount that would be fair for us to be compensated for. So closer to $6,000.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to be able to comment back, if I might, since sorry, I forget your first name, had asked me or commented back on a few questions I had. I guess the one thing to keep in mind, or I think that we all as council really have to keep in mind, the docks and stuff were purchased out of donations made from the task force that the municipality knew about. This wasn't, or sorry, by the Wawashkesh Conservation. This wasn't based on dues collected. This was donations. So we're taking donations that were done and then asking that we pay the association for the money, even though it was through donations, which is kind of backwards. It was a donation. It was a donation. It's not really the full asset of the Wawashkesh if there was donations to help offset the cost of it, if you know what I mean. So again, I think I'll leave it at that, but I don't want to get into a debate. I wasn't expecting that we were going to be speaking to residents today, as I didn't think we were in committee open session right now, but I just don't want to get into a debate if I could on it. I just want to make my points known to council.
Again, I didn't know the only donation we received for that dock was $3,000 from the municipality. The rest of the revenue all did come from parking fees. So there was no other donation that I'm with.
Okay, thank you. I think if there are other members of council who have questions or comments, we'll take them and then we'll consider what to do with this. All right, I don't hear any questions. The motion is as it stands. I believe that we need to make some for starters, in order for me to support it, I guess we would have to modify the second that there are it's if you're looking at those of you who are looking at actual resolutions, those councillors, there's on the first page of the motion, there's the last paragraph You know, it says, the first one is, the first one I think is not very controversial at all. It says, now therefore be it resolved that the council of the municipality of Whitestone receive for information the letter, so we can do that. And then it says, and that the council of the municipality hereby acknowledges the municipality of Whitestone will assume for full ownership of the docks and associated structures. And I would be inclined to say is willing to assume full ownership if that's if council is in agreement of that, to that. Otherwise, I guess we don't need to talk about, because if that isn't true, I don't think we need to pursue it. We need to go any further. I think we have to strike that the ownership of these assets be transferred to the municipality of Whitestone, because effective today, because we really can't do that without an agreement from the association. And the net value of the docks on the books of the association, that's an undisputable thing. I don't think we need to I don't think there's anything controversial about that, but it is what it is. But then the last one, which I would support leaving there, is the one that says during 2024 budget discussions, municipality will give consideration to financial compensation. And presumably after that, so that we would have that discussion on March the 5th. And then after that, we would then be in a position to make some specific resolution with respect to an agreement. So that seems to me like the logical way. Is there to move this forward? Any comments about what I just said?
I was kind of hoping to hear from other council members. I always go first on this thing, and I thought, well, I'm gonna, sometimes they say, well, Lamb talks so much, I don't get time. So I don't know what two other council members and the mayor think about the purchase of, whether it's $6,000 or $9,000. I come out of a business background, and I'm sure, Rob, you and your organization would understand that this is part of a bigger budget that we have, and that's why the motion says we'll look at it on March the 5th, because if you probably haven't followed our budget discussions, but if you have, it's a really tight year. Let's just say that, to try and, minimize the tax burden on, and we're trying everything possible. So I would prefer to make that decision once I see our second iteration of the budget and that kind of thing, as opposed to, saying today it's, yeah, go ahead and do it, right? And then we can, I don't think it'd be much to make an agreement after that, draw it up, sign it, and get it done by, whatever, early April or late March. I don't think anyone's doing anything at that time anyway at the dock. So I'd prefer to deal with it that way. And I guess that's, pushing the decision into the future. But, we talked earlier today about, I brought up about the handicap accessibility of the docks out there, right? There's new laws and things like that, and I want to make sure those docks, if I was in a wheelchair, I could access them, right? And that's another sort of monies that we're spending. So anyway, those are just my general comments, but I think people have to, anyway, those are my comments on it. Thank you. And I appreciate you coming today. I didn't think you'd show up in person.
Honestly, I thought I was coming originally. I thought it was Tuesday. I mentioned I was coming. I thought it was 7 o'clock at night.
Okay, so we haven't heard from Councillor Bray. Councillor Bray, go ahead.
Yeah, I sort of thought that we would be just accepting this letter and then going forward, looking at things, because I feel like it's, I saw the letter in our package, and but I guess I missed reading all of the emotions ahead of time to see that we were looking at further. I realize, you know, that there's a book value and that we've given a bit of a donation, that we've done a lot of work, but I think that it would be easier after we have the discussions around the budget. It just seems like it's a little hard to make a decision and just say yes or no right this minute. I feel like we need to, need time to talk about it. We need time to find out more information and see where we are budget wise. That would be my thoughts.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Woods, did you have any comment?
Sure. Yeah, I did read this. I'll tell everybody flat out, I'm not in favor of paying for the dock. Reason being is we're gonna have to maintain it and upgrade it, and I'm sure we're gonna have to do a lot of work at some point to those docks. Doesn't matter how old they are, all the docks, we always have to maintain them. We're gonna spend a lot of money on them. If the association wanted to give them to us and then we maintain them so that everybody could still use them, that would be fine. I would not be in favor of spending any money on those docks. And I don't know, for what it's worth, they're
Okay, just a couple of comments. I think that, you know, and this has already been acknowledged, the motion that was made, you know, a year ago in April was, you know, missing some essential pieces. It's, you know, from a purely legal perspective, it seems not, you know, not proper for me to me anyway, for a municipality to assume ongoing responsibility for somebody else's asset without dealing with the asset. And, you know, I guess, you know, we never took into consideration at the time, as we should have, how this would fit into our asset management plan, because if we take over maintenance of an asset, then we are required to put it into our asset management plan. And so we should know approximately how much we're going to spend every year on maintaining the asset, if we are. And, you know, well, not if we are, because we are doing it. Like if the things that attach it to the concrete abutment break off or whatever, then our staff go out and, you know, weld something or drill something, because we took over maintenance of them. But at some point in time, they will no longer be usable, and then we'll have to replace them. And we don't know when that is or how much that's going to cost or whatever. You know, so those kinds of things. It's not that the municipality can't. It's not that there's anything wrong with us doing it per se, but and I think the other unfortunate thing about this is the fact that it does end up being a budget concern. Even a few $1,000s ends up being a budget concern. Keep in mind that the original proposal that led to all of this gave us a revenue stream because we were going to charge people for parking, which is a way to create some revenue. There's no associated revenue with any member of the public uses it or whatever. They do it for free. The people who have properties that need to use it, they do it for free. So obviously that's going to, if we do that, as we seem to be bent on doing for all the landings we have, we're going to continue to put demands on our budget going forward in the future. And I suggest to you respectfully that at some point in time, we're going to have to revisit the question of charging people something for actually using it, the ones who do use it, so that we do have some revenue to offset the expense, because the expenses will continue. And the more docks you do, the more landings you do this for, the more money it costs. Anyway, where we seem to be going is it sounds like what you want to do is for the next meeting, which is the budget meeting, to have a discussion about this before we actually consummate the transfer of the docks. You know, if you engage the lawyer to do it, to do an agreement to transfer the asset from the association to us, the lawyer would tell you, well, you have to have something in there that says for this, something that says at least for the sum of $1, another good and valuable consideration, the association agrees to transfer and so on. So we got some sorting out to do with this at some point, but we should probably have the budget discussion first and then move on from there. So my suggestion to you is to move this along is that we say, all right, let's have an amendment to cut off the that's that came after the receiving of the report, except for the last one, which says during the 2024 budget discussions, the municipality will give consideration to financial compensation. So we can do that, do those two things, if that's all you want to do today, and then we'll revisit this subject after we get through the budget. Does that make sense to you? Is that what you want?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, as a mover, can I just suggest one thing, which I think is summarizing what you've just said? It might be a little easier, if I might. The one part that says, now therefore be it resolved that the council of the municipality of Whitestone receive for information the letter of Rob, sorry, Rob, I don't want to mispronounce your last name, Rob, President, Wawashkesh Conservation Association, dated January 29th, 2024. Can we just end that with, for consideration? We can take all the other things out, all the other that's. I don't think we need any of them there. We'll take it for consideration. We know at the next budget, we're going to be speaking of it. We don't need to say we're going to be speaking of it, because we can just say we're taking it into consideration. I think that might be a very simple and easy way to do it. So if I might, could I suggest that be the amendment, that we change the last word on the first, now therefore be it resolved, from the word and to for consideration, and remove the remaining 1, 2, 3, 4 that's. Does that help? I think it makes it simple.
Well, I guess so.
You want to make it information and consideration.
Yeah, all right. Amend the
It's the
motion.
same, it's the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's what I was going to do.
And that's basically, through you, Mr. Mayor, what I wanted is we'll make the decision. It seems to me, Rob, that two councillors respectfully have kind of made their decision on this. So I wouldn't be going out and spending the $9,000 quite yet.
If I could, just to councilors, Nash and Woods, I would point out again that we put the money up front. We've amortized about a little over half the value, and we're paying it each year out of the money we're receiving from the parking. We no longer receive the money for the parking, but we still have a residual value, which we'll take a loss on when we transfer the asset. And I think there needs to be some consideration. Say again, if the municipality was disposing of an asset, they would get something for it.
Rob, let me ask you a question through you, Mr. Mayor. The big thing we're all missing here is the liability, right? We're taking the liability as a municipality of the two docks and all that. I imagine you're insured for that, and I don't think you're not insured for the docks?
We are.
We are. Okay.
The agreement that we had with the association and the municipality provided the
Well,
insurance.
who's paying the insurance?
The municipality is.
For the
They were
docks?
before.
We've always been paying the liability insurance for
Yeah.
this?
You know, there's an agreement that's part of this too, that
No, I know, but I
Yeah.
didn't think we were paying. I thought the association was paying liability. I didn't realize
I
that.
mean,
So there is no liability as far as you're concerned. Wow, okay.
But we made the investment. Again, we've lost the revenue to pay off the rest of the investment.
But that's the other thing that I wanted to ask you, because the next one coming up is about the Hobo Link, but you haven't lost, I mean, it's a question. You still have membership dues and stuff, don't you?
Yeah.
You still have an income stream,
Right.
don't you?
but it's greatly reduced. The majority of our income, or major share of our income came from parking and dock fees.
Right.
So membership fees are small enough to find that out. And we've lost the expense from the docks and the parking, et cetera, but we've also lost the revenue for it. So moving forward, we'll be flush, but we still owe, we still have this book value that we need to be kept whole on. So we can.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think there's conversations taking place, but I can't hear them.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, well, I think what
Okay.
what we
move on.
probably should do is we should probably wrap this up, this debate and we've got another one here to do. So what I have is a proposed amendment by Councillor Nash, which says that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone amend the suggested motion at 11.3 by removing the last four clauses, inserting the words "and consideration," and that's after the words "for information." For information. And that's in the third. In that would be the third clause. In the third clause. That's the one that begins now therefore. So basically what we have is we have the two whereases, and then we have now therefore be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receive for information and consideration the letter of Rob Slyquist, President, Wawash-Kish Conservation Association, dated January 29th, 2024. And then the others, if this amendment carries, then the other four paragraphs that begin with the word "that" are struck. Is everybody clear? All right, can we get a show of hands that that's what we want to do? Guys on
Councillor
the
Woods,
phone?
yes.
Yes. Councillor Nash? Oh, I'm sorry, we did not get a seconder. The mover was Councillor Nash. We need a seconder, otherwise.
I'll second it, Mr. Mayor.
For what?
For the amendment, this is an amendment.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so once again, I need a show of hands just to see on the amendment, please.
Councillor Woods, yes.
You're okay, Councillor Nash is okay, all right?
So Councillor Woods and Nash, if you could say your name and indicate your vote.
Yeah, sorry, are we voting on the amendment now?
Amendment.
Sorry.
Yes.
Okay, yes.
So you're in favor of the amendment. Thank you. Now, the original motion then, as amended, the amendment is carried. So the original motion has those last four paragraphs deleted and the change that I mentioned. And that motion was moved by Councillor Nash and seconded by Councillor Lamb. So we can now call the question on the motion as amended. Once again,
Councillor
just a
Woods,
show of
yes.
hands, please, for everybody. All right, so that one is carried.
Councillor Nash, yes, sorry.
Okay, thank you. I think we know where we are. Now, the second one of these letters at 11.4 has to do with HoboLink. And I'm going to read the motion, and we'll get a mover and seconder so we can deal with this one. Whereas the Wawash-Kish Landings Task Force presented a report to council on April 4th, 2023. And whereas among other recommendations in the report, the task force recommended the following: that the municipality will assume the cost of the following programs / activities currently underwritten by the Wawash-Kish Conservation Association. And one of the items there was maintenance of the HoboLink, that's a trade name of Onset Corporation, water level monitoring system. And there was an annual maintenance cost associated with that, was listed there, $587.60. And whereas the above referenced recommendation from the task force regarding the Hobollink water level monitoring system was not addressed at the April 4th, 2023 council meeting. And whereas council has received correspondence from Rob Slyquist, president of the Lake Oashkosh Conservation Association, dated January 29th, 2024, regarding the Hobollink water level monitoring system and the importance of the monitoring system for monitoring the fluctuations of the lake as it relates to septic systems and cottage properties. Now, therefore, be it resolved that during 2024 budget discussions, the municipality give consideration to assuming responsibility for the system and related costs to update and maintain the system on a go-forward basis. So that's the motion. Is there a mover and seconder for that motion?
I can move that, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Nash.
All right, Councillor Nash again. Seconder? Councillor Bray. Thank you. Okay, so this one is, well, I guess, maybe I should just give everybody a piece of information. Well, let me see if it's,
Reader's Digest.
no, I know,
Version.
I'm just looking. There is, you will see at the, I just want to highlight wanted to highlight something, and it's on the top of the second page, which is of the letter from Rob Slyquist. And that's on page 156 of 264 in your package, if you're looking at it. It notes that there is a one-time upgrade to the system, which includes the first year of service. And that is $2,532.32, which is a quotation that association received for this. So, and that's necessitated by the fact that the current logger is a 15 or so, more than 15 years old. And the software and the communications portions of it are no longer going to be supported, probably as of about June of this year. So now the association, again, purchased this system a long time ago, and I don't believe that there's anything on their books for it. It's quite a long time ago. But it's a piece of electronic equipment, kind of like a computer or a modem or whatever, and you know, that kind of device, they don't last forever. And it just so happened that this year when they went to renew when the association went to renew the communications plan and the thing that allows the public to go in and look at the water level, they were told, no, this thing is going to stop working at some point in the near future, and it's not supported anymore. So you're going to have to replace the logger itself, not the whole system. There's sensors and so on. They will work with the new logger, but that's what the 2532 is, and that includes the 2024 communications charges that you get for it, and then going forward, it drops down to this something like $486. So just so you understand what they're asking, that's why there's an unusual cost associated. Just happened that it was this particular year that it reached its end of life. So that's all I want to say about that, unless people don't understand what this is and why it's important. And if that's the case, perhaps you can ask a question to Mr. Slyquist. So I'll open it up for questions, comments for people.
If I might, through you, Mr.
councilors.
Mayor.
Councilor Bray.
Oh, perfect.
Councillor Nash, I thought.
Oh, all right.
No,
Counselor
Can-
Nash, did you want to go first?
it doesn't matter if Counselor Bray would like to go first.
Well,
more
no,
than-
go ahead. You.
Okay. I guess I don't need a response back from the Washkesh Association, but I'm really perplexed as a counselor. We have lake associations and, Washkesh Conservation Association that would do water testing. Monitor the water level if they want on their lakes. There's many other lake associations or road associations in our municipality. And I don't see the association on Gooseneck, for example, asking for money to do water testing or to install a hobo link. Or the Pioneers Association up at Bolger asking for a hobo link or paying for items. And a lot of the dues from most, what I would have thought, associations would go towards things like this, things on the lake that help them know what's happening on the lake, not for the municipality to take all these things over. Bolger has a dam, Gooseneck has a dam, Washkesh has a dam. There's dams through the Magnetawan River. There's many locations that things like this could be installed, but nobody's asking for it. And I go back to, I think, a comment one of the other counselors made under the last section. And I think if I recall correct from some questions that were asked during a task force meeting or from one of the members of it, there was little involvement in donations from residents. And I think it might have only been 20 or 25 people donated money each year as part of the donation system towards the docks, we'll say. So if there's hundreds or 100 and something members, I'm not sure what the exact number is, I think it's between 100 and 200 members of the association, certainly all the money that's being collected goes to somewhere other than insurance for the association. Those are the fees that I would assume are collected for things like this, for water testing on their lake to be done by the association, for the hobo link, not for the municipality to take over further responsibility of these. And I believe this was spoke to some extent at the last go round of this about a year ago. And I think that's why this wasn't voted on. It was decided that it would just, I think it was withdrawn because of the conversation that was had. So again, just in closing, I think I don't quite understand why we'd be asked to pay for this from an association's point of view when it's for memberships there. And I think there was a really good point made, which I just want to say in closing, that when we spoke about the dock at the last motion, that a liability of an asset that we don't own, is something that's very hard for municipality to take on. That's why we want ownership of them. And that's part of the reason why we're trying to do something out of Bolger, is because we don't want liabilities to assets that we don't have control over, right? So again, I personally won't be in support of funding this expense for an upgrade or on a go forward basis. And I think it's something that the Washkesh the Washkesh Conservation Association would just do as part of their own conservation efforts. Those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bray, sorry, I thought you were.
No, you answered my question. I was just wondering about that $2,000, whether it was a one-time and is it operational now? So what you're telling me is it won't be operational as of this summer.
That's what they say.
That's what they say.
The vendor of the system says, but it's continuing to operate right now. Yeah, Councillor Lamb.
Yeah, I'll weigh in on this one a little bit. I don't think we have the expertise. I mean, the mayor, you kind of run it now or have some involvement in it, but other than once you get hit by a beer truck, we don't have the capability within the municipality to do this. And of course, it will take more resources. I don't know how many, but certainly I would ask the CAO whether we have any capability of even operating this thing, right? I know how important it is on the lake, and so I'm not dismissing that. What I would suggest that we do, and I'm personally not in favor of taking ownership of it and running it and whatever, but what I do think we should do is we should, again, punt this. We have a donation policy that is part of our budget that we'll be looking at on March the 5th, which says, you know, we give to this and that and whatever. So I certainly am not, or I am in favor of looking at a donation towards this $2,500, maybe the whole 2,500, or maybe 500. I don't know where we land on it, but that's where I think we could possibly contribute. But I'm really not for owning it, and maybe I'm misunderstanding something. But you know, along with ownership comes a lot of requests, right? You know, suddenly it's not the association, it's the municipality that could get 50 emails. Why is it down, or why is it up, or why is it this, and whatever. So I'm really not in favor of taking it over. I suspect, again, I'd like to hear from fellow councillors as to what they feel on this thing, because at some time you gotta make your feelings known, I guess. And anyway, that's my feeling on it. So thank you.
I know you don't want to hear it. I just want to put comment.
Sure.
Make sure the mic's on, Rob.
On the mic? Counselor Nash, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Yes,
hear
I
you. You're coming
can.
through.
Okay,
You're
great.
coming through here. You're coming through.
I don't want to get into a full discussion, and Counselor Nash asked that I didn't respond, but I did want to just clarify one point. You shouldn't compare this to water testing. The people that know Lake Wawashkesh know that we monitor the levels for reasons that are not the same as Gooseneck or Whitestone or Bolger. We have a refresh that goes up to floods as high as as long as I've been here, up to 12 feet. And all of our members and people on the lake monitor the Hobalink and to look for flooding and other things like that. So it's a very important piece of equipment. We also do water testing, and that's where some of our we spend a couple thousand every year on our own water testing as well. And we send reports on that, but this is something completely different, and it's done for other reasons. So I like to think of it some consideration for that. And it was in the original parking and dock task force. I know this was under discussion as being transferred at that time, along with the responsibility for the boom for the dam as well, for maintenance of that. So it's just a clarification.
Okay, are there other comments from any councillors that haven't already spoken? So I guess, were you going to make a comment? Councillor Bray, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, it takes me a little while. Again, it was, I think that, you know, I realize that this is an important system that, the people on Wawashkesh really need. I guess my concern was the cost for the upgrade and things like that. I kind of like, Councillor Lamb's suggestion that we consider this in a donation and not take it over, but assist in some way if we can. When we look at the budget, again, I would say that it's not something that we can actually, I would hope that we're not just going to make a decision yes or no today, because we can't, again, we're at a budget time and we need to figure out what we're doing, whether we are going to take it over or whether we're going to do it through a donation or something like that. I mean, our budget, next budget meeting isn't that far away.
Yeah.
If there's a reason why it has to be done today, then I need to know why it has to be done today. I would suggest we wait. Look at it and look at all the aspects to see what we can do.
Do we, through you, Mr. Mayor, do we even know, I don't know, but do we even know what's involved in taking this over? Right? How much time, how much, I have no idea. Does staff have any comment with respect to this, or do you know how much, what what's involved in taking it over? I don't know.
Through you, Mayor Conroy, I think the short answer is no. It's not something that our public works staff have any experience with that I know of, and I don't think they understand what the time commit would
Well,
be or the technical
had this-
requirements.
I would think by the
Yeah.
March 5th meeting that maybe you might try to get an answer to that, right? So we know what we're taking over, right?
I had this discussion with our public works manager a year ago when we were talking about, because as you know, it was you can see from the original report of the task force, it was an assumption, and he asked the question that you're asking at that time. It's not all that complicated. There is some training involved. I mean, we have the municipality has way more complicated things that we do. For example, we do water testing on the drinking water in this building and our buildings on a week in and week out basis, which is a kind of a mission critical sort of thing. And our staff know how to do that. And it's not nearly as complicated as that is. But yeah, I mean, it's a legitimate question. Anyway, I won't try to answer it for you now, but it's not. It's not an onerous responsibility, but it's in the same category as things like, for example, if if our CAO's computer breaks, she has to call somebody, or it just stops working properly or whatever, she has to call somebody she might have to call someone to come in and get assistance. And that sort of thing can happen periodically if the system goes down because of some fault or other, but it's,
well,
I spend a couple of hours a year on my time on the current one. Usually in the fall, I go and check a bunch of things out and so on. And other than that, unless something breaks, it just keeps going.
Okay.
All right.
How often does it break?
I'm
just curious, like,
the-
I have no
the-
idea
The
what's
worst
involved.
problem that we've had with it has been this situation of it getting to the point where it was at end of life, right? That this year, right? I mean, last year, I don't even think I had to relaunch the logger last year. It just ran continuously through the whole year. You can tell by looking at the data files how long they've been running, because if a sensor drops out or something like that, you have to do what's called a relaunch, which you do remotely. Like I do it from my computer wherever I happen to be, but it usually it'll go. Lately it's going for a couple of years on a single data file, right? It's in other words, that I haven't had to do any interventions of it. I haven't had to replace any broken equipment or anything like that. It's all.
So in an effort to move this along,
Yeah.
Councillor Woods, do you have any opinion on whether we should take ownership of the Hobo Link or not?
I think before we discuss about taking over any broken piece of equipment, we gotta look at our books and see where we can afford to spend money. I mean, if the association kept it and then we wanted to donate some money to help them maintain it or fix it, then that would be one thing.
Okay, it seems to me then we have a consensus that this point of council that we're reluctant to take ownership of it, and we'll look at a donation, which could go from 0 to the full amount, when we look at our budget on March the 5th. Is that fair to?
Well, that's
say?
what the motion actually, the only motion that is here. After all the whereases, it says now therefore be it resolved that during 2024 budget discussions, the municipality gives consideration to assuming responsibility of the system and related costs. So,
Okay,
I mean, I don't,
well, let's,
I think we've had a good discussion, but we're,
okay.
we are effectively, like we did with the previous one, I guess, punting it. I didn't write these motions, by the way, but that's the effect of this one, certainly, is to punt it to the public, to the budget discussion. So,
See
if
how
there's-
good we are not making decisions, Ron?
I appreciate you listening, that's all.
all right, so can we, can we call the question on this then? All those in favor? And counselors on the phone?
Councillor Woods? Yeah, we're just receiving this, right?
Yes.
Yes, my answer is yes.
Yeah.
Everybody hope we get home for dinner.
I was muted. Sorry, Councillor Nash, no.
No,
Hmm?
that was a no.
Okay,
But it's not a recorded vote, right?
no, it's not. I'll just make a note, so. All right. Okay, so we have done with that one, which is
Curfew.
11, well, we've done 11.3 and 11.4.
When's curfew?
And we now have 11.5 is a series of financial reports with respect to the bottle sheds. There are 4 of them. So the motion that we have is that the council of the municipality of Whitestone receive for information the following. The first one is York Street landfill site financial report for 2022. And that's from the Whitestone Lake School Parents Association. Then the York Street landfill site financial reports for 2023, the first part of which came from the Whitestone Lake School Parents Association for January to August, and the second part which came from September to the end of the year from it was Whitestone Lake Central School Parent Council Fund prepared by Principal Wade Burrows at the school. And then the Alds Road landfill site and York Street landfill site 2023 report from the Whitestone McKellar Lions Club. And there is a revenue report for the bottle sheds, a consolidated revenue report for the years 2018 to 2023 prepared by our treasurer. So those are all the reports that and the motion is simply that we receive them for information. So could I get a mover and seconder, please, for that? Councillor Lamb moves. Councillor Bray seconds.
It's-
Is there any discussion? If not, could we? Sorry, let me. Oh. If not, okay, I think we can just call the question then for a show of hands. Please indicate if you're willing to receive the information.
Councillor Woods.
Councilors on the phone?
yes.
Sorry. Councillor Nash, yes, sorry.
All right, so Councillor Wood said yes, so that motion to receive is carried. All right. Landfill site pile shed reports. Now 11.6 is, the purpose of that one is to schedule a special council meeting date for council to meet and interview potential candidates for the integrity commissioner role. So I think, well, there's a date missing from the motion that we have to determine, but I'll read you the motion. That the council of the municipality of Whitestone schedule a special council meeting to meet and interview potential candidates for the integrity commissioner role on such and such a date. And I'm going to assume that this would be by Zoom. So if you don't mind, I would.
Yes, yes, Mr. Mayor, it would be a Zoom meeting.
Is this an open or a closed meeting?
This would be a closed meeting, proprietary information.
Special, I'm gonna put the word closed in here just so everybody understands. A closed council meeting via Zoom. Mover and seconder, please, and then we'll try and find a date.
I'll move. Councillor Woods.
Councillor Woods, thank you. Seconder?
I can second, Mr. Mayor. Councillor
Sorry,
Nash.
Councillor Bray beat you to the punch. Yeah,
Perfect.
thanks. So we're good. All right, so let me ask our CAO to among anything else you may want to say, when do you think it would be appropriate for us to do this from your point of view?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll just have a couple of preliminary comments. As council knows, there was an RFP for Integrity Commissioner Services. The mayor and the deputy mayor were established to be the evaluating committee, and I participated in that as well. There were actually 5 proposals received, and it was narrowed down quite easily actually to 2 particular organizations that could provide the services. So it would be a meeting with 2 individuals or 2 organizations that do provide these services and certainly met the qualifications that the RFP was seeking. So that's just for information. So you won't be interviewing 7 or 8. It's just 2 at this point. As far as the date of the meeting, the shortlist folks have not been contacted. I thought it was more important for council to set a meeting date, with a reasonable time in the future to allow these folks to put the meeting time into their schedule. So other than that, I'll leave it with council to look at their calendars and see what we've got for availability.
Pick a date.
Okay, thank you. I'm trying to get through to the end of this.
Is there any way that we can, I mean, the budget on March the 5th isn't going to be all day. Right? If we're starting at 10 in the morning and we're not gonna be talking budget at 4 o'clock, is there any way we can tag 2 interviews? They're not gonna be hour-and-a-half interviews or anything, I don't think. Can we tack it on to the end of the budget meeting? They'd have to have some flexibility because we can't. Yep, I'm seeing.
I'm shaking my head just because of your assumption that the budget meeting won't.
Oh,
I
okay,
mean,
okay.
Keep in mind, this one was going to be over at 3 o'clock.
Okay, yeah, okay, well, that's probably.
I'm just, my only concern is I think you would need to schedule a couple of hours because what's going to happen is you're going to interview one person and then maybe you want to have a little discussion about that one and then you're going to interview another.
Well, I
potential
don't care when
vendor.
it is, it's Zoom, and so
But,
let's pick a date.
we don't. I don't know. So,
Counselor Nash, do you have a time period? Because, I know you're going through some stuff, so what do?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I would say, to be simple, just add it to the next council meeting. If it can't be at the budget meeting, just do it at the next council meeting. That's all I'd suggest. If not, whenever it might be booked, see if I can attend.
Through you, Mayor Conway, I just, the next council meeting, of course, is March
19th.
19th. And we do have a public meeting scheduled within that meeting for the
Short-term
short-term rental. Thank you. It was on the tip of my tongue. I do agree with you, and it can be done on a regular meeting. We would just have to suspend the regular meeting, but I'm sure as a courtesy to the folks we're interviewing, it would be appropriate to give them a specific time.
What about Monday, March the 4th? The day before, or are you tied up with the agenda and stuff? For a
Good
couple
for me.
hours at
That's
some time?
It's good for me.
Counselor, would you be working that day? So it would have to be later in the day. Is that correct?
Yeah, that would be ideal for me.
So what time would you be available?
I'm home by 2:30, 2:35.
So
But,
if we
I
said
mean-
3 o'clock, is everyone okay at 3 o'clock on the 4th? I'm just trying to move this along.
Unfortunately, I have a problem in that I have to be in Toronto on the Sunday before, so I'm going to be traveling here on that day, and whether I would get where I'm going by 3 o'clock, and I don't know. If it was after supper or something, it would work out all right.
I don't care. It's by Zoom. I can make it 7 o'clock or 6 o'clock or whatever, right?
Counselor Woods, is there a day that week that you're not working?
Just taking a look right now.
Okay.
Like-
I do recall when we were booking 3 o'clock meetings, we moved them to 4 because I recall that even though you're just home at 3, it was a little difficult for you. So we want to give you enough time to get yourself organized if it's a meeting later in the day.
Yeah, the kids get dropped off at 3 o'clock in the driveway, 5 after 3, but they're pretty self-sufficient now. They can come into the house by themselves if I'm signed on, like that's what happened today, right? But they've got me booked at work pretty much every day, other than the days that I've booked off already for the regularly scheduled council meetings.
Fair enough. Counselor Nash, is there some limitations for you the week of March 4th?
Not that I can see later in the day, the better. Evening would be best. But whatever everybody else wants to do,
Why don't we do it on the 4th in the evening?
I can't be too much longer in this call, so I'm gonna just go to what everybody else wants to do, just to, in terms of.
March
getting
4th
on with the meeting.
at 6:30.
I know the mayor's traveling that
Well,
way.
that's
So
okay, as
6:30
long
or
as you
3.
get it later. I just thought 3 was a little bit early. you know,
Yeah,
if you
6:30 on the 4th.
If you want to try to do them between 4 and 6, I'm probably okay with that, right? But
Yeah,
just,
I can do evening meetings, no problem. That makes it easier for anybody.
but if it's better after supper, that's okay with me too. I don't care.
Okay, 6:30 on the 4th. Will you send out an invite to us? and we'll put
Yes,
that
there
on
will
calendar?
be, there will actually be an agenda. And we'll send a email tomorrow, a save the date email, just for your calendars, and then.
Yeah, you
there
can
will be
send an
agenda.
invite. We just hit the thing.
Right.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
So it's the evening of the 4th,
6:30.
6:30 by Zoom. So that would be Monday. I'm gonna write it into the motion here. March 4th. At 6:30 PM. Okay, so are we okay with that? Can we get a show of hands, please?
Yep.
Counselor Woods, I'm okay with that.
Counselor Nash, yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, now these, the next, the last item in this section is requests that Councillor Nash had. Do you wish to proceed with those today, or do you want to do them at another time, Councillor Nash?
Well, maybe I can just speak to it really briefly, but yeah, I can't be on the call too much longer just because of what I went through earlier today. So all I want, and maybe it can be brought back at a later date, but just if we can get possibly some information from staff as to what the cost would be if we ended up using a payroll company to do the T4s and the pay stubs and the bank deposits and all that kind of stuff. Like, I know there's a number of companies out there, Ceridian, ADP, whatever they might be. Those are the big names that I think everybody knows. And then it was just to talk about, I know, and it might not matter to some people and it might matter to others more than others. And I know normally, I'm just using as an example, if you're paid the first of the month, your pay goes in the first of the month, or if you're paid on the 15th of the month, you're paid on the 15th of the month. And I know right now for counselors, it might be different for other staff. But you know, if we're paid on the first of the month, you know, it might be the third or the fourth or the fifth, and I think in a couple instances where the pay goes in. So I just like it to see if staff can find a way when they're looking at what the cost might be for a payroll provider, at the same time to simply look at what needs to be done to make sure that if the pay date's the first, that it goes in on the first and not a few days after. So it might take a little bit of work, and if the staff just want to bring it back to another meeting, and then, you know, hopefully with that there might be a resolution at that time and some more information. So if other counselors might be okay with that, that's all I wanted to say. And, you know, maybe you can come back in a month or so. That's all.
Okay, thank you.
So staff can do a small report on this and bring it back, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so 11, all right, so we have actually, I said it was the last one, but it isn't the last one because we added two things to the agenda.
Yep.
Um,
So I can speak to 11 point, what is it, 7 or 8?
11.8 was the letter to the Wawashkish residents, as I have it, and I would point out that the CAO circulated a memo to councilors explaining what the issue was with that. So I don't know, since we're in a public meeting, perhaps well, you know what? There isn't anybody on the phone so maybe we don't, maybe we can dispense with it. All the councilors should know what this is about, but
The Boulder Lake thing, or the Wawashka.
this is the Wawashka letters and the
okay.
cost of the extra
Yeah.
money, right?
So-
Go ahead. You
So I'll
wanted to
just
introduce
briefly
it.
talk to it. When we were setting the agenda, the mayor and I and the CAO last week, it came to our attention, to the mayor and myself, that we had sent letters out to Bolger, registered letters, et cetera.
Thanks.
Most on council know we've received at least one email that I got anyway. But the letters to Wawashkesh were not sent out yet. And it appeared that the cost to do that, as I recall, was going to be something like $3,600 to send registered letters out at $10 or $11 each. And I thought that was a lot of money to basically get the same message out that we could probably in an ordinary letter. You know, my experience with a registered letter is once they know people are getting them, people will avoid going and getting them. Once people on the lake know they've got a registered letter, they'll get it from their neighbor or someone else. So I don't know in essence what that accomplishes. If we spend $300 or $400 and send it by regular mail, and we also do some proper signage perhaps up at Wawashkesh. Because in essence, the problem at Wawashkesh is not about shore dockers or other things. It's about the 10 or 12, or so might be out a few trailers that of one sort or another who are parked in the bush up there. When it comes to the top, the main parking lot up to the top on the right, which is the old dump area, I'm told by the mayor, and I believe him, that it's an M&R property, which it's not part of our land use permit. So we really can't tell them what to do or not to do in that area, but we sure can inform them about the trailer decision. And I think the letter has to be redone a little bit. I don't think we can send the Bolger Lake one out. I think a lot of people will be calling saying, what's this all about? So I think we have to redo it a bit to hone in that shore dockers aren't a problem at Wawashkesh, but trailers are. So what I thought is, I really think that we should save $3,000 or whatever and not send them by a registered mail. So anyway, and I thought we should bring it to council before we send that letter out, I guess. So that's the story.
So for the benefit, just for clarity, and I agree with everything that Councilor Lamb just said, but we're rescinding a motion that council or part of a motion that we made previously, because the reason this is here is because the CAO clerk received direction by council resolution to send registered. Yeah, so we would have to rescind whatever that direction was. I don't know if it was I don't know where it was, but you would be able to find it, I guess.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Conway. So I did have this conversation with Councillor Lamb on how this would unfold. So he would bring it up at today's meeting. We would then have direction to bring a resolution to the next council meeting in March, simply because there's not, at this time of year, it's not time sensitive. And the resolution would amend the original resolution, not rescind it, because there's still important pieces in there. And I haven't got my head around how that would do, but I have a sense that you don't want to send registered letters to the Wawashkesh folks, and that the focus for the Wawashkesh information letter is on the parking as opposed to the shore dockers. If I have that correct.
That's what I think, but I mean,
So I'll work with Councillor Lamb on a motion for the next council meeting.
yeah, and we may decide at that point that send it by registered mail, but at least we'll have some idea of the letter and the different costs and things like that. So I don't want to get into a big debate today, but we all want to accomplish the same thing. We want to, clean up that portion of Wawashkesh, and I think once we do that, we'll be okay kind of up there. So anyway, so I guess it goes to the next meeting.
And could I say one thing?
Right, so.
I just want to make people aware of
Yeah,
the
no, okay, I
situation.
understand, but are you satisfied with this? You don't need staff direction, or do you need a motion to be passed, is what I'm asking you?
No.
I guess we shouldn't actually, because
No, you
the
can't pass a
procedure
motion.
bylaw says that we're not supposed to be bringing.
So
Now that you mention it,
Councillor Lamb brought this up for information. I understand that he wants something on the next council meeting, and he will give me something in writing
Yep.
to that effect. And then there'll be a motion, an amending motion, speaking to what his wish is with regard to the original motion. And then it comes before council.
Could I just make one comment, if you mind, just for clarification? Thank you. I think one thing to maybe look at would be registered mail versus express post. Express post doesn't need a signature. My take on it, I'm sure we'll debate at the next meeting, is if we've sent registered letters out to some owners because of an issue on one lake, we should treat property owners on another lake similar where we knew there was a problem, not send only a registered letter or a mailing out to people on Bolger and put them separate to people on Mawashkesh. I know there is a fee in it, but I think what we'll find is for legalities, I'll call it, if we ever have to remove a trailer or something, we'd want to give notice to the people that are parking those trailers in those areas out at Lake Wawashkesh that we told them in a registered letter or express post, which can still be confirmed delivered that it's been done. And in the big scheme of things, I think it's probably worth the money. That's just my take, but I guess we'll talk about it at the next meeting.
To you, Mayor Comrie, if you don't mind, we can obtain the cost of the express post mailing as well.
It's
and
pretty
that-
similar in my experience.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't think it
I
saves.
think one
much
of the things that is important, if there's going to be any removal of trailers or shore dockers or, however we're going to enforce council's wishes, it is through the bylaw process. We can give residents notice that that's council's direction, but it's the bylaw process that's and the enforcement of the bylaw that gives it strength. And so to your point of getting the parking bylaw moving sooner than later, point taken. Councillor Nash, thank you.
Yeah. And once again, I just want to remind you, there's a huge difference between a Bolger and Wawashkesh. The property at Bolger is municipal property. We own it. The property that at Wawashkesh where vehicles are parked, for the most part, I mean, there's some people park on the road allowance, of course, but they're anything that's related, the main parking areas in both cases are we have land use permits. That's Crown land. And enforcement on Crown land and the ability to take stuff away from it is potentially, we may have more legal work to do before we can actually do that. So,
And I do think you're 100% correct, Mr. Mayor, in that it's a good point that Crown land rules are different than municipal land. But I think a perfect example of that is what happened out of Bolger when M&R went and ticketed all the trailers that were parked there because you're not allowed to have a trailer that's not attached to a vehicle on Crown land, right? So I think that's a perfect example of where we're trying to give them more time than what. Anyways, we'll get into it another
day.
day.
Okay, thank you. So we're gonna just have that discussion and move on then to number 8. 11.9 and 11.9 was, let me look back and see what it was.
Communication policy.
Yeah, communication policy. And again, I'm happy to have Councillor Lamb raise whatever his issue is, but I think that a discussion of policy should come to another meeting in the same way, should come to another meeting where we have some background material to consider and people know what's.
Okay, let me speak to it if I can, please. Just speaking. Yeah, so again, last week, the mayor and I and the CAO were talking, and I guess we have a difference of opinion on the newsletter. And when the newsletter came out and we were asked for input into the newsletter, I wanted and submitted very early into the process, I wanted the resolution that council made about the pool and recreation center in Perry Sound put in the newsletter. And I thought it was self-explanatory. I then, after that, I talked to the CAO and we shortened it a bit to give a sort of summary, if you will, of what was passed. And I thought I was in on time and I thought I had the right to do that and et cetera. And then the newsletter was sent to the mayor, I don't know, I'll say a week or so ago. And we had a discussion, which in essence, he was telling me that in his opinion, he and the CAO have the final say on what goes in the newsletter and what doesn't. And that my submission, he may not allow. And I got a little upset at that. I asked to look at the communication policy, and here's what it says and this is from 216. Here's what it says specifically with respect to newsletters. A newsletter will be created, printed, and made accessible to all residents. The receptionist will gather information through department heads, council, boards, committees to be included in each newsletter. Notice will be given of deadlines for submission. I did that. Draft newsletter will be prepared for council review, which we used to do all the time, but we've stopped doing that the last little while. And then C, amendments will be processed if required. And then it says final viewing by the mayor and the CAO clerk treasurer. That was, I guess Tammy was here at the time, or Lil, I don't know. It will be printed, and then it will be mailed. There's some more stuff about when it's held 4 times a year. So I simply want our motion put into the newsletter because I think it's important. I think it was quite a controversial subject matter. And I want to communicate it to our citizens. It's in a view of transparency of what we do. And I don't think I should be trumped by that, what I just read, that the mayor gets to trump me or anyone else on council. It also says, by the way, in the policy down below, all members of council will have the option to write a personal letter to taxpayers, which would accompany the quarterly newsletter. So, you know, am I told I can't write a personal letter on this thing? You know, like, I just think it's a bit of a mountain out of a molehill. And I would really like what I submitted to be put into, and work with the CAO to be put into the newsletter. So that's the issue. And I have no other option than to bring it to council in this form. And that's why I'm bringing it today. So I know the mayor disagrees with this and thinks there's nothing new to tell people. I think there's a lot to tell people. As a matter of fact, I'm meeting with the CAO and myself are meeting with 3 members of the Pool and Recreation Committee tomorrow. And I'll, be able to report back, but by that time the newsletter will go out. So that's what I'm asking, is support, I guess, from council to simply put what I put into the newsletter. And I think it's important. So thank you.
Okay, well, I'm going to respond just so that you understand what the disagreement was about.
Well, I understand what the disagreement.
No, you understand, but the other people don't.
No, you said me, so that
I'm not, sorry, I'm not, you understand. No, I know you understand. But others on council have not heard what my disagreement was, at least. We have the material that Councillor Lamb wanted to include had what essentially was minutes of council. It said this was the resolution, this is who moved it, seconded it, and this was the vote on it. We have never in my entire time on council ever put that in a newsletter. We don't put it in a newsletter because that's why we have minutes of council. So, I mean, if the notion said, Councillor Lamb is going to be meeting, if the note simply said Councillor Lamb is going to be meeting with the Pool and Wellness Committee to discuss this particular thing or something, I would have had no objection to it. But I believe that putting that kind of detail, I mean, what essentially we're saying, since we've never done it before in my time, what we're essentially saying is this is the most important thing that's going on in the municipality of Whitestone. We're saying to the public, and I think we're bringing council and our municipality into disrepute if anybody thinks that that's really the case, because if that's the most important thing we have to talk about in a newsletter, which has very limited space in it, by the way, so it's going to be, I mean, honestly, that's, I think that is an inappropriate use of a newsletter, and I am more than happy. Ideally, the time to report on this is after that meeting when we know, for example, whether or not it's going to have any impact on our 2024 budget, you know, those kinds of things.
Okay.
That's useful, but you know, it's really violating, in my opinion, the integrity of the newsletter. And I don't think that that's the intent of it.
Okay.
And as to, you know, I accept the fact that the communication policy is out of date, but we haven't done in the time that I've been on council since 2014, we have not had individual councilors put their own things in a newsletter.
Well, we
And
can.
I have often occasions thought I would like to write something just as the mayor or just as George Comrie, councillor, or mayor or whatever. And I've refrained from doing that because we have a limited budget for this. We have limited space for that. And we're not like a municipality that has wards where the councillors get a budget to go and communicate with their own ratepayers and so on. So I just don't think that this is an appropriate thing to do. And you know, historically, this is the newsletters have been operationalized essentially. My normal involvement in them is only to contribute a message on behalf of council, which I did, but I usually look at everything else that's there, so I don't repeat what's already there. And so that I have a sense of how much space is available for me to write something and so on. And then, you know, I see something like this, which, you know, I mean, if we're going to, I think we need to, I'm fully supportive of having a proper discussion about communication policy where we decide, you know, if we want to firm up, you know, change the communication policy, remove some things that are not practical or whatever. But that should be done at another meeting, and the newsletter should go out. It's ready to send out. And it should go out without this item in it. That's my position.
So, Mr. Mayor, just to cut to the quick, I'm going to ask for a motion because Councillor Nash has to go pretty soon because of commitments and things. I'm going to ask for a motion, or I'll make a motion to suspend the procedural bylaw, please. And I'll look for a seconder on that.
Can I ask one question first, Councillor Lamb, real quickly? Would you
Sure.
mind? I'm just wondering, sorry, why we need to suspend the procedural bylaw. Is it because we're introducing a new motion? I don't see anything in
Yeah,
there.
otherwise, I'm going to be told I can't make a motion, that it was just
Yeah,
brought
okay,
up as
but-
an item.
Yeah, no, I
In
was just
order for
asking
me
because
to
I
make
don't,
a motion.
sorry,
And
I
my
don't
next
see-
motion, as a matter of fact, is going to be, well, I'll tell you after.
yeah, no,
It's
no,
gonna
I don't
be
see
to accept
anywhere,
what
anything
what
in
I
the,
put in the newsletter, so.
yeah, sorry to cut you off. I just didn't see anything in the new procedural bylaw that says that you couldn't make a motion for something that's on the agenda. So.
Well, quite frankly, through you, Mr. Mayor, I think I have all the ability through the communication policy. The communication policy is still in effect. It's not negated because for a few years we haven't done it. I can remember full well when newsletters used to come to council. And we've never had an issue like this.
Okay,
It's okay for us, and I know it was a different thing in terms of just responding to the mayor. We can send a letter out to Bolger saying Councillor Nash and Councillor Woods made this motion and that motion, and here's how everybody voted. and the mayor voted against it, we can send that out in a letter to all the people in Bolger, right? That's kind of okay, but in a newsletter to just communicate, you know, what happened simply without comment, never made a comment or anything like that. All I wanted really, and anyway, I'm a counselor who got it in quickly. Why do I get trumped by everybody else when
And-
I'm a counselor putting that into a newsletter when I did it on time?
Yeah,
What
and-
makes the fire department or bylaw or anyone else more important than a message from a council and a counselor? So
No, and
I made the motion to suspend the procedural bylaw, and I would look for a seconder, please.
Okay, I have no, I hear what you're saying. I have no problem in seconding that motion. I just didn't know if we need to suspend it in order to make a motion, that was all, but I have no problem if that's the way
Well,
you'd like
I'll
to
ask
do.
the
What is the section that has to be suspended? Because we're not
Yeah,
suspending. the whole procedure bylaw, but
3.1 or something, or something.
Thank you. One,
What she's looking at.
3.2, suspending procedural bylaw.
right, so
3.2.
that allows you to suspend the procedure bylaw.
but you.
But the section that we're
but you
going
have
to
say
suspend,
What section you're suspending of
yes,
the
yes,
procedure
one
bylaw.
moment.
Yeah. But there is no, that's where I was coming from, Mr. or Councillor Lamb. I don't think there's any section to suspend, so I think we can just, you could just bring your motion forward, at which I'd still
Well,
second it.
I'm fine if I can do that. That's
Yeah,
up to
so
the
what
clerk.
you want to suspend, and just to back up, so this item was added to the agenda, when the agenda was approved. So there was, it's similar to the item with regard to a Wabash Cache. There's no resolution for either the public or other members of council to see. So you've had the discussion, and for the purposes of the Wabash Cache letter issue, a resolution will come to the next council meeting. So in this case, because I'm assuming Councillor Lamb doesn't want to wait, you want.
Well, only because the newsletter has to go.
That's correct. And the newsletter is linked to the tax bills, and the tax bills have to be sent within a certain period of time prior to the tax due date. So
Yeah, and-
6.1.6 says all items to be included on the agenda will be provided to the clerk by members of staff and the public. 10 business days preceding the regular scheduled council meeting. Oh, there's a oh, sorry, 6.1.8. Any member who may have an item placed on agenda by submitting and writing the item. The agenda with sufficient details, including documents that are intended to be included in the agenda, as well as details of any intended motion, if any, 10 business days preceding the council meeting. So this item was added to the agenda, not 10 business days preceding the council meeting, similar to the Wabash Cache letter issue. So if you're suspending 6.1.8, then that allows for a motion to be brought forward. That's my
Okay,
interpretation.
I'll second that.
I think Councillor Nash seconded.
Because it wasn't 10 business days preceding the council meeting. So if I understand correctly, you want to suspend the procedure bylaw
I
so
do.
that you could bring another motion
Exactly.
forward. Yes, thank you.
I'm gonna turn my car on for a few minutes.
Who's that? That's the second time someone's talking. That's one.
Don't know. Anyway,
it's Councillor.
sorry, so the motion, I'm going to read back the motion that I have for you. That the council of the municipality of Whitestone suspend section 6.1.8 of the procedural bylaw to permit a motion on a matter added to the agenda after the agenda was circulated. So that is Councillor Lamb's motion. Is there a seconder for Councillor Lamb's motion?
Mayor
Yes,
Conley,
I'll second that.
I
Councillor
think it's
Nash.
important that you reference the ability to suspend the procedure bylaw per 3.2. Thank you. I'm flipping around.
Only
So
because I have it in front of me.
So you want to say pursuant to what?
Pursuant to section 3.2.
Okay,
Suspending procedure bylaw.
section 3.2. All right.
Okay, we got a seconder, don't we?
Is there any seconder for this motion?
Oh, yes, I seconded that, Mr. Mayor.
Okay,
Councilor
thank you.
Nash.
Discussion?
I'm assuming it'll be a recorded vote if I'm guessing.
It's going to be a recorded vote, and I'm going to oppose it on the grounds that I believe this. I mean, really, this is the suspension of the procedural bylaw. You have to ask the question, why did we spend so much time working on this thing if we're just going to suspend it anytime it doesn't suit our purposes? The purpose is to prevent things from prevent us from making inappropriate decisions, and it kind of makes us look a bit silly, frankly. Regardless of what the issue was, if the issue was something that was really urgent or whatever, then yeah, we would have grounds to do it. But this is not intended to be like anytime somebody wants to just bypass procedure that we suspend the bylaw. That begs the question, why does the Municipal Act say we have to have a procedure bylaw? If you can just suspend it.
Well, we have it in our procedural bylaw. We have the ability to do it, and I'd ask you to call the question, please.
Well, it's going to be a recorded vote, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, did you want, yeah, other people can speak to this if they
I
want.
just
yeah.
wanted to know if, or can we have discussion?
We can have
Because
discussion.
I can't find, I've got my big book and I cannot find the communication policy. So we're deciding something and I have no idea where. I'm looking on the website. I've looked in my big book and I cannot find it. So it's really hard for me to discuss any of this. And this is exactly the kind of thing that bugs me, that we bring things forward and all of a sudden, out of the blue, I'm to make a decision on something that I haven't had a chance to read. And I understand.
I read it.
Councillor Lamb, that you read that part, but again, I'm a visual person. I like to
that's
see it. I'm not, auditory. I hear
Fine.
some of it, but not all of it. So it's, again, and I realize, I understand that we have a deadline. I wish I had known about this so I could have looked at this communication policy earlier. I find it very hard to do these things on the spur of the moment. And when we are suspending procedural bylaws and we're going to have a new motion that I have not had any chance to prepare for, I think is a little unfair.
Mayor Comrie, could I suggest two things, if you don't mind? Firstly, we're at curfew, so we need to pass that motion. And secondly, might I suggest we take a 10-minute recess and I can walk Councillor Bray through the communications policy, what I know of it.
Well, I read the pertinent
You did,
area.
yes.
It's exactly as I read. And again, I don't know how long Councillor Nash can hang in, so.
Yeah, if I'm not sure if you can hear me, yeah, I'm on about an hour and a half of borrowed time already. As soon as we're done the open session, I got to cut off. So if this is the last item on it, I just would wish we could get it done ASAP. And Councillor Bray, if you're hearing me, I can send you that policy. I had it in my file, so I've emailed it to you actually just as I'm speaking to you. So hopefully you have it there.
She has a hard copy, I think, right now.
Yes, we gave her a hard copy. Actually, the copy I meant to give to you.
Yeah, it's down near the end.
Yeah, and just as Councillor Bray is going through it quickly, I know I've seconded this. I know Councillor Lamb's asked for a vote. I know it's hard to make decisions sometimes, but I see it quite often that what we have in our procedural bylaw, to my eyes, we don't follow a lot of the time. But anyways, if Councillor Lamb wants to make the vote, I'm ready to do the vote now and carry on.
Yeah, I guess I'm not in favor of us suspending the meeting. Councillor Bray has another meeting to go to shortly, I believe, so I think we should we should wrap it up. I'm wondering, we still have a closed session that we would normally do, which is going to take some time. I
Well,
imagine.
let's move on. Let's call the vote and move on.
Yeah, well, I'm just responding to the suggestion that we take a break and
no, I
prolong
don't.
it even further, right?
Come on, let's just move on, get through this one. Counselor Nash has to leave. Come
Well,
on.
we're about to have a recorded vote on.
Okay, well, let's
on
have it.
your motion to suspend the procedure bylaw.
Good, call the question.
Calling the question.
I'm sorry?
We're calling the question.
Yeah,
Your comment?
yeah.
Thank you.
Well, that's what I thought we were, I
Yes,
thought
okay.
we were doing that.
Thank
10
you,
minutes ago.
Counselor Lamb,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Woods,
Yes.
Counselor Bray,
I'm going to abstain.
Sorry.
Mayor Comrie.
Woods, right, put the wrong thing here. Just sorry, just a minute. No. My position.
That motion is carried.
Okay, I'll now make a motion now that the procedural bylaw is suspended for that section. That a motion of council that I be allowed to have my submission to the newsletter be in the newsletter as last submitted or something to that effect.
I don't read what is it called? Recreation and Culture Center these days? Or?
Yeah, recreation. and
Councilor
cultural
Lamb's
center.
item, read the recreation. And cultural center be included in the municipalities. Holidays, February newsletter. Okay, so Councilor Lamb is moving. Is there a seconder for that motion?
I'll second it, Mr. Mayor, Counselor Woods.
Okay, once again, recorded vote.
Good. Before the vote, could you just read, am I correct, if, unless you're asking for the vote right now, Counselor Lamb, but is what you're asking for, is that the motion for the Perry Sound and Area Recreation Center be included in the newsletter? That's what you're asking, right?
Yeah, as submitted, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, the motion is that the council, sorry, not that the council. Cross that out. That Councilor Lamb's item, read the Recreation and Cultural Center, be included in the municipality's February newsletter. That's the motion as I recorded it.
Yeah.
Yeah, as submitted, yeah.
Yeah, and I guess I'm just, and what was submitted is just a copy of the motion, correct?
Basically, yeah.
Okay.
Well,
Thank
I don't know, normally speaking, if we had, the item should be here, I would think, for people to see. Did councilors see it?
I think Counselor Lamb, your envelope there has the information. It's a summary of it's not the full motion because it was a lengthy motion, but it's the summary.
It's
I
in here.
think somebody should read it because nobody's seen it.
Well, okay, yeah, but
The thing
this
is, we need to read it.
doesn't have
Councilor
the
Nash
vote.
isn't, sorry,
Oh.
that's,
This doesn't have the vote.
Oh, okay.
We voted.
Councilor Nash hasn't seen it, it sounds like. Do you want me to read it?
No,
I'll read it
no.
if you want. It's fine.
I've got it here. West Perry Sound Recreation and Cultural Center update. The municipality of Whitestone entered into a funding agreement with the Joint Municipal Services Board whereby the agreement required a review of the operating model, comma, projected operating costs and reserve requirements for the facility by independent management consultants with expertise in such reviews to be completed prior to the final design of the facility at the board's cost. The agreement allowed for a one-time payment of $250,000 for capital costs and annual operating costs of $18,316 with annual CPI increases. Council received the BDO report on November the 9th, 2023, and through resolution number 2023-538 informed the Joint Municipal Services Board that the report does not meet the requirements as set out in the agreement. Moved by Councillor Lamb, seconded by Councillor Brian Woods. Recorded vote as follows: Councillor Lamb, yay; Councillor Nash, yay; Councillor Woods, yay; Mayor Comrie, nay. Councillor Bray had left the meeting early. Whitestone has requested that the representatives from both the steering committee and the Joint Municipal Services Board meet with the Whitestone CAO and Councillor Lamb for further discussions on this matter. The meeting is expected to take place in February 2024. So that's what I submitted for the newsletter.
Thank you, Councillor Lamb, for reading that to me.
Okay, thank you. You've now heard what it is. Are we ready for the vote? Further comments? Discussion? Councilor Bray,
I
did
don't
you-
know whether Council Bray, I didn't know what to say. You'd left the meeting and I didn't know what the proper terminology, if you want to say due to another meeting or something like that. I don't want them to get the impression just left the
You
meeting.
just left the meeting.
Yeah, right.
And
So,
that's what it sounds like to me.
yeah, so,
That's why I looked at it and I thought, yeah, I'm fine with all of it being put in except for the part in brackets. If that was taken out, I wouldn't have a problem with it. I just think, saying who did what. If
No.
anybody wants to know, they can go look on the website. They can look at the minutes. They can see it. You've already got it. It was in November. Everybody knows when it was. And so other than just proving a point, that Councillor Lamb, Councillor Woods, Councillor Nash all voted yay, and Mayor Comrie voted no, and I wasn't there. That's all that's all that says. And I'm not sure that that's, if, again, I was reading in the policy and it doesn't state it for the newsletter, but it talks about the website. The municipal website will remain neutral in focus. I think the newsletter should remain neutral in focus and not focusing on whether I voted yes or no or whatever. I just think sometimes some of the things we do just create more chaos and more pot stirring and isn't needed. Yes, we've already decided that this is what's happening. The meeting is going to happen. We'll find out what the results are from there. But I think that, anyways, I don't like things being thrown at me like this. Thank you.
Would you like to move an amendment that the stuff in brackets be removed?
Yes, I would.
Okay, this is an amendment to Councillor Lamb's motion. If there's a seconder. Councillor Bray, I'll second it. That the council, sorry, that this is, what item is this? 11.9. So this is 11.9 amendment. That the bracketed text be removed from from Councillor Lamb's item. Item to be included in the February newsletter. Okay, is that? Is that your motion?
Yeah, if I might speak to it, sir, Mr. Mayor.
That's your motion, Councillor Bray. So her amendment is that the bracketed text be removed from Councillor Lamb's item to be included in the February newsletter. Yes, you may speak to it, Ronald.
Yeah, very briefly, I don't agree. I think it's important that people know how their elected officials vote on this item. I think it's an important item. Again, they're a little unrelated, but if you look at the letter sent out to Bolger Lake, it sure as heck didn't, it said the whole motion, it said who voted what, and we've already received responses on that, anyway, I would ask that you call the question, and I will not be supporting the amendment. Thank you.
So I'm sorry, but we keep hearing references to the letters to Boulder and Washkish. I mean, why don't we include those in the newsletter if they're that important?
Oh, let's, you can escalate things or you can de-escalate them, Mr. Mayor, and that's a way of escalating it, and please don't do that. We're smart people on council, and please reflect that in your comments. Thank you.
And if I might, through you, Mr. Mayor, just a really, really quick comment, because I really got to go here. I personally have no problem in showing how a vote was recorded in a newsletter. I think it was a good point that Councillor Lamb made, that in a recent mailing that got mailed out to individuals, it did show what the recorded votes were. And I do point out, I think it's another good point that Councillor Bray had made, that on the municipal website, it does say will be neutral and focus, yet all our information on the website would show how people voted if it was recorded vote. So it's still being neutral. It's not giving a dialogue. It's just showing how people did something. So I have no problem in having it in there whatsoever. But I would ask that we kind of move on, because I have to go. I'm not trying to cut this short because I think it's a good debate, but I just need to leave the meeting, unfortunately, shortly, very, very shortly. So.
Mr. Mayor, if I could say something real quick.
You may.
I can understand what Councillor Bray is saying, because it doesn't really give reason as to how she left the meeting or why she left the meeting. So I can understand why she feels uncomfortable. But at the same time, if we want to put a resolution in who voted what way, that's exactly what we should do. It's called open, honest, and transparent government. Now, my name was put in the letter that went to the Bolger group, and it ruffled some feathers, I guess. But I don't think, me personally, when I move or second a motion, a lot of the times it's just to keep the meeting moving, because I've seen over the years far too many times everybody sit and wait, and that extra 5 minutes for every single one adds up at the end of the meeting, and we get stuck in a situation like this where, because everyone's disagreeing about things, we don't want to do anything. So let's just get to the vote, put the names in. It is what it is. We all vote. It's recorded anyways. So I don't understand why anybody should have a problem with this.
Okay, so now if there's nothing further, we're going to have a recorded vote on the amendment.
Yep, let's use.
Thank you, Councillor Nash.
No. Yeah, could you read the amendment again to make sure I'm voting the way I want to? Like the amendment, just summarize it if you want to, Mr. Mayor.
The amendment is that the bracketed text, which is the part that talks about who moved, seconded, and what the recorded vote was, be removed from Councillor Lamb's item to be included in the February newsletter.
Okay, no.
So you're voting no. Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Councillor Woods,
No.
Councillor Bray,
Yes.
Councillor Lamb,
No.
Mayor Comrie,
Yes.
Thank you. That motion carries.
Now I'd like to make a motion that we go back into council with the procedural bylaw in effect, so I don't know what.
Well, sorry, no, we're not finished. We haven't passed your motion as amended.
Oh, I see, okay.
And we
sorry.
also have
Well,
to do curfew
let's
before we
that.
do
Let's
anything
do
else
that,
because
sorry.
I think we're way past curfew probably, but.
Okay, let's do that.
Okay, so the main motion then, as it stood, was that Councillor Lamb's item re the Recreation and Culture Center be included in the municipality's February newsletter. So that's without amendment or without edit. Again, a recorded vote.
Thank you. If I may, Mayor Comrie, what I can do, because I understand there's some sensitivities, I could say that Councillor Bray left the meeting early due to a previous commitment.
Yeah, that's
fine.
Perfect.
Councillor Woods,
Yes.
Councillor Bray,
No,
Councillor Lamb,
yes.
Councillor Nash,
Yes.
Mayor Comrie,
Um, Sorry. I don't know if I got this right. Yeah, no, I'm not in favor of this, of course.
that motion.
I'm sorry, Councillor. I missed somebody. Tell me again what you had. Sorry, I'm trying to make the paper here. Realize it's carried, but Councillor Woods.
Councillor Woods was a
Yes.
yes. Councillor Bray was a no. Councillor Lamb was a yes. Councillor Nash was a yes. And Mayor Comrie, he
No.
was a no.
So Councillor, yeah, okay, all right. Just want to get the order paper correct. All right, thank you. We now need a curfew, I would say. Now therefore be it resolved, Council of the Municipality of Whitestone hereby continues the February 20th, 2024 regular council meeting past the allotted time of 7 hours and continues for an additional half hour or what?
Well, does it include the closed session?
Yeah,
Well-
what we have, let me tell you what we have left. We have correspondence, we have councillor items, we have questions from the public, and there aren't any on the call or in the room. And then we move into closed session and we have,
I think we should have an hour, don't you?
I would give yourself an hour, Mayor Comrie, and if you don't need it, then that.
but you
all the
you don't
better.
have an hour, correct, Councillor Ray? All right, so the suggestion is 1 hour. Who wants to move this?
I'll move it.
Councillor Lamb, seconded.
I'll second Councillor Woods.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear who that was.
Sorry, Councillor Woods, Mr. Mayor. I'll
Oh, Councillor
second.
Woods, sorry. Gotcha. All those in favor of extending for an hour?
Councillor Woods, yes.
Councillor Nash, yes.
All right, thank you. That's carried. Item 12 is then correspondence, and there is quite a lengthy list of correspondence, which the letters go from what? A to Q. So here's the motion. Whereas the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone has reviewed the correspondence items listed on page 11 of the February 20th, 2024 council meeting. Now therefore be it resolved that council received the correspondence items for information with the following extracted for further discussion or action. Who will move that and second it? Moved by Councillor Bray, seconded by,
I can second. Oh,
was that you, Councillor Woods? No.
I think Councillor Nash beat me to the
Oh,
punch.
Councillor Nash. Okay, sorry.
Councillor Nash, we're not hearing you too well right now.
Yeah,
I'm
you
thinking
you
that
kind of dropped out there a bit.
you may not
Oh,
be
yeah, no,
close
it
to your
stopped
microphone.
speaking when I thought Councillor Woods was seconded.
I think-
Sorry, we're still having great difficulty hearing you.
Can you hear me okay now?
Yeah, kind of.
Okay.
All right, so we have the motion on the floor. Can you indicate which of those you particularly want to discuss, if any?
I have one, Mr. Mayor.
Which one is it, Counselor Woods?
C,
I'm sorry?
item C. About
C,
the
ca-
carbon,
the
the
carbon
carbon
tax one?
tax. Yeah,
Okay, C. Carbon tax. Carbon tax, and that's Counselor Woods. I would like to pull item E, which is the
Maple syrup.
DBA maple syrup and butter tart.
Yeah, I was gonna pull that one too. That's good.
oh, butter tarts.
Festival. Any other ones?
I'm looking.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
L1 and
L is the zero emission workshop, right?
yes,
L,
and O,
Oh, Jesus.
emission workshop,
and O is the watershed.
and O is Magnetawan Watershed Land Trust. Watershed and Trust.
Yeah, oh. Oh, yeah, okay. I had that.
So those were Counselor Bray. And we got a list, there's 4 there, is that enough?
I don't need to pull P, but I wanna thank Michelle for, and compliment her for getting the letter from Pam Stevenson.
Okay.
Just let me look here.
B.
Yeah, I don't need to really pull it. I think I've already made my comment.
All right. All right. So the items that we have are item C, carbon tax, item E, the Perry Sound Downtown Business Association's Maple Syrup and Butter Tart Festival in May. L, the zero emission workshop at Georgian Bay Biosphere. O is the Magnetawan Watershed Land Trust, and E is the Lions Club. So those are the items. We can now call the question on this. Well, not call the question, but we can now take a vote on the motion, I guess, and then we have a business. Oh, we don't have a business arising. You know what? Why don't we briefly go through the items then that we've pulled? Counselor Woods, here first, say item C, carbon tax.
Mayor Conway, we should vote on receiving correspondence. And then we go to matters arising.
Okay, I don't have any matters arising. Well, anyway, it doesn't matter. Okay, go ahead. Let's get a show of hands to agree that we're going to talk about these then. Please, everybody. All right, that's carried.
Counselor
Now.
Nash and Woods,
Counselor Nash, yes.
Counselor Woods, yes.
thank you.
Go ahead, Counselor Woods.
Who's done it?
Hmm?
He's on
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Am I good to go?
Yeah.
Good to go.
Okay, thank you. I'll get real quick to this. I read through this. I couldn't agree with them more. I don't know how everybody else feels, but I would like to put the same thing out. I think the carbon tax is killing people, legitimately. It's making things so unaffordable. It's nuts. When you're paying tax on top of tax, to me, that's wrong. And I don't agree with it. Everybody else does, no problem. That's fine. I just gonna state my point.
What number is it?
Let's see, that would be on page 219 of
Okay.
264.
Yeah.
If council is
I
agreeable.
guess the
we
question
can-
is, would you like staff to prepare a letter of endorsement of that position from Sarnia? Were they the originators of it, or were they copying somebody else? I can't remember.
I'm just pulling it out here.
I'll see if I can find it. See,
So Sarnia adopted the following resolution.
Trying to find item C here.
It's on page 219, Mayor Comrie.
Okay, 219.
So what, I can just jump in here, for the sake of time. What staff can do is to prepare a resolution for the next council meeting. I'm hearing that Councillor Woods would like, the municipality of Whitestone to, endorse
got it.
and support
Yeah.
this particular resolution from the city of Sarnia. And we can, staff can prepare something for the next council meeting.
Yeah, they were the originators. Okay, so is that what you would like, Councillor Woods?
Yes, please.
All right. That's all we need to do, correct, Madam CAO?
That's correct. We'll take that under advisement.
Okay, so the next one that we have is item E. The one thing that I would tell you that's not in this letter that I know about it, because I had a conversation with April Denman, who is, sent this to us. Their goal in doing this, and it is the Downtown Business Association in Prairie Sound that's organizing it, but their goal in doing it is to bring on that weekend in May, the 2,000 people into the Prairie Sound area that have never been here before. And they wanted from the outset to make it a district-wide, or a West Prairie Sound-wide, I should say, event. So they're trying to get participants as exhibitors and so on from the municipalities in West Prairie Sound. And we certainly have some who are meaningful maple syrup producers. But again, as I say, it's modeled after one that is done every year in Elmvale. Some of you may have been to it or seen it, but what they're asked of us is simply for a donation, which I'm not suggesting we approve tonight or anything, but they're asking us to buy a page in the brochure, and I think we could highlight some of the kind of ecotourism type activities that we support here in Whitestone. And again, it'll be a fun weekend in Prairie Sound, and hopefully get a bunch of people who don't normally come into this area to come and see what we have to offer as a region. The center of the activity will be the bridge over the Seguin River, where Bow Street runs into Seguin, it crosses the river there. That's in that kind of area. Anyway, that's all I want to say about it.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Frank Camaluzzi, if I have that right, is very involved in this.
Camaluzzi, yeah, he's part of the DBA.
Yeah, I've talked to him several times on this, and he's done a lot of legwork here on this project. So what I would suggest again is maybe we punt this over to when we're doing our donations, right? And then we can look at it all in light of that. So even though they didn't probably write in, I would, we can punt that over like we did the Wawaskesh thing, right?
Yeah. Thank you. That would be my suggestion. Any other comments on that one or questions?
I have a quick one, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Woods.
I hope that it happens, because anything that revolves around a festival and food, I'm there. That's perfect. I think it'd be a fantastic thing for this area to have more things like that.
Well, thank you for that. I hope you will be there. So item L is next. That's our zero emission workshop. Ours, that's the one at the Biosphere is running, and I have it in my calendar, although I'm not sure whether I'm going to be able to make it or not, but it sounds interesting. Did you want to comment on it, Councillor Bray?
I just wanted to say that I'm attending and as the IceCap member as well. Thank you.
Good.
And anybody else who is interested in going to it
Thursday.
can go too, right?
Through you, Mayor Comrie, I'm attending as well, so I'll see you there.
I think
Okay.
they're looking for registrations ahead of time so that they will know, but other than that, yes, they're certainly, it's open to all councils.
Yeah, it's a whole morning, right? On February the 29th. So anyway. Okay, so thank you for that. You also wanted number O, or letter O. Councilor Bray.
Yeah, I just wanted to highlight that as being something that is an amazing thing that's happened in our area, that the Magnetawan Watershed Land Trust has gained a parcel of land here in our municipality that has been donated to them, and I think it's just a wonderful thing. And certainly helps with us maintaining our our wilderness areas here in our municipality. Thanks.
All right, thank you. And last is item P, and you wanted to thank Michelle for the,
Yeah, done. I think you heard my compliments. Did you need to hear my compliments a second time?
nope.
Mhm.
Just
Take 'em
be
when you
sure they're
get 'em.
proper,
All right.
just be sure they're properly recorded.
All right, so that is the correspondence, which was back somewhere in here.
Counselor items. Isn't it?
Are there any counselor items?
Just one quick one from me, Mr. Mayor. I had 3 calls yesterday about the landfill site. And I know in the summer we open for holidays, in the winter we kind of don't, but I think that when we redo the landfill hours next year, we should look at, there's a lot of people that come up here on the family day weekend, and then they expected, I guess, the calls I got, that the landfill site would be open. And so we may have to at least discuss an amendment to for that specific day. I can understand Christmas and New Year's being closed and that sort of thing, but this is a weekend where a lot of people were here. So when do we review that?
I don't know if there was an
November,
annual
usually,
review.
don't
For clarity, was the landfill site closed Sunday? Because it's normally closed Monday anyway.
I know, but it was a holiday and people didn't know it, and they suddenly showed up at the landfill site and with the garbage, and they took it home with them, and they called me on the way home.
Oh, I
So
see.
that's all I'm saying. It is.
So we do have established winter hours that are
Yeah,
Saturday,
I'm just
Sunday,
saying the one
Tuesday.
day, like the next one is May, right? So we're into being open on May 24th, aren't we?
Yes, yes,
So
we are.
it's really,
Not on the Monday, would we be? Oh, yeah, we would be.
We would
because
yeah, I
That's,
think
because
so.
that's the
So
stat.
I'm
yeah.
just saying
Yeah,
that's,
you're right.
again, not a big
So
deal.
it's closed Monday, not Sunday. I want
Yeah, in this
to,
case, it's always on a Monday, and
Yeah, okay.
thank you.
Any other counselor items? Counselor Bray?
Yes, I'm sorry, I have a few, but some things have there's been a few things happen in the last little while. We have a new detachment commander for the West Prairie Sound OPP, Helena Wall. And she was at our last meeting, or the first meeting of this year, for the CPAC. We also have a new community service officer, and that's to replace, if anybody, jeepers, now I've forgotten his name. How can I do that?
Oh, it's a Skull, not Scully.
No.
I don't think.
Anyways.
Joe
Joe
Scally?
Scally.
Scally.
Joe Scally,
Scally,
thank you
yeah.
so much. I haven't seen him for a long while, so. Anyways, it's PC Brandon Charlebois started in November, so he's taking over that role. And we have a mobile crisis response team, which is really wonderful. They have the funding for a year, and so this is one officer, Mike Colley, and then there'll be somebody from the mental health agency that will go along. It's not 24/7, at all. It's not there yet, but at least we have two people who are going to focus on crisis calls and will be available. If not at the time, we'll follow up the next day or the closest day. Also at our last meeting, the OPP asked us to bring this forward. It's called CamSafe. If anybody has a home camera, they can register with this one, I guess CamSafe, and all they're doing is registering their name and that they have a camera, and so that the OPP can then, if there is, they need some footage or whatever, they can then talk to that person to see if they can have footage. It's not that they get it automatically. So it's kind of it's a new thing coming out. The family fun on the weekend, it was, I wasn't there for all of it, but I was there in the evening when they had the bonfire. There was quite a few people there. And our chief got the necessary things to have the bonfire, and I think everybody really enjoyed themselves. So that was fun. And also, yes, the announcement for the West Parry Sound Ontario Health Team. I think we should look forward to, hopefully, that there'll be more integration around health issues in our area because of that. I was, at the time when I worked for District Social Services, worked kind of hard to try and promote us having one in our area and not being part of Sudbury or part of Simcoe County, which is where we could have ended up. But fortunately, they really worked hard to the group of people who were the organizations that were part of this to really promote the fact that we need to have our own Ontario Health Team. I feel badly for the people on the east side. I knew that was a problem. It was a problem then. It's a problem now. They've been cut in half by two different health teams, and neither one of those health teams will look at them because they're too small and they're not their priority. So that is a problem, and I feel badly about that. And at one point was trying to push that we have one for the whole area, but anyways, that didn't happen. But we can look towards seeing some more information about this, I'm sure, in the coming months. Thanks. That's it.
Thank you, Councillor Bray, and thanks for mentioning yesterday not yesterday, it was Saturday, the activities, Family Day activities. There were they did have people were tobogganing out on the hill out here and skating, and they had hot chocolate and some board games and things inside for when people got cold, and they had about 70 people here.
Good.
So it was well attended, and I think went very well, just, you know. Any other councillor items?
If I might, through you, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
Thank you. First off, Councillor Bray, thank you for keeping us all informed on the health and safety, I'll call it, of all the committees that you're on. I know you're extremely busy, and it's nice to hear all the updates on it. So I have 5 things, but I'm going to try and keep them brief. I know at each meeting I keep saying I'll push something off. First of all, I just wanted to let you all know that after the comments I'm going to make now, I won't be able to be part of the closed. I can't do it tonight. I'm past my expiration date, and I think you can all understand why. So that's the one thing. Number 2, I just wanted to make it known to council members that I plan to bring a motion forward at the next council meeting, just on ensuring that council members can be provided the copies of linked documents in our agendas. Not that we need to ask for them, but if it says a link in the agenda, that our printed copies or our PDFs will include them, just so they're there for us in case we ever want to look at them, even if it's look at them in the future, that that link might not have been taken down if it's in a year or 2 from now. So that was that one. Number number 4, and it was funny. Item number 3. I was just reading through the corporate policy in a little bit more detail when we were having that discussion about 45 minutes ago, the communication policy. And I think it's something I've mentioned in the past, but I was just it was a reminder to me that it was something I wanted to bring up a few meetings ago, but just never got around to bring it up again. And it just it speaks that staff will prepare and maintain a semi-monthly council information update, which will be referred to as a task tracker. One will be for open council direction, and the second for special closed items. And I think we are doing a pretty good job of that. And I know that summary that everybody sees in the agenda is really helping out. And I'd like to see if there's a way to do that for tracking items that have happened in closed session as well. Just something to think about in our closed packages. So just so we can keep a reminder of ongoing items that are in closed that we still have to deal with. And then the last one is simply because I'm not going to be here for closed. I just wanted to make a brief little comment on our new procedural bylaw. And I've just highlighted something here, and it's not for discussion now. It's just for my comment and nothing more. That under our new procedural bylaw, under the purpose, it says advisory committees of council, ad hoc committees, including a task force, and local boards may choose to use the protocols noted herein or establish their own policies and protocols for conducting meetings. And under scope, this is all on the very front cover page. It says, no resolution or action of council advisory committees, local boards, and ad hoc committee task force will be invalidated solely as a result or failure to follow any provisions of this procedural bylaw. So I think that's just something for us all to remember. And just the definition of ad hoc committee or task force. Ad hoc committee means a committee to advise council on a specific task or project. An ad hoc committee or task force is governed by clear terms of reference set out in a resolution or bylaw, which includes language indicating when the committee will cease to exist. Anyways, just something that I thought is good for us all to remember. And again, thank you all for being patient with me missing the first part of the meeting. And I'm sorry I won't be able to finish the last part of the meeting. I just can't do it for medical reasons today. So I hope you can all understand that. And I do apologize for that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Stay well.
Thank you.
Get well.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Anything else under councilor items?
I could say a real quick one, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Councilor Woods.
So along with all the Family Day celebrations here in Whitestone over the past,
Sorry,
there was
Councilor
some
Woods, we're not receiving you. You froze there for a second. Try again.
Sorry, let me just move to another spot in the house. So over the past Family Day weekend, not only did we have things going on in Whitestone, there was also a big snowmobile race over in Magnetawan, and our Lions Club was there putting on food, and Legion Hall was there serving drinks. There was a fantastic turnout. I spoke to staff, and staff put some messaging on our board, which I guess that's something that we hadn't done before, is, you know, advertise something in another community. And I just thought to myself that, you know, to the left and to the right of us, we have Magnetawan and we have McKellar. And if there's different events going on in our community from theirs or theirs from ours, maybe we should try and collaborate with one another, help promote the neighbors to the left and to the right of us, especially when it doesn't cost us anything. And a lot of our residents will go back and forth to do things like that. I just thought it'd be a good way to try and push events, right? Like, I mean, there's the market that goes on in McKellar. I always seem to forget about it until I pass it and it's getting packed up, right? Where if I caught a message when I was going over to the office, say, oh, I remember it's this weekend, I'm going to go over there. And same kind of thing if there's something going on in Magnetawan, maybe talk to their councils or staff, talk to their staff staff and see if they would do the same kind of thing, and might be a little collaborative effort between the three of us to help promote one another's municipalities. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're just making a little note here. Okay, all right. If that's it for councilor items, we can move on then to our closed session. If we have a motion to adjourn to a closed meeting, moved by Councilor Councilor Lamb, seconded by Councilor Bray, that this meeting be adjourned into a closed meeting at, and it's I'm gonna say 6:21 PM. 21 PM, and it's to consider the items that are listed on your agenda. All those in favor, please indicate.
Councillor Woods, yes.
And Councillor Nash, yes, and I'm now signing off. Thank you, everybody.
Okay,
Sorry I
thank
can't
you.
stay.
Okay. All right, thank you. We are now enclosed.
Can I just take a 2-minute break, please?
Okay. We're going to stop the recording anyway, correct? I will. Okay, so we are now back in open session at 6:49 PM. And we're going to deal with matters arising from the closed session. First one, can I get a mover and seconder, please, that Council of the Municipality of Whitestone hereby approves the closed session meeting minutes for the regular closed session council meeting of Tuesday, January 16th, 2024. Moved by Councilor Bray, seconded by Councilor Woods. Thank you. All those in favor?
Councillor Woods, yes.
Thank you, Councilor Woods. We've got that one. Next one is 15.2.1. Can I get a mover and seconder that Council of the Municipality of Whitestone hereby approves the appointment of Catherine Ducars to the Whitestone Environmental Stewardship Committee? Councilor Bray. Councilor Lamb. All those in favor, please raise your hands.
Councillor Woods, yes.
Thank you. And next, can I get a mover and seconder that Council of the Municipality does hereby approve the appointment of Will Roberts to the Whitestone Environmental Stewardship Committee? Again, Councilor Bray moves, seconded by Councilor Lamb. All in favor?
Councillor Woods, yes.
Thank you. So we've got two more members. Resignations. Mover and seconder that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone acknowledges and accepts the resignations of Ann Wright and Margaret May from the Environmental Stewardship Committee, and thanks Ann Wright and Margaret May for their volunteer time and efforts on the committee. Mover and seconder, moved by Councilor Bray, seconded by Councilor Lamb. All in favor? We're on a roll
Councillor
here.
Woods, yes.
And you're okay with that, Councilor Woods? Yes?
Yes.
Thank you. And finally, mover and seconder that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone. Sorry, well, the word Whitestone got omitted. Receives for information the legal advice from John Muscara and Eric Burles regarding the status of the Wawashkesh Landings Task Force as it relates to the municipality of Whitestone's procedure bylaw, procedure, well, it's procedural, but okay. Landings. It's the Wawashkesh Landings Task Force as it relates to the municipality of Whitestone's procedure bylaw. Mover and seconder for that one. Councillor Lamb moves, seconded by Councillor Bray. All those in favor of that?
Counselor Woods, yes.
Thank you, Councillor Woods. Okay. Confirmatory bylaw, mover and seconder, please, that bylaw number 10-24, being the confirmatory bylaw for the council meeting of the municipality of Whitestone on February 20th, 2024, is hereby enacted as passed this 20th day of February 2024. Councillor Bray moves, seconded by Councillor Lamb. All in favor?
Counselor Woods, yes.
Okay, thank you. And one more to go. Adjournment. Whereas the business of this meeting is concluded, now therefore be resolved that the meeting be adjourned it is 6:53 p.m.
I'll move, Mr.
Until the
Mayor.
regular council meeting, budget meeting of March 5th, 2024 at 10 a.m. or at the call of the chair. Moved by Councillor Lamb, seconded by Councillor Woods. Are you going to?
Yeah, I can second that, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. All those in favor, please leave. No. Thank you very much for your patience and perseverance, folks. Have a good evening.
Good night, everyone.
Well, you got 5 minutes to get home. Thank you. Meeting is concluded.